If there are a lot of people wishing to testify, we're going to use a 3-minute testimony limit. If your remarks were reflected in previous testimony, or if you would like your position to be known but do not wish to testify, please sign the white form at the back of the room and it will be included in the official record. Please speak directly into the microphone so our transcribers are able to hear your testimony clearly. I'd like to introduce the committee staff. To my immediate right is research analyst John Duggar. To my right at the end of the table is committee clerk Kennedy. The committee members with us today will introduce themselves, beginning at my far right.
Good afternoon. I'm Rita Sanders. I represent District 45, which is the Bellevue-Offutt community.
Good afternoon. I'm Luann Linehan. I represent District 39, which is Elkhorn and Waterloo in Douglas.
Hi, I'm Joni Albright, District 17, Wayne, Thurston, Dakota, and a portion of Dixon County in Northeast Nebraska. Welcome.
Lynn Walls, Legislative District 15, which is Dodge County and Valley.
Good afternoon. Tom Breezy. I represent District 41.
And I'll ask our 2 pages to stand up and introduce. Oh, excuse me. Couldn't see that far.
That's okay. It's a full house. That's okay. Hi, I'm Danielle Conrad. I represent North Lincoln, 2nd 46 Legislative District.
And I'll ask our 2 pages to stand up and introduce themselves and tell us who they are and what they're studying.
My name is Megan, and I'm studying business and law.
I'm Trent. I'm studying political science over at the University of Lincoln.
Please remember that senators may come and go during our hearing as they may have bills to introduce in other committees. Refrain from applause or other indications of support or opposition. For our audience, the microphones in the room are not for amplification, but for recording purposes only. Lastly, we use electronic devices to distribute information. Therefore, you may see committee members referencing information on their electronic devices. Be assured that your presence here today and your testimony are important to us and are critical to our state government. And with that, we'll open the hearing on LB 673, Senator Ben Hansen. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to see so many people interested in school safety. Glad my bill's up first. I'm assuming they're not all here to testify. All right, sorry. Good afternoon, Chairman Merman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Ben Hansen, that's BenHansen, and I'm eager to share with you about LB 673 today, as it is an opportunity to provide crucial updates to Nebraska's emergency response policies in our schools. Before I get into the details of this bill, let me preface it with the support we have received from across the state. As the largest school district in Nebraska, Omaha Public Schools Board of Education states that LB 673 would save valuable time in the event of emergency. According to Nebraska State Fraternal Order Police, this bill would provide critical information and improve emergency response. While representatives from Catholic private schools serving 27,000 students say this is a creative and collaborative school safety approach. I also recently just spoke with Douglas County Sheriff Aaron Hansen this week, who is responsible for 10 high schools and middle schools. He says that this is a step towards making our schools, students, and staff safer. These statements are just a glimpse of the resounding support I have received from every member of law enforcement, school administrator, EMT, or firefighter I've spoken with about LB 673. As you'll see in the handout, NSCA also supports this. Most importantly, though, there are the parents who believe this will provide better protection of their children and help in the unforeseen crises that are beyond our control. Consistency. That is a word I'd like to dwell on in this conversation around LB 673. Our state requires that every Nebraska school has a safety policy in place. These policies are well designed, thoroughly planned, and constantly looked at for ways to improve. We can thank our school administrators, teachers, law enforcement, security staff, resource officers, first responders, and many more. They have poured into the topic of safety of our students through ongoing training, drills, and conversation. You'll find consistency in these policies as they report back to the Nebraska Department of Education. In the case of an emergency, consistency is key to preparedness, response time, and the ability for policies to be operative. Another essential aspect to an effective emergency response is the information provided to first responders. Along with details of the nature of the emergency, they need locations of classroom, offices, hallways, and exits. They need to know where students are, where stairways and elevators are located. And this is where LB 973 becomes necessary. What we find throughout this state is a lack of consistency in regard to school mapping. I am happy to hear that this has been on the radar of some of our schools in Nebraska as they look to update their mapping systems. But due to lack of resources, others haven't been able to join in. Either way, updated or not, there isn't consistency. Even in the case of schools working to update their maps, each are using different programs. With the same maps, the same layouts, the same designs, as soon as an emergency happens, law enforcement and first responders have detailed maps in both electronic and printable formats immediately available to them. These maps are verified for accuracy during the annual walkthrough that has already taken place, and they are oriented true north, overlaid on current aerial imagery, and with XY coordinates. There is specific labeling of details in school buildings and on school grounds. Any help they call in from other districts have access and are familiar with the maps because their districts use the same maps with identical markings. They have already been trained to identify the features of each location on the map, and precious time is saved. There is consistency. This is my vision with LB 673. We will hear more about how the maps actually work from testimony following me, but LB 673 is legislation that offers a solution to the inconsistencies we are seeing with our school mapping systems. The emergency response mapping data it creates would be compatible with software platforms already in use by local safety agencies and schools. Currently, the bill is written to be funded by ESSER funds, and I'm working out the details on that. And I'm hearing there may be other options. But regardless, schools can apply for a grant to pay for the cost of these maps. 5 other states have passed similar legislation, and they are finding the estimate to be around $3,500 per school. I have been grateful for the discussions with the Department of Education on funding and appreciate their letter of support for LB 673. They consider the mapping information in this bill as a channel law enforcement agencies and fire departments can quickly respond to any emergency and event in the school, whether public or non-public. Safety and quick response times are something we desire for all the schools, for all our students too. In order to include non-public schools, I am bringing the following amendment, which you should have in front of you. Any school may apply to its appropriate ESU, who would pay and facilitate the implementation of emergency response mapping data so long as the specific qualifications are met. ESUs would then be reimbursed by grant from the State Department of Education. And from my understanding, ESUs work with emergency operation procedures, and incorporating them fits directly in with the purpose of LB 673. Also included in this amendment is the inclusion of emergency medical services providers, or EMS providers. In short, and in closing, I'd like to refer back to what Sheriff Hansen stated, that this is wise. Our schools need consistency, not only in safety policies, but in the data provided to first responders and law enforcement. Please support LB 673 and help Nebraska schools in their desire to update their mapping systems. And we all know in the event of emergency, seconds matter. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have to the best of my ability.
Does anyone have any questions at this time, Senator Hanson? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have proponents for LB 673? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman Merman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Joe Hanson. That's Joehanson. Got 3 Hansons, but no relations. Thank you for your willingness to hold a hearing on Legislative Bill 673 relating to grants to schools to provide critical incident mapping. For background, in 2019, I left active duty as an active Marine Raider and Special Operations Officer in Marine Special Operations Command. I served as the ground force commander for hundreds of combat operations in Afghanistan and elsewhere. After leaving active duty, I joined Critical Response Group in order to pursue a new mission. That mission was to bring hard-fought lessons learned home to increase public safety and to save lives. To be clear, this is not a military tool. This is a communications tool. But in special operations, communication is the most difficult thing that we do. It's also the most important. Critical Response Group was started with the goal of improving the national state of emergency preparation and response. Our leadership team, made up of special operations veterans, saw during their time on the global war on terrorism that collaboration, interoperability, and information sharing between all branches of military, intelligence agencies, and coalition partners was vital to the success of the mission. These efforts led to the development, validation, and adoption of a communications technique called the Gridded Reference Graphic, or GRG. The GRG is a visual communications tool that combines a gridded overlay with high-resolution overhead imagery, enabling all mission participants to communicate off the same sheet of music, if you will, about unfamiliar locations. Coming home, we realized that this concept would increase the safety of our children's schools by enabling collaboration between first responders during emergencies at unfamiliar locations like schools. That is why CRG has mapped over 6,000 schools, government buildings, and businesses throughout the country. Since then, legislation and funding has passed in Wisconsin, Michigan, New Jersey, Delaware, and Virginia. There's also pending legislative efforts in Florida, Texas, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and here in Nebraska. In the handouts provided, you will find an example of our mapping for schools. The maps are universal for locations and are predicated on an accurate overhead image with a grid overlay, creating what amounts to a simple game of battleship. In special operations, we always joke, we're just dumb knuckle draggers. We got to keep it simple, stupid, or the KISS method. What I want you to think about is during a critical incident at a school or critical infrastructure, it's a chaotic situation. First reports are wrong, and communication is the hardest thing that has to happen. Being able to put everyone on the same sheet of music allows them to communicate more effectively. If you look at the map in front of you, essentially it's oriented true north with letters across the top and numbers down the left-hand side. We then label everything that means anything on the ground. For a simple talk on, if you will, of the side that shows you the first floor of the demo high school, I could tell you to find door 3 on the east side of the building in grid square G4. That's G on the top, 4 on the side. Once you find door 3, I want you to enter the building and take your first right down the red hallway, and then your first right into classroom 209. Even though we've never worked together before, I was able to give you very specific instructions at a location we've never been to before to enter a specific classroom. The current situation across the country and here in Nebraska is that if schools have any maps or blueprints at all, there are 4 problems with them. And quite frankly, we run to that from time to time, but we have blueprints.
Thank you, Joe. You have the red light. I'll let you continue a little more if you can just wrap it up quickly.
I'll wrap it up. The blueprints are creating what's called Project North. Oftentimes we'll get 10 floor plans for a 1-story school. If I told you to go to the art room or classroom 22, that information doesn't exist in an architectural design. And more importantly, of the 20 agencies that could show up to a school here in town, most of them have never been there before, and most of them will not have access to those blueprints. So that's the problem that exists. The way to solve that is through this bill and providing standardized mapping for first responders as well as the school districts.
Thank you very much. Any questions for
Joe.
Joe? Yeah, thank you. Yep. Oh,
I'm going to just ask
Senator
one quick
Albright.
question. Thank you, Senator Merwin, and thanks for being here with this information. It's really good information. How would it be implemented if you send so many people are all coming to the area? Who has the map? Who would actually be able to give it to the other people there on the scene?
That should all be done ahead of time through the implementation process, but every agency that's part of that mutual aid package. So this isn't something that we're reacting.
So you say the sheriff's department or the
Correct.
Omaha police or the Lincoln police?
Correct.
So for their schools, they'll have their,
That's correct. Yeah, from the 911 call center on down to the mobile data terminal and the police cruiser, every system will have this. The maps themselves are digitally agnostic. They fit into pre-existing software or hardware solutions. This isn't buying new software with new login credentials. The pre-existing systems across the state, these maps fit into it both digitally with the ability to print and have them pre-staged ahead of time.
Any other questions for Mr. Hanson? If not, thank you very much. Other proponents for LB 673? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Merman, members of the committee. My name is Ryan McIntosh, MCINTOSH. I'm here today as a registered lobbyist on behalf of the Nebraska State Volunteer Firefighters Association and the Nebraska Fire Chiefs Association. I appear in support of LB 673, which you've already heard much about from Senator Hanson and Mr. Hanson, the previous testifier. Importantly, I'll note that this is completely voluntary by our school districts. LB 673, among other things, would include identification of key hazards, points of ingress and egress, and other important factors that may be the difference between life and death in an emergency situation. LB 673 encourages partnerships between schools and first responders to ensure safety of our students, teachers, and staff. For those districts that opt into the mapping program envisioned by LB 673, a walkthrough and all that coordination would happen ahead of any emergencies. This would necessarily call for discussions to improve safety throughout schools. We thank Senator Hansen for bringing the bill and encourage the committee to advance LB 673 to general file. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. McIntosh? If not,
you.
thank you very much. Other proponents for 673? I'm going to ask that everybody that's going to testify move up toward the front of the room as soon as possible after the previous testifier. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Merman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Michael Dwyer, Micheal Dwyer, and I'm here to testify in support of LB 673. I'm a 38-year member of the Arlington Volunteer Fire and Rescue Department and a veteran of nearly 2,400 calls. I was a 12-year member of the Arlington School Board, serving 2 terms as president. I hope to bring a ground level perspective of what LB 673 might offer. The timing of this is interesting as our county, Washington County, is preparing for a drill around a, God forbid, school shooting involving law enforcement, fire and EMS, school admin, teachers, students, and parents. Wednesday night, we were discussing the drill, and one of the topics that came up regularly is, how do we know where we're going in the building? Many of us that were at the meeting are either graduates or we have kids in the building, so we're in the building. But if the pager goes off at 7 o'clock in the morning, or God forbid, 2 o'clock in the morning, we don't necessarily know how to get, and particularly how to get responders to the art building. Actual call about 6 weeks ago. I'll try to talk you through this. A pager goes off, Arlington Rescue call at the high school, at the Arlington High School, student injured in the gym. And that's not uncommon about what we get when the pagers go off. Immediately, I'm thinking, which gym? Because we have 3. Which door do we enter? Because we have 7. Will that door be unlocked? Where is the patient in the gym? And this is a single patient event. And that's before I ever get to the patient's injury and condition. If I need to ask for mutual aid partners, they know even less than we do about the location and the layout and the campus and the gyms and the doors and everything else that goes into just getting there. Emergency response is never a perfect clinical world. In the case of a big ugly, by its very nature, it's chaos. Our job is to structure that chaos through standard operating guidelines, drills, great communication, and technology into quick, safe, and effective response. Speaking as a rural EMS provider, while we plan for this, this is never something that we expect. Imagine me sitting around on a Tuesday morning watching the legislature on any TV, and my pager goes off for a big ugly, and 4 minutes later, I'm in the middle of hell. The only way that we can structure that is by having a tool that condenses that into a manageable piece. I've reviewed the samples. Joe mentioned that several times. And I think the data and the mapping and the information is excellent, proven, and very practical. It would give a responder like me an invaluable tool in case of the big ugly. I also, as a prospective school member, once this is implemented, I believe that the process would be easy to update for the building and grounds manager, the board, and the superintendent. I did speak to our superintendent, Dr. Dawn Lewis, this morning for Arlington Public Schools, and she mentioned that she fully supports this and think it would be an invaluable tool. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Any questions for Mr. Dwyer? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Got to get the necessary props here. Committee members and Senator Merman, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I want to support LB 673. I spent over 20 years working in a correctional facility, and we've been faced with all kinds of things, uprisings, you name it. And we often needed assistance from outside agencies and facilities. And so the necessity of knowing buildings and exactly where entry levels are, where the utility controls are, all those things are extremely important. And I've been concerned for a long time about our schools because so many of them have become consolidated. They're sitting out where a cornfield used to be, and it requires multiple communities to come in and help. Thank goodness we've never had any real tragedies out in our area, but I wouldn't want any either. And so it's very important that we have consistency throughout the different agencies, the ability to read these maps, know how to respond, know what kind of codes and things we're calling out to one another. And so I just would encourage you to think of that. The safety of so many people rest on this. And a lot of times we're quite a ways out there in consolidated schools from even getting assistance, and they need to know what to do the minute they arrive, not a half hour later after a briefing. So I encourage you to please support this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Wilmot. Any questions, Ms. Wilmot? Okay, thank you very much. Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Weber, Michellelleweber, and I'm here to testify in support of LB 673 and on behalf of the Nebraska Emergency Medical Services Association, or NEMSA. This is the statewide association representing professional emergency medical services providers, both paid and volunteer. We see this as a useful tool that will improve both our emergency preparedness and our emergency response. We appreciate Senator Hansen bringing an amendment that would ensure that EMS providers and departments are provided with this data. And with that, we respectfully ask you to advance this bill with inclusion of that amendment.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Weber? If not, thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Merman, members of the Education Committee. I am Colby Coash, COLBY-COASH, here to testify in support of LB 673. As you might imagine, school safety has been on a higher priority and on the minds of school boards across the state. I took quite a few calls in the past year from school board members who are interested in what more can be done around the realm of school safety and how and what role the state could play. And so I'm happy here to testify on behalf of the School Board Association, also the school administrators, and NERCS asked me to put their names on record as well, keep the hearing moving. But we appreciate what Senator Hansen has done with this. He's provided some resources for schools that would find this helpful. There are schools that have done this, and there's a lot of collaboration between districts and their first responders. This can help strengthen that collaboration, and we appreciate Senator Hansen bringing this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Kosh. Any questions for him? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other proponents for 673?
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Davids, ELIZABETH, DAVIDS. I am a parent with a student in LPS schools, and I guess I've been talking to other parents, and I guess we just thought there was a magical database somewhere where all of this information already was. And it's a little stunning to learn that each service doesn't have the most up-to-date maps, the most up-to-date information, and that you may have even conflicting information, that they may have an old architect's structural review. So I'm so glad this bill is being brought forward. I have a sister who is a 911 dispatcher, and she tells me stories that just curl your toes about how every second counts. So I'm so glad this bill is being brought forward as a parent with a student in school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Any questions for Ms. Davis? Thank you very much. Any other proponents for 673? If not, are there opponents for LB 673? Anyone testify in the neutral position? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Amber, AMBER, Parker, PARKER. I'm testifying in the neutral side of LB 673. First of all, I want to address how I have been one to advocate to say we need to make, one to advocate amongst many, I'm sure, in this room to advocate and say we need to make our schools safer. We need to make sure that we're utilizing those who are trained already in these areas, like the gentleman, I believe, who was one of the first speakers, to allow access to our schools before a situation arises. So we take proactive approaches. On the mapping, I have questions because we want to regard safety across the board in every single area and circumstance. For instance, our elections aren't even safe here in the state of Nebraska. We know that there has been proof that there is an ability to hack into the systems. I believe our own Department of Defense realizes that with the big tech company, with ES&S, in certain areas in software, which I can't talk about, someone else can talk about. But why do I bring this forward? Because who has access to these maps? We need to be aware in Nebraska and take our cap in a big view and understand that there are people that want to hurt people in the United States of America and gain access to our schools and have access to those types of maps. Which why I bring the focus that we can't even secure our elections here in the state. That software, when Colonel Sean Smith had addressed what he addressed last year and coming forward in the testimony. So one of the questions I want to present is, who has access to these maps? Furthermore, is it any type of it with the big tech company or like CrowdStrike that has with ES&S? I don't understand software. I don't understand things, but I believe these are really urgent questions to have answered. And therefore, that's why I'm testifying on the neutral side of this. I'm not against the basic maps, but we have to understand we live in a day and age of terrorism. There are people that get paid to hack into the United States of America's systems. We already know that the United States government system has been hacked into in payroll. I believe that was a couple years ago. So these threats in those areas, we need to remind ourselves when we're building in a platform for safety for all students in Nebraska schools. I am for the maps, but I would say, why can't we have a local communication versus a widespread communication? We already know that the FBI has been turned against some people in areas in this United States government. For instance, Sharona Bishop, when she, I believe it was FBI, and I don't know if they drew their guns, but her daughter being held down. These are things we need to take to heart, that not everybody's good just because they work within law enforcement or with the federal government. We need to have accountability, and I like the local structure and making sure that we have a plan of action that brings these proactive measures to protect all the students in the state of Nebraska.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Any questions for Ms. Parker? Thank you very much. Could you, we can't applause here, so sorry. Any other testifiers in the neutral position? If not, Senator Hansen, you're welcome to close. And while he's coming up, we do have 7 proponents for the bill, 0 opponents, and 0 neutral. Go ahead.
Thank you. My closing was about 15 minutes long, but I'm going to cut it short in the essence of time. To address some of Ms. Parker's concerns, according to the bill, there are specific people who have access to these maps. And maps are, I think already kind of public information to some extent if they want to. But these are only accessible to certain people at certain times. And I'm trying to think one of the other concerns she had. So I just at least want to address that part. But right now, we want to answer any questions if anybody has any for me. So,
any questions for Senator Hansen?
Yes.
I looked at the fiscal note. I don't understand the fiscal note. If you're using ESSER dollars that are already there, or what?
Yes, that's what I'm working with the Department of Education right now on. There are ESSER funds available. Some have been spent, not as much, but some are obligated. And so we're just trying to figure out, how we can get that obligation towards this. And so it's just kind of moving around some of the numbers and kind of some of the words to kind of make sure that we get this funded through ESSER. But their funds are there.
So how much funding are you talking about?
Depends on how much each school costs. Typically, when other states have done this, it's around $3,500 a school.
Okay.
And that's what the fiscal note reflects. So it could be between $3.5 and $4 million, maybe 4.5 total. And I believe there are more than adequate ESSER funds to cover all of this.
Okay, thank you. Senator Hanson.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Chairman Merman. Just a quick question. Could you, for me and for the audience, for the public, ESSER funds? Is that acronym for?
Of course, you would ask me that. And I have that here. Thanks to LA, my awesome LA, who just does everything for me. Well, except I thought they were right there.
It's federal money.
Let me make sure I had it. I thought I had it.
I am so sorry.
I don't have it in front of me.
Any other
You
questions
get
for
back with
Senator
me. It'll be
Hanson?
fine.
Oh, shoot, I just lost it.
Senator Walls.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Senator Hanson, for bringing this bill. It says, just to kind of piggyback on Senator Lenahan's question, and let me put on my glasses. Gosh darn it. Expenditures would be 49945, so about almost $5 million. And it says that you would be using the unused federal ESSER funds and then turn to general funds, but you don't know how much ESSER funds or how much general funds we'd be asking for yet.
Specifically, yeah. So we're end up putting some aside, but then each school might be different. Like some schools have 2 schools, but they're located in one location, so it might count as one building, so it might not be as much. So it just kind of depends, but we're just trying to figure out how we can kind of set that aside with ESSER funds, because I don't use general funds if I can, because there's already federal funds. That's what part of ESSER is, federal. So these are basically federal funds that they have given to the state during COVID to help use for certain things. And one of them is infrastructure, database, electronic updating like maps. So they do have money obligated for just a specific purpose. It's just seeing how we can tap into that.
Okay, thank you for bringing this bill.
Yep.
It's important.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Senator Hanson? If not, thank you very much. And that will close the hearing on LB 673. I am going to make an announcement. If there's anyone that claps, yells, or makes their opinions known during the hearing, they will be removed from the room. So just keep that in mind. And at this time, I am going to turn the hearing over to our very capable Vice Chair, Senator Albright.
Okay, are we going to change the number? Oh, to 374, yes. Okay, Senator Merman?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Vice Chairwoman Albright and members of the Education Committee. LB 374 would adopt the Parents' Bill of Rights and the Academic Transparency Act. Above all else, this bill aims to make clear that every parent is the foremost decision maker in every child's life. Today, we will hear from several Nebraskans who have raised children through our public school system. We'll hear from a lot of folks today that this bill is about control. And to an extent, that is true. It's about a parent being able to control the direction of their child's educational well-being, not about government or educational bureaucrats. It's about parents working together with teachers and educators to do what's best for their own children. Recently, there has been a great deal of conversation about library materials, primarily books that may include pornography inside of Nebraska schools. LB 374 does not ban any book, but establishes a parental review process that could lead to a removal of a book. Our schools exist for many reasons, but above all, they exist to further the educational well-being of every child. Every parent has the right to hear how a book may advance their child's education. Further, parents should have the right to review materials associated with their classroom or homework assignments through an easily accessible, transparent process. If there was any silver lining to the COVID pandemic, this process can be done through the use of the internet. LB 374 requires that an internet-based academic transparency portal be established through the school's website. The material that would need to be publicly available would include, but not be limited to, links to professional development, homework, curriculum, syllabi, or any other material which students may be required to complete for academic credit. There are materials that most educators have, these are materials that most educators have prepared prior to the beginning of the year. And LB 374 would ensure that it is not an overbearing process for educators. Further materials that would not need to be uploaded would include any content specific to a student, any content like an individual lesson plan or information regarding a student or teacher's health and well-being. Some have claimed that this bill would ban critical race theory, yet these folks have failed to provide a definition for critical race theory. The fact is, LB 374 does not include the words critical race theory a single time. LB 374 does include language that no school or school employee will compel an educator or student to adopt, affirm, adhere to, or profess ideas in violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It disallows a government employee from pushing racial prejudice on children, specifically that individuals of any race, color, ethnicity, or national origin are superior or inferior, or that any child should bear some collective guilt because of the color of their skin. I can think of no greater hatred than to telling a classroom of 11-year-old students that white children are responsible for America's history of slavers and colonizers. By the same token, the idea that any teacher would potentially tell a Native American student that they are the descendant of uncultured barbarians is completely unacceptable. We can absolutely teach history in Nebraska without being racist. LB 374 aims to accomplish just that. Let me be very clear. Children should have a bias towards one thing and one thing only. That's innocence. Children should not be trained to view everyone through a racial lens, as groups like the Southern Poverty Law Center might prefer. Children should be taught to treat everyone based on the content of their character, as Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. once said. And a majority of teachers and educators agree. This bill also takes a step in preventing the data mining of students. Students and parents should have the right to refuse a survey that is pushed on them. My office has obtained examples from parents where students are asked questions regarding their sexuality, their sexual partners, and even their family's dating habits and sexual activity. This is completely unacceptable. Schools serve a purpose far larger than research surveys and data collection. Parents should have the ability to know how these surveys benefit their child's education, period. This section would apply to any examination administered by the school, except for students that may be at risk of suicide or students who have encountered potential child abuse. Schools would be required to notify the parents unless the parent is suspected as being the perpetrator of such child abuse or neglect. Finally, this bill makes significant steps to protect the conscience and moral convictions of teachers and educators. Any educator who may potentially face pushback for a violation of their civil rights is protected from repercussion or punishment and may seek damages. Finally, I ask my fellow committee members to listen to all testifiers today. Listen to their voices. It will become clear that the state must do more to protect the right of parents to direct their child's education. LB 374 is a bill that does exactly that. Let's help Nebraska parents, help Nebraska teachers, and most importantly, help Nebraska students. I'd welcome any questions, but there are a lot of testifiers behind me, and I will be here to close.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Do we have any questions of the committee? Senator Conrad?
Hi, Senator Merman. Thank you. I was wondering, just before we jump into the public testimony, if you could provide a little bit more context for everybody here today. What is the origin of this bill? Did you have any assistance with drafting it? Is it based on like a model bill or efforts that have been successful in our sister states? Could you just help us understand that a little bit?
Yes, I felt compelled to bring this bill because of the concern that parents have shown in the last year or two at the State Board of Education, exactly what is being taught in our schools and what is potentially to be taught in our schools. And this bill has passed in Florida, in Kansas, and in Missouri. And they haven't had any significant issues in any of those states. I believe there's a couple other states it's passed on in also, but I could maybe get that to you by the close.
That's perfect. That's really, really helpful. And Senator, in preparing for this hearing today, it reminded me of a lot of conversations I've had with my neighbors in North Lincoln over the last year. And I won't say that these issues came up frequently when I was on the campaign trail, but when they did, I think that we were able to recognize that I think at the heart of a lot of these and similar measures is a deep concern for children and a deep concern that parents have an ability to engage in a constructive way as partners with what's happening in our schools. And, I really take that feedback with a lot of sincerity and to heart. And so it would be a good place to open a dialogue. I'm a parent of young children in public schools, so I don't know exactly what's happening all across every school in the country, but I know what's happening at our elementary school in Lincoln, Nebraska, because I can access the curriculum. The teachers flag for me whenever, whatever the lessons are for that week. We're actively involved in our school. We have public records laws. So one thing that was not clear to me is what was deficient necessarily in existing laws. And why this measure was necessary. So if you want to talk just a little bit about that would be helpful context for me.
Sure. Most all parents and most all educators are very interested and care much for the students and the children that they're teaching. The purpose of this bill is to just make it more transparent. I'm not sure if all schools have the same transparency as apparently the elementary school you're referring to has, but at least make it as transparent as possible what's taught in the schools and as easily accessible for parents to see what's being taught in their school.
Okay, that's helpful. And you're going to find probably always a champion from my perspective when it comes to government transparency. So I hope we get to talk about that a lot today and across the course of the legislative session. But I then wanted to move to some other aspects of the legislation, because again, it would be a part of the conversations that we would have where a neighbor would bring up some of these concerns. I'd talk about our experience as parents in elementary school. And then I'd also acknowledge that existing law already has a framework for parental involvement and also has, I think, some pretty clear mechanisms for parents to opt out of lessons or curriculums that they find objectionable for different reasons. And a lot of time my constituents would say, wow, I didn't know that. Well, what are we fighting about here? And I guess I'd pose the same question to you. It seems to me that the existing law strikes the right balance between respecting parents' rights, but then allowing other students and other families to pursue the curriculum that is provided at their school. So can you help me understand a little bit about what's absent in existing law that doesn't honor parental rights?
Well, again, the purpose of this bill, again, is to just make it more clear to the parents that they do have the option to out their student.
Okay.
If the parent feels that that material is objectionable, because of course the whole purpose of the bill is that parents have control over what
Right.
their children are being taught.
I think that's right. And the part that concerns me though is when the balance starts to tip in the legislation as proposed, where it starts to become almost a veto power for other parents to take away the ability for my children and my family to make decisions about what's best for us. So can you talk a little bit about that in terms of how it kind of leapfrogs some parents' considerations or concerns over other parents instead of just striking the right balance for them and their family?
Well, of course, the opt-out part of the bill is only for that parent's children.
That's right.
So there is a process in the bill also for a parental review label on certain material. So, and there is a process that if there is enough concern in the district, certain material could be removed. But it just makes it more clear that that can happen, and just the process in which that could happen.
Okay, because you would agree that, of course, that I just want to be clear about what your intent is with this bill. Your intent is to not give other parents to make decision-making power over what my kids can learn, right?
Correct,
Each
correct.
individual parent should have that ability to make those decisions, but we shouldn't kind of exchange our perspectives or point of views, have veto powers over each other's parent decision-making.
That's
Is
correct.
that
yeah.
fair? Okay.
A parent has control over just their own children,
Yes.
not other people's children.
Right, because that's one thing that does strike me. The current law provides, I think, again, the right balance to say this isn't right for me and my family for whatever reasons, but it does still allow other families the ability to learn if that's the right decision for them and their family. And I'm worried that 374 kind of tips that balance back in the wrong direction. So.
Well, some of the concern in the last year has been inappropriate material being presented too early for, inappropriate for certain age students. So we have to have a mechanism that will prevent that from happening, because, at least so far, the concerns have been addressed, but, there's always a possibility that something like that could happen again.
Okay. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to learn a little bit more about here was, so I think there was a provision about how it would be impermissible to indicate that maybe one race, one ethnicity, or one national origin was maybe inferior or to another. Do you remember? Oh, I'm seeing it here on page 4, that individuals of any race, ethnicity, color, or national origin are inherently superior or inferior. So just kind of working through that section in terms of the curriculum parameters laid out in the bills. And I took to heart your opening statement about how we should focus on a content of each other's characters rather than other aspects of perhaps our identity or being. But then when I think about some dark chapters in our country's history, like Japanese internment, for example, can you divorce that experience from race or ethnicity?
Well, yes, it should be divorced from race or ethnicity, but true history is encouraged to be taught in our schools, of course. And, there's been bad things happen in the world, not just in the United States, but all over the world. And we definitely want to be teaching about those, the good and the bad. But to blame a person for something that's happened in the past, or to put guilt on a certain person, or not a person, but a color of skin or nationality, that is what we don't want to do.
Okay,
Senator Conrad, We have a lot of folks
No,
here.
I understand.
But we can also discuss this at another time in exec session. We have a lot of people here to speak today.
No, I understand that, but I'm
There's a
I'm
lot of
just trying to get
questions.
an understanding of the bill that Senator
There's
Merman brought forward here. And I think it may help to illuminate other people's testimony if we can understand
I
the
don't think you're going to
introducers.
eliminate anybody's testimony just asking these questions, but we're
Well,
trying to get along with it. Usually we don't have this many questions for.
And I will be here to close, so if all of your questions aren't answered during the testimony, I'll sure answer them at the end also.
Okay, I'm not aware of any committee rule that limits senators' ability to ask questions.
Well, we have a lot of folks here today, and
I
I'd like to
understand that.
continue to, you'll probably hear from a lot of folks that'll help you understand why they're all here. And I think that's what Senator Merman's bill is all about. So-
Sure, I understand that, but that there wasn't any notice provided to senators in preparation for the hearing that our comments or questions would be limited in any way.
Well, you can have one more question, but we need to get on with it.
For the whole day or?
No. Well, I certainly hope you wouldn't do this with every single person that comes up. We do want to be cognizant of the fact that folks are here to talk. So
No, I understand.
we
It's
have a
the-
lot of time to talk as a committee after the fact on some of this too. So go ahead and ask one more question. We need to move on here.
I'll save it for the closing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Any other questions? Senator Walls.
Thank you, thank you. Senator Merman, I remember last summer, I just lost my hearing. Last summer, you, it was a pretty important issue for you and you called for an investigation on the matter. Can you just follow up on, was the investigation completed and what were your findings regarding the investigation?
Yes, last summer I did call for an investigation in to the Nebraska Department of Education on what they have on their website concerning critical race theory and comprehensive sex education. And of course, at that time, I was not chair of the committee, so we didn't do anything about it at that time. But we are keeping open the possibility of that kind of an investigation, even though I actually have done it a little bit on my own, but not as a committee.
Okay, so no findings.
Yes, we have found objection material on the Department of Education website.
Okay, just no investigation was done.
Not other than on my own, no.
All right, thank you, Senator Merman.
Thank you, Senator Walls. Anyone else in the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here to wait. Okay, we're going to take proponents first, 3 minutes, and we have 1 hour from this moment. So we'll have proponents.
First of all,
Okay, we're going to get started. Please keep your voices down. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity to testify. My name is Robbie, Robbie Adams, Adams. I support LB 374 and urge you senators to pass it out of committee as written because parents and legal guardians have the ultimate authority and final say when it comes to the education of their children. This bill ensures that a transparency portal is created that would give parents and guardians complete access to their child's educational information. And this bill also creates a process for parents to appeal the access of potentially inappropriate books for minors. LB 374 will prevent data mining and protect student and family privacy from schools surveying students and collecting their personal data or that of their family. Importantly, this bill will allow parents the option for their children to opt out of content and activities they deem inappropriate. I am a parent and now a grandparent. I have been appalled by video of parents having to shame school boards by reading out loud in a public forum sexually explicit books found in school libraries by parents that should be labeled X-rated. I am appalled by the sexualization of children by curriculum wholly inappropriate for any school setting. I'm also appalled by the ratios of students who graduate being able to read at grade level and enter college with the math and writing skills that align with academic success. Educators must be reined in from wasting precious school time indoctrinating students with CRT, CSE, or SEL when core competencies have not been met. Schools must be free of political and social agendas and dedicate the school day to the primary goal of dissemination of basic knowledge and skills. Transparency makes schools accountable. I, as a parent and grandparent, have the responsibility to pass on our family's values, moral training, and religious beliefs. And for my young grandchildren, I have responsibility, along with their parents, to protect their innocence and help them have a childhood. I urge you to support LB 374 and don't make my job as a grandmother any harder. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for Ms. Adams? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Allie French, ALLIE-FRENCH. I'm representing Nebraskans Against Government Overreach in support of LB 374. I'm going to talk really fast here, guys. This bill is a perfect example of legislation that is guided by we the people. Every step of developing the process of accountability and transparency includes the participation of the citizens that choose to be involved. This bill does not outright eliminate any curriculum, learning material, nor prevent open discussion. This bill does provide clear guidelines for what is considered inappropriate content for public school, all very common sense requirements. Content deemed offensive, sexual, profane, and excessive in violence. It clearly prohibits the violation of Title IV or Title VI of the Federal Civil Rights Act of 1964. Very simple and generally agreed upon concepts. Either schools are trying to teach the content that violates these things, or schools aren't teaching it and we aren't getting rid of anything. Just outlining what we should all agree to and giving a process for parents to rest assured that is the case. But we can't have it both ways. I do want to highlight in that Section 4 is the key focus to decentralization and local control, that each public school district in the state shall develop and adopt a policy to guarantee that parents are able to be informed, inspect and review any educational or health records, have an opportunity to object to any learning material or activity, have an opportunity to request any material be reviewed, and have an opportunity to challenge the educational benefit of any item of library content. There's oversight and checks and balances formed in Section 5, where the policy required by Section 4 of this Act shall be developed with parental input and shall be the subject of a public hearing before the school board before adoption. Any changes will then have to be reaffirmed at following a public hearing. Page 3 of Section 3, every parent of a child in the state shall have a fundamental right to direct the upbringing, education, care, and mental health of the parent's child. Page 12, Section 6B requires schools to notify parents of any risk or suicide assessment, a common issue that's been reported to us that hasn't been happening. Page 14, Section 10, and page 15, Section 11 provides protections for teachers. Page 15 and 16, Section 12 creates the checks and balances. When a parent feels strongly that an item is not being looked at with the appropriate scrutiny, there will be a process for both the parent and the school to explain their position and a decision to be enforced. Though many of these issues have been around over the last couple of years, especially, it has become apparent the students, teachers, and parents have been placed in a secondary capacity. Teachers and parents are tired and frustrated. They want and need to be on the same page. To the benefit of the students, LB 374 is a must. On a final note, I want to address the concern of costs incurred by the passage of this bill. Note that even the NDE estimates minimal costs of following the setup of the process outlined. As far as individual district costs, it's likely to be a similar situation as the NDE describes. Fortunately, Nebraska parents want this, and it would be a worthy venture for our tax dollars to be utilized in this manner.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you. Next.
Hello, Senator Merman and Education Committee. My name is Tiffany Carter, Tiffany Carter. Have you ever heard of the illusion of truth effect? The illusion of truth effect is very simple. People are more likely to believe something the more often it is repeated to them. Repetition is used everywhere to persuade people in advertising, politics, and the media, and it certainly works. It seems too simplistic that just repeating a persuasive message could increase its effect, but that's exactly what psychological research finds again and again. As we are exposed to a message again and again, it becomes more familiar. Because the way our minds work, what is similar is also true, hence the illusion of truth. We can effectively persuade ourselves through repetition, which takes the illusion of truth to new heights. A study has shown that when an idea is retrieved from memory, this is just as powerful as persuasive effect on us as if it had been repeated twice. A mother's testimony at her local school board went viral about a month ago. She mentioned that her daughter went into ninth grade. She held up a photo of her beautiful girl with long curly hair. Over the course of the year, 3 teachers were repeating things to her. She began cutting herself and became depressed. By the end of the school year, she was also calling herself by a different name. This mother was not informed of anything that was going on at her school. She came into the school for an open house for art and found that her daughter's name was something different. In 10th grade, under the guise of a fundraiser, the teachers shaved students' heads who wanted to better look like how they identified with themselves. Sadly enough, this daughter has since removed her breast, is on testosterone, and is having physical complications because of this. I have 2 sisters. Both my sisters and I were sexually abused by the same man. My sisters and I are 12 and 16 years apart. My youngest sister and I have struggled with same-sex attraction at one point in our lives. My sister told me one time that she had feelings for a friend who was a girl, so she must be a lesbian. I struggled with temptation, but never came to that conclusion. I graduated in 2005, and my sister graduated in 2021. Anyone can say that these ideologies are not being pushed in schools. It isn't in the curriculum, one may say. But I've been researching books in the school libraries for over a year now. This binder is full of books that barely scratches the surface of what has been found in Nebraska schools. Such themes as gender identity, critical race theory, sexually explicit and pornographic content are prevalent. I never heard any of these ideologies being taught, supported, or pushed when I was in school. I can only imagine where I would be if I was constantly receiving these messages. Remember, the more that we are told something, the more likely we are to believe it. Parents need to know that this is going on and what is going on in schools, and I fully support LB 374. It is time to restore trust in the public education system, and this is a great first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
I appreciate being able to sit in front of you today. My name is Bill Forbes, Billforbes. I know everyone here would agree with the fact that a social conscience is extremely important to a constitutional republic. As a child, I grew up, so to speak, in an old folks' home. How did that happen? Well, my mother in the 50s started a nursing home in our community. Our house was right next door, and after school I went home, and I didn't go home. I would go into the nursing home where my mother was. I recall playing games like checkers, dominoes, and cards with what was then called the old people. All of that great interaction gave me a sensitivity to of conscience for the elderly. Later on, I became a chaplain at the Grand Island Veterans Home in Grand Island, Nebraska, where I was able to put that childhood training into action. While there, I recall one of the mantras that I consistently made throughout my time there, quote, "As we care for those who raised us, protected us, and defended us, we help to establish and continue to affirm our social conscience in taking care of our own." Now I am old. I'm one of those old folks. In our culture today, I have a great advantage over a number of people. Being old, I get a very good personal look at a very short 75 years in the past of our long history of Nebraska. As a child in the 50s, I was completely unaware of the capabilities of the sadistic human heart. In 1955, I had no idea of the torture and lynching of young, innocent 14-year-old Emmett Till. I knew nothing of the cruel, violent stalking of his band of people by criminal perpetrators who acted without remorse or conscience. At 8 years old, I feared nothing. The streets were safe. In the summer, I could leave home in the morning, come home at lunch, leave again. And as long as I was home for dinner, no one cared. It was a safe world. In grade school, and I'm sure many of you have heard this, every one of us boys carried a pocket knife to school. And if it was pulled out during recess, the only thing the teacher would say to us is, well, make sure that knife doesn't cut one of you boys. At 16, I carried a .22 to school in my car and a shotgun, a 16 gauge shotgun. Today, most are shocked by the nation's seared conscience and the violence it produces. It's not just the Emmett Tills that are on high alert for the next crisis, but the whole culture itself. According to the National Center for Education Statistics, there were 678 school shootings since the year 2000.
We do have a red light, so you have to wrap it up.
Okay. The point is, today we are asking our legislators to protect our children and my grandchildren and not succumb to the pressures of the educational bureaucracy of teachers' unions and vast government educational entities. We desperately need to reestablish a social conscience with our people. Please support this bill. And I hope you get to read the rest of what I've written here. I will leave copies for you.
Got it right in front of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wait 1 second. Anybody have any questions?
Any questions?
No. Thank you very much for coming. Okay, come on, let's keep it going. Please.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, committee and Senator Merman, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Marnie Hodgen. I am a mother of 3. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to spell my name. Marnie, M-A-R-N-I, Hodgen, H-O-D-G-E-N. I'm a mother of 3, speaking as a parent and sharing feedback from my experiences when I ran for State Board of Education. I guess I just want to start off by saying it is rather incredulous a bill supporting parental rights that are inherently granted and sovereign, even has to be written. However, over decades, we have seen the authoritative power shift from parents to governmental and medical institutions, with the most brazen and heavy-handed encroachment occurring the past 3 years. We have seen schools overstep with mask mandates. We've seen teachers overstep asking students preferred pronouns, and schools have overstepped with transition closets. Parents are being mocked and belittled by school board members at meetings. I met a superintendent during my campaign who scoffed when I mentioned my plan to advocate for parental involvement. He said, "Parents are too involved, and that's the problem." A former OPS teacher confided she and others were bullied by the OPS superintendent. If this teacher challenged the super would berate her. This teacher left OPS because she had to read books to children that went against her morals during SEL time. For these reasons, support for LB 374 is absolutely necessary. Thank you, Senator Merman and the co-sponsoring senators, for seeing the truth of the times. This bill is gold, not only for parents, but for students and teachers as well. Section 10 protects students from data mining. Under the proposed parental review recommended, students would also be protected from sexually explicit and graphic books like Gender Queer and Me and Earl and the Dying Girl, books that have been found in our public school libraries and easily accessible to minors. The proposed parental review recommended would not ban books or stop the teaching of history, as opponents will argue, but rather put the power back in the hands of the parents to read and decide if it is appropriate for their child. As a candidate, I personally knocked on close to 9,000 doors from mid-March to early November. Thousands of parents feel powerless. Additionally, parents want easy access to curriculum. LB 374 can remedy this with the Parent Transparency Portal in Section 6. Another argument for this bill is teachers would be protected from having to affirm anything that violates the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It also protects them from being professionally penalized for refusing to teach matters prohibited by Section 10. Bennington Public Schools has stated that even if second-step lessons conflict with teachers' personal, moral, religious values, they are still required to teach their curriculum. Most teachers I spoke to aren't willing to teach CSE or ideologies that perpetuate beliefs of inferior and superior races, that teach collective guilt and inherit responsibilities for actions of others of the same race or ethnicity. Many have said they would leave teaching altogether if these things continue. Many have already left. This bill represents autonomy, transparency, respect, and career protection. Please support LB 374. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions in the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next.
Hi, dear senators, I'm Peng Xiao, a PENGXIAO. I'm from Omaha and a university faculty member and with 3 kids studying in public schools. And I'd like to express my appreciation to Senator Merman, who introduced this great bill, and all the committee members on the hearing. And I truly support LB 374. Parents are the first natural and legal educators for their children. The schools should cooperate with parents for educating their children. However, recently I found that there's a nationwide trend of pushing CRT, critical race theory, and advanced sex education curriculum to indoctrinate children in public schools, which has concerned me a lot. I am an American citizen now, but I was born in mainland China, and I lived there for 24 years before I came to Omaha. In the communist governed 10-year Cultural Revolution, the public schools in China just taught class warfare theory and asked the students to fight against the parents who were so-called different classes than their children. This resulted in not only tremendous disasters for 10 years, but also traumas in all the years and generations afterwards in China. So currently the CRT course is very similar to the first step of Marxism, indoctrinating children to divide people into different racial classes, which brings hatred instead of love, division instead of unity. This will cause class warfare, which greatly damage and destroy the 2 most basic foundations of a stable and healthy society: unified and loving individual families and basic mutual trust between people. I love my kids, and my kids also love me as well. And I also love the public schools and teachers and staff. I should have rights to know all aspects of my kids' experience in schools, and the schools should also be fully transparent to parents. This bill will unify the parents and public schools so that they can work together in a healthy way to avoid any unhealthy curriculum and policies. We need parental involvement and oversight to truly educate and establish our next generation, who will be the future of America. Therefore, I strongly support this bill and hope you will say aye to this bill all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? I see none. Thanks for coming today. Next proponent.
Hi, I'm Brittany Holtmeyer, BRITTANY HOLTMEYER. I'm a proponent for the LB 374, Adopt a Parent's Bill of Rights and Academic Transparency Act. I was recently elected and sworn in as a Papillion-La Vista School Board member. I am testifying on my own behalf as a mom, a concerned parent, and a taxpaying citizen. I had received 9,745 votes in the general election. Primary and general, I was a mom who said she was on a mission, and this bill is my mission. This bill was my platform running. I didn't do flyers. I didn't knock one door. I spoke. I spoke at every single meeting for the past 2 years, and these talking points were everything that I had ever brought up. I had parents, grandparents, taxpaying citizens reaching out to me. My whole campaign was to empower parents to use their rights. This is the Bill of Rights for the parents. Just some topics that I had got addressed to while running. A few examples: an 8th grader coming home to tell their parents that they learned of oral sex without parental permission. The parent then went to the school district and asked, why was this being taught? This was not sent home for their permission. And the school comes back and says that they want them to feel like this is a safe place and that they'll read about it on social media. Another one, a student having private conversations with the counselor about transitioning without parent permission for years. A 9th grader using the male restroom, and in comes a girl who identifies as the opposite sex. That boy was sat down in a counselor's office without parental permission and told to accept it. There's SEL lessons that are being taught In this week's lesson, your child learned how to recognize gender-based harassment. This is when people are bothered, teased, or bullied. There's books in the libraries, elementary and junior high to be specific, that talk about how to eat pussy. That word's alarming, and it's in elementary and junior highs. When I read that to the school board, I was mocked the next meeting for grooming. While attending a conference a few months ago, I was sat down in a class and hearing that if a student comes into your counselor's office and they want to be of the opposite sex, do you have to tell a parent? Well, I had people in there from my district, one shaking their head no. This school is not the parents of these kids. The parent are the parent, and they are the one that gets the right to determine what their child hears, sees, and listens to. If your child goes to a neighbor's house, gets a book off their shelf about how to eat a pussy, or if they're talking to them about oral sex, you're going to call the police on them. What difference does it make if this is happening at a school? Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Thank you. Next proponent.
Hi, my name is Sarah Foch. That's SARAFOCHS, and I'm the chapter chair for Moms for Liberty, Douglas County, Nebraska. Moms for Liberty is a national organization with over 110,000 members in 43 states. Our mission is dedicated to fighting for the survival of America by unifying, educating, and empowering parents to defend their parental rights at all levels of government. And that's why I'm here today. I am for LB 374 because it does defend our parental rights. I want you guys to think back a few years ago when we had to take our children out of school and do homeschooling during the pandemic. I don't know if any of you guys went through that, but I had 4 children at home, and it was a hot mess. It made me and so many other parents so grateful for the teachers that teach our children, and we realize how wonderful they are. However, it was also during this time that the parents discovered that we could see harmful effects school closures had on our children's academic performance and mental health. Parents begged for students to go back to school. Why? Because parents recognized the harm being out of school was doing to our children. Thankfully, my school district allowed our children to go back in-person learning for the 2020-2021 school year, but not all students were lucky, and our test results reflect that. According to the New York Times, 9-year-olds lost 20 years of math and reading progress, meaning test scores of 9-year-olds nationwide no longer reflected testing scores of 2019. Instead, the test scores reflected those of the early 90s. Teachers, educators, and counselors are vital to children's education. However, they do not play the primary role. The primary role for a child's education are parents and the family unit. It is not the job of the public schools to advocate how students should view sex, gender, morality, and social issues. The role of public schools is to educate academically. Teachers should teach students how to think, not what to think. We want our children to learn what they need to know to be productive humans. We want our children to acquire facts that then they can make those individual choices on how they view those facts. We want it to be clear that the boundaries between home and school should be respected and that families should be part of all discussions regarding the mental and physical health of their child. We want teachers to be awarded for their excellence. We want you to believe, as we do, that it is a parent's right to shape and instill values on children. It is not the government's right. We all want to believe in Dr. Martin Luther King's dream of American exceptionalism, not the definition of equity, where our children are divided into categories of the oppressed and the oppressor. We want to follow the Supreme Court ruling of Meyer versus the state of Nebraska, that it is the natural duty of the parent to give their children education suitable to their station in life. Abraham Lincoln said in his Gettysburg Address, "It is for us, the living, rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom."
You have a red light.
I'm sorry.
Can you wrap?
Yes. This is our unfinished business, to restore balance to power, restore parental rights where they should have been and not questioned. We're here because we love our children and want what's best for them.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? I see none. Next proponent.
Kathy Wilmot, KathyWilmot, and I'm here speaking on my own behalf. I'm going to veer away from my testimony I had. As a former teacher, a former State Board of Education member, I've been interested in education for a long time, and I want to, if I can get through it without shedding tears, I guess I'm going to give you one of the examples of what got us started many years ago. So this isn't a new problem. We've had a problem for a long time. But our son was going to serve in a foreign country. And our daughter at the time was merely a fourth grader. She goes to school. She comes home. We sat down to supper. She bursts out in tears. We're like, good grief, Crystal, what's wrong? I don't understand why you're sending Rick over to kill people. And we're like, where did you come up with that? That's what my teacher told me, and I don't know why you would send Rick over to kill people. Wait a minute, what has this got to do with school? Didn't I send her there for math, reading, those basic academic things? Why is someone, I mean, I can see why a kid on the playground might, but why would a teacher bring that kind of thing into the school? I recently campaigned over a 45 county area, a huge part of Nebraska. What did I hear everywhere I went? What on earth is wrong with our schools? Why do we send our kids there? Why are these things being taught? Why is my child subjected? And it just goes over and over. I think we just simply need to get back to why in the world do parents and property owners spend all this money? And I mean, I was a teacher. I wanted parents to put trust in me, but I can guarantee you those were none of the topics that I ever taught to students. We talked about that. Oh, we might have done something really out of the scope, like when a kid brought a tadpole to school and I got a swimming pool that night in town, and we fixed up the environment for those tadpoles and we watched them change. Those are the kinds of things, preparing students to be successful, not to hate one another, not to claim one race as more than another. Yes, our country may have had some things we wish we could have gone back and fixed. It's good to teach about those things so that they are not repeated, but let's do it truthfully. Let's give the honest story. And I just implore you, please help us. As the man said, let's not do things like China did and end up where they're at. Let's not do things that are dividing us on social types of issues. Focus where the focus should be. And I just trust you to support this bill, and I thank Senator Merman for all that he's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilmot. Any questions of the committee? Seeing none, do we have the next presenter?
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Denise Bradshaw. That's DENISE BRADSHAW. I am the Chapter Secretary for Moms for Liberty, Douglas County, but I'm representing just myself today. Senators, I come to you not as a mom with kids in school today. I come to you as a property taxpayer where 60% of my taxes support today's schools. Senators, our schools need the help that this bill provides. My local school alone has a less than 50% proficiency in reading and math, which I have come to learn is not uncommon across the city of Omaha. As a property taxpayer, this bill appeals to me because it brings back education's primacy to where it should never have left, and that's the parent and the child. It also stands for teachers whose religious beliefs do not fit the latest non-functional program supported by the NSEA. Senators, I would like to share one personal story with you. A few months ago, I'm in a store, a mom and pop pet store, just buying some things, and a young girl, a teenager, came in to apply for a job. She could not finish the application. She had no idea how to do it, and this is a teenage girl. She came over to me to ask me to help her, and I said, I can't do that. That would be the wrong thing to do. She left embarrassed and upset. Senators, our students cannot read, write, or do math. LB 374 will help remove the noise that's in school today. There's so much noise, and get them back to what they need to learn so that they can be productive citizens in Nebraska. I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Bradshaw. Any questions, Mrs. Bradshaw? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming. Next.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Tracy Baker, Traceebeaker. I am a parent of a sixth grader in the Bennington Public School District. Last June, I had an opportunity to meet with a group of parents who were concerned with the addition of the controversial second step social and emotional learning curriculum being added to our district with no notice to parents outside of the overview of the curriculum presented to the school board in May of 2022. I contacted the district to request a review of the online curriculum, and I stress online because that means the curriculum can be updated at any time, unlike a hard-covered book. I went to the middle school on June 20th to review the sixth grade SEL curriculum, and mind you, I work a full-time job with only 10 days PTO a year, and review of curriculum must be done at the district office. I spent over 4 hours reviewing this curriculum, which included links to videos, worksheets, and lesson plans. The content included a video of a Black Lives Matter protest, and in the lesson plan pertaining to goal setting, a goal of working for a social justice organization was presented as a discussion point. While on the Second Step website, only 4 days later, on June 24th, I noticed that Second Step had pushed an update to their curriculum. When I contacted the district office, I was told by the curriculum director they were unaware of the update. So 4 days prior, I spent 4 hours reviewing a curriculum that was now outdated. When trying to question the district regarding the changes to the curriculum and timing of notification to the district, I was able to get more thorough and timely information by contacting the vendor themselves than by district officials. In addition to spending 4 hours reviewing SEL material in June, I also spent 3 hours reviewing hardcover books to be used for all other sixth grade curriculum. My daughter just started health after the holiday break. I received an email from her health teacher that provided a syllabus which referenced use of, quote, topic-related videos in addition to online resources and activities. It never occurred to me to ask for these other materials. What are these videos? What are these online resources going to include? Could this be content I would not approve for my 11-year-old? I also worry during the section of the book that discusses male and female genitalia. Is my daughter going to be told boys can have uteruses and girls can have a penis? Because let's be honest, through news outlets and social media, we have seen these types of discussions being held in classrooms today. There was a quote by Bridget Donovan, a former educator and the former president of the Omaha Education Association, in a recent WDWT article in regards to this bill. Quote, there seems to be an attempt to erode the trust that people feel in their public schools. My answer to Ms. Donovan would be, I think our public school system has done that to themselves. And this bill is the answer to parents' prayer that we have additional means to know what our children are being taught and have additional input on what our inherent parental rights are. Please, for the future of our children, pass this bill. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for being here. You have a question?
Just a quick question,
Senator
sorry.
Walsh.
No.
Hi. I missed it. Did you give the age of your daughter?
She is in sixth grade, so
Sixth
she is
grade.
11. She'll be 12 this spring.
Okay, thank you so
Mhm.
much.
Thank you.
Next. Proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Chelsea, Chelseca, Dalton, Dolton. I am the treasurer for Moms for Liberty Douglas County, but I'm here today as myself. I am the mother of 5, so I'm getting a lot of experience with our school system, mostly our elementary school system so far. We've started with the middle school system, and I second what the previous lady said. A lot of times they give you the material, but it's so vague, you have no idea what your kids are actually seeing, you know? So I want every single picture from my own perusal. I support this bill. Nebraska parents, students, and teachers need this bill to protect our rights as the director of our children's education. Going through the pandemic together revealed many things to citizens, but most importantly, it afforded parents a unique opportunity to peek into their children's classrooms and see what is really being taught. We're shocked at what we see. We had thus far been operating under each other's trust, goodwill, and shared values. I'm not confident that's in place anymore. It's It's also coming to light these past few years that controversial and inappropriate topics are being taught to students. This is in fact why you see so many of us here today. We're paying attention now, and we find the direction of our schools and universities to be unacceptable. It is our right and our duty as parents to raise our children with our own values, be they religious values, secular, or otherwise. That is our right. It is the role of our teachers to teach the classic subjects in school that we want our students to be taught, and we want them to be taught how to think and not what to think. It's wildly inappropriate for anyone else to be teaching their own ideas and values to our children without the parents' prior approval. I declare this because many parents' rights are being infringed upon at this time in America, whether they realize it yet or not. This bill would also protect teachers' rights. Right now, teachers are being bullied into flying various flags, supporting or even teaching ideological material they may not agree with. There's a story like this even very recently out of Millard. So it's happening. The staff should not feel pressure to participate, and they should not face repercussions for participating or for not participating. And they shouldn't have to explain themselves either. This bill would protect our educators and our staffers' rights also. The section regarding the surveys and questionnaires is so hugely important. I didn't even realize this was happening in schools, but it is. And I do not want my children filling out anything of the sort ever. Completely unnecessary for the teaching of math, science, and even sex ed. We need this bill now to fortify our rights as parents and teachers before a future government or bureau that can impose its will on us with no recourse. Our children are not a property of the state. This bill will inform overreaching politicians, bureaucrats, and ideological opportunists of that. Thank you so much for this bill, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone ask any questions? Sorry about that. Nope, go right ahead.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next proponent.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Derek Altman. That's spelled DEREKALTMAM, and I'm from Union, Nebraska. In my freshman year, I attended a Class C school. An experience during that time I will be sharing today. My first class of the day was English on Wednesdays. I went to class after finishing our assignment on Romeo and Juliet to find out what the next book assignment was. We were reading a book by the name of Just Mercy, a book about a falsely accused black man and his lawyer fighting to keep him off death row. The teacher had the class participate in an exercise. She asked everyone if they believed that institutional or systemic racism existed in America today, and to what extent. She put up paper in all four corners of the room and a category for each corner ranging from no racism, slight racism, significant racism, and extreme racism. The majority of the classmates stood on the significant racism category, with some standing in the extreme racism category. I stood alone in the slight racism category. She spoke with the classmates she clearly agreed with first, asking why they made this decision. The students' response was they feel privileged because of their race. When she got done with the classmates, she came over to me, my side of the room, and condescendingly said, "Why are you standing on this corner of the room, young white male?" I don't remember my exact words, but I defended my position by saying that we had already enacted affirmative action in colleges and places of employment, and I told her that she asked if racism was an issue for a black person, but dismissed my opinion because I am white. Of course, this was in the wake of the George Floyd riots, which was probably the reason we had this exercise. Now, if I were to teach this class trying to avoid bias, I wouldn't have the kids stand in all four corners of the room. I would only explain to them the facts of racism in this country. Do we have racists in this country? Yes. Is America racist? No, it is not. And this is very easy to find out with some thought. Would a racist country fight a war to abolish it? Would a racist country elect a black president? Would a racist country have a month dedicated to Black history and a day for Martin Luther King? We should ask ourselves about our education system, ask ourselves about how our education system can properly represent American citizens, and how a person's opinion should never be disregarded or belittled on any topic because of their race. I believe that LB 34 goes a long way to ensure that. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next proponent. Just give it to her. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Frost, Tiffani-Frost, and I'm from Bennington, Nebraska. Good afternoon, senators and members of the Education Committee. My name is, sorry, the part. I support LB 374. As a mother of 4 children ranging in age from 5 to 19, I have entrusted our school district with 3 of our 4 children over the last 12 years. My husband and I have always valued our teachers, our coaches, our administrators, as they are the key people that help our kids learn. Our children have excelled academically, and each one has enjoyed a variety of extracurricular activities and sports. Unfortunately, during the 2021-2022 school year, the trust that I had in my child's school was broken. My child decided to change his name at school to a female name. Several teachers followed my child's lead with his name changed throughout the year, while I did not know it was happening. We were aware that he identified as transgender at the beginning of that school year. We sought mental health care services, and we tried to process this as a family. However, we did not know that our child was using a different name at school, and it was done behind our backs. In late February, we found out when we received a program for an activity that he participates in. His alternate name was used in the program instead of his legal name. I have to provide medical documentation when my children miss multiple days of school due to an illness. I had to provide medical documentation when my child had to miss PE because of a sports injury. I signed permission slips for school clubs and field trips. I'm confused why I have to provide documentation for every purpose regarding my children at school except when they decide to change his name. I gave no medical or legal consent or documentation for my child to be renamed. Changing a student's name and pronouns is a psychosocial medical intervention called social transitioning. Schools are not qualified to perform this intervention, especially without the knowledge, consent, and involvement of the parents. Unfortunately, excluding parents from this process presumes that we are the enemy of the student. I can assure you that in our household, we are not the enemies of our children. I love my kids and I will protect them at all costs, even if it means removing them from the public school system. As a parent, I have the fundamental right to direct the upbringing, education, care, and mental health of my children. LB 374 would ensure that right is fulfilled, and I urge you to support this bill. Thank you for hearing us today.
Thank you, Ms. Frost. Any questions? Thank you. Next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Searcy, Carlascearcy. Thank you for having us here today and allowing us to speak. I want to start by quoting the former Omaha education president in an interview she did with WOWT recently. And I quote, "This doesn't seem to be about children at all," referring to this bill. Sorry, one sec here. "It seems to be about arousing passions along political lines, possibly in adults, but very little to do with actually educating students. By requiring teachers to post all their lessons, activities, and assessments for the public scrutiny is egregious. The amount of time that educators currently spend creating lessons and learning opportunities for their student is already extensive. By passing this legislation, it would compound the workload of already overworked teachers who are currently under a great deal of expectation and added stress due to the current teacher shortage crisis across the state. This bill should not advance out of the committee. It does not promote transparency at all. If anything, it promotes the teachers are a danger to students and not to be trusted." End quote. To that, I would say that administrators, the State Board of Education, and teachers unions have brought this on themselves by being non-transparent and pushing for inappropriate things to be taught in our public schools, whether it be via SEL curriculum, the absurd proposed sex ed curriculum that was being pushed, or bringing in companies like Equity Nerd to push nonsense on our kids. Sorry, but not sorry that parents are now a thorn in their side, and this may create more work for our teachers and staff. We love our teachers, but our kids will always, always, always come first. But if you would have just stuck to the basic core subjects, math, reading, history, science, and the trades, this would never have been an issue. I live in Bennington. I'm a mom of 3, and I would say that most parents in our district would say they moved to Bennington because it was a rural, small town feel still, and because of the great schools. Unfortunately, many, including myself, have removed their children out of our district over the last couple of years because we can't trust what is being taught to them. I have a few examples that have personally happened in my family. My son, in his English, sophomore year of English, the teacher had them do an assignment, write an essay over a video by the rapper Childish Gambino called This Is America. The assignment was to watch the video and write an essay on the position that the rapper was coming from and why he would feel that way about America. In the first 10 seconds, the rapper shoots someone with a white hood on in the back of the head. About 1:45 in, he uses a machine gun to shoot and kill an entire church choir. It also contains inappropriate language and drug use. Parents were only alerted to the assignment when the students came across the teacher's social media post and started passing it around. The social media post said, "I can't wait to see how my rich, white, privileged West Omaha kids answer this essay." By that time, it was too late to intervene or opt students out of that assignment. That was just one assignment out of 4 that I had to contact our administrator about in 1 year. As all of you have heard, I'm sure, I'll wrap it up, you've heard of the books that are completely inappropriate. We found some in Bennington. There was no good way for us as parents to check what books are in our library. When we asked our librarian, she didn't even know these books were there or what the content was, and there's no database that we can go on and check those things at all. That is needed. So I thank you. I would love it to see you guys push this through. It's absolutely 100% needed. Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Next proponent.
Good afternoon, Senators. Thank you for allowing us the time to come and visit to you about this very important bill. My name is Amy Martinez. That's A-M-Y. Martinez is M-A-R-T-I-N-E-Z. I come before you today as a proponent of LB 374. This subject is of particular interest to me given the recent events at our public school. I have a vested interest as a mother, a healthcare provider, and a taxpayer. Public school has been a place where traditionally I had felt was a good and safe place for our children to receive an education to continue to prepare them for the next stage of their lives. However, I have sensed a shift in the culture of public schools in the last few years. It seems as though community standards has slipped as a priority. The Motion Picture Association of America established a system of movie ratings. The music industry also has self-regulation using explicit content warnings. Broadcast television and radio stations are subject to FCC regulations with high consequences at stake if non-compliant. It makes good sense, makes common sense. It makes sense not to expose youth to things that aren't in their best interest. Young minds are impressionable. Currently, there are no consequences for distributing similar expressive materials in schools and libraries. With this being said, I was sorely disappointed to find literature with such obscene, graphic, lewd, prurient content that it met the definition of pornography in our school library. Providing this material to minors in a school is at best negligent. Parents unfortunately assume that schools wouldn't provide books to minors that include, but not limited to, heterosexual sex, homosexual sex, including vaginal sex, oral sex, anal sex, fingering, as well as rape, molestation, incest, pedophilia, child trafficking, and sexual violence, including excessive profanity and polysubstance abuse. I read these things and they kept me up for nights. A young mind can't and shouldn't be able to digest the things that I read. These things wouldn't be allowed on a billboard, on a t-shirt if you wanted to wear it to school, on radio. I was concerned about what I was finding when researching the books available to my children's school library. I took it upon myself to proceed with the challenge of these books through what was, at the time, a policy to do so with our school district. I'll let you read more detail about that to shorten this up. And I'll refrain from reading excerpts, given the offensive nature, but I can get you plenty of examples. The process in and of itself was a biased and unfair process from the initiation. I challenged the books. They went to book committee. The books came out of book committee to stay on the shelf. I appealed that result to proceed onto the school board, which was my right per policy. The school board then reviewed the recommendations of the committee. No one from the school board ever reached out to me to discuss my concerns or to have a conversation with me about why I was so distraught about these being available. The school board then proceeded by majority to keep the challenged books, even though there were members on the school board that said themselves they would not want their child to read one particular book.
Ms. Martinez, you have a red light.
Oh, sorry. In closing, parents need to be able to have an opportunity to challenge materials they find inappropriate. This bill is needed for our children and for our parents. Please support LB 374.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next proponent.
Hello, my name is Jason Martinez, JASONMARTINEZ. Thank you, Senator Merman, for bringing this bill forward. I just would like to say that I wrote it out here. I'm just going to kind of go off cuff a little bit. So a couple of points that I would like to make would be that there's parts of this bill that I really enjoy being in place, and specifically it has to deal with the transparency portal. And I think for me, that is one piece that is really important, that the bill is calling for transparency in all school districts to basically put information that people, parents, all parents, it doesn't necessarily say that if you're on side A or B, it just allows the parents to be able to bring a book forward or bring material forward that they might find to be offensive, and it allows for a process to take place. And it also has, when that happens, it also will show the reason why that book might be considered to have a parental advisory. Some people mentioned the movie ratings, what you can find on air, public viewing places or audiences. Certain materials should not be available and are not available, and there's laws on the books establishing that. Again, our schools are void of having that transparency and those kinds of things at the moment. I just wanted to point out that at our local school board area, there was a process in place where subject materials were able to be brought forward and brought to a committee. And at the most recent school board meeting, the school board had, at this directory of the superintendent, had decided to omit that ability for materials to be brought forward. And now there's no recourse for parents. It's just, there's no more rules. It's this, we can't take the time to do this. We have other things to focus on. One of our board members, I have that, there's a piece in there for you guys to look at, an email communication that I had from a school board member. In pink, there's a joke on there. I want every one of you guys to read that joke. I brought to the school board meeting in 2021. And when you read that joke, I want you to be able to ask yourself if that is something that you would find to be an appropriate material, no matter what your political affiliation is. And I also want you to be able to ask yourself, if you were an administrator and you wanted to discipline a child because they told that joke aloud, how would you defend your position?
Thank you.
Not enough time.
No, there never is. Thank you for your comments. Anybody have any questions? Sir, Mr. Martinez, do you mind just?
That joke you highlighted there, that was in a book in Kearney Public Schools Library.
Yes, that was a book that was in Kearney Public School Library.
And you tried to get that book removed?
That book, this is some history. That book was actually removed at one point. That was in 2021. This battle has not been going on just yesterday. There's multiple titles that make that look pretty weak.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have 4 minutes left, so we'll probably have this last testifier, maybe another one, and we're at our hour.
Thank you. I'm Sherry Jones, SHERRYJONES. I come before you as a retired educator, having taught in public schools for 35 years, and I will limit my focus to several. I appreciate that this bill gives attention to school library content. I recently spoke with an LPS teacher who has 2 young children in her home. She believes school libraries must have a very high standard as to what is on their shelves due to the fact that parents are not present to help their children select reading materials, and I so agree with her. The resources in our school library should be of wholesome quality, protecting our children from lewd images and excessive profanity and violence. Images and words have great and lasting impact on a child's developing mind. I appreciate that this bill protects teachers, educators, and students from having their rights violated. This bill promotes unity and validates the worth of all people, regardless or rather than promoting discrimination. I appreciate that this bill develops safeguards pertaining to the administration of surveys to our children. The more I read about surveys, the more concerned I become. Some of my concerns include the intrusive nature of some of the questions, the use of leading questions, the limited answer options from which children have to choose, and the interpretation of the results which may lead to subsequent school initiatives. Thank you, Senator Merman and others, for recognizing the rights of parents and for safeguarding our children.
We have 2 minutes. Any questions right here? Okay, we'll take the next proponent. And this will be the last one. And we'll ask you all to go to the other room if you'd like, and if you want to stay for an hour and watch, and then you can come back in if there's still proponents left. We'll pick it up in an hour. So go right ahead. Thank you.
My name is Jessie Bremer, JESSIEBREMER, and I'm here to talk about LB 374, but I'm just here as a mom to talk to you about why this bill is a very real need and the very real people who are hurt because it doesn't yet exist. I have 4 school-age kids in all 3 of our local public schools, so to say I'm involved is an understatement. In an effort to make a difference in my kids' education, I took my involvement one step further and ran for school board last year. It is one of my biggest regrets. While I have no regrets about advocating for my kids or being a voice for parents, what my children and husband endured because of me, because I stood up and spoke out against these type of books and curriculum, is beyond wrong. It's sick. When I shared a library research resource with parents, I was labeled a mom who hates books, and my 9-year-old was asked in class by a student to not tell his mom what is in the books because she hates the library. When I posted that a 6th grade math app used in our public schools purposefully included gender ideology, I was called a hateful bigot and many other things, and worse, they attacked my children and husband as well. When I attended a movie showing depicting trends emerging in some schools and spoke about how I was thankful they weren't in our schools and thanked the teachers who endured my constant questions and emails, a former teacher then felt it appropriate to write a news article about how I was supporting a dangerous attack on public schools, and that article made its way from Omaha to Alliance. When I called out a book my son said he felt uncomfortable reading, and I learned was a breach of our school's own policy, I got a 2-sentence email in response telling me that my 7th grader could read another book. He was allowed to do that alone in the hallway, as though he had done something wrong. When my 13-year-old signed up for 7th grade football, his favorite sport, he didn't realize he was signing up to be tormented by a teacher. For weeks on end, he was discriminated against, picked on, bullied, and talked down about in front of his teammates. And while I tried to promise him it wasn't about him, my fear was it was indeed about me. Weeks later, a school board member approached me to talk about football and asked how my son was doing. I shared my concerns and said it's hard to think it's not personal. They then stated that multiple students and parents had also approached them with the same stories and all said, "Coach has it out for him and we don't know why." I asked if it was because of me, and the board member nodded. I went to my son and promised to put a stop to it. My 13-year-old looked at me with more character than most adults and said, "Wait until the election, Mom. I will be okay. The school board needs you more than I need football." So I waited, and when that day came, my husband asked that board member to stand with us, and they refused because they wanted to keep their name out of it. Sadly, my kids didn't get that option. When board members look the other way while kids are getting picked on by teachers because their mom advocates for them, something has to stop. The same NASAB who is against this bill because it impedes on local school boards was witness celebrating my loss as a school board member by a contact of mine in their office. This isn't about transparency alone. It's about protecting the parents and the students who fight for it. This isn't all we endured, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who went through this. Parents are afraid to stand up because of issues like this, and we shouldn't have to choose between standing up for our kids or protecting them. We stand up for them to protect them. My kids were hurt because this bill doesn't exist. I wept over their treatment because this bill doesn't exist. Please do something so other parents and children never experience the same.
Thank you very much for sharing your testimony. Any questions? Okay, we're gonna have to ask that this room move to the other room, and we'll take opponents for 1 hour. And if you're still there and would like to come back in and continue, we will certainly be here too for that. So we'll take a recess right now, 5 minutes.
I did that. He was the president, I get all of that. And I said, it's really wrong. Continue to give him the scholarship.
Is that the only overflow, just the one?
Okay, we're ready to start. Is this on? Yes. Okay, we have three. Okay, we're getting started. We have exactly 1 hour with opponents. We just had 1 hour with proponents. I'd like for everyone to either get in line or get in the front row ready to drop your green sheets off with the clerk. We're going to have 3 minutes. So if we can get the doors shut. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started with our first opponent for LB 374. Thank you.
Good evening, committee. I won't take much time, but I would like to have the light off because I found I have cognitive issues. And if I go a minute or so over, I would like to be able to do that because otherwise I find I get annoyed, even if it's at my own delay. And
are you asking for the lights overhead or those
oh,
lights?
this one.
That one?
Yeah.
So I'll just tell you when your time is up.
Well, yeah, I'd like to have a little bit more if I need it, please.
Very good.
All right. Good evening, committee, Assistant Chairman Albright, and members of the committee. My name is Josephine Litwinowitz, JOSEPHENLITWINOWICZ. And I want to, first of all, state that I think there's a lot of this bill that I support. I mean, total parental involvement, yeah, you bet. And with respect to things regarding to pleasure, I don't think I wouldn't necessarily agree with any of that either. So I'll concentrate on myself and the benefits that would have been available to me had I known about my identity. But first of all, I wanted to say that it's bad enough that I have to face the gestural violence on a daily basis in a way that I never imagined possible. Either way, that's not a biblical Jesus way to handle things, and it takes a toll on a person. And in fact, I didn't realize how much until I came out when I was 50 a couple of years ago. And in fact, one of the biggest, as far as the most, like State Senator Flood fit the complete profile after it took a couple of years for me to develop. I got the most gestural violence from him than anybody else. And I can go into that later if somebody wants to know. And I just wish when I was growing up, it probably wouldn't have happened because I went to a Catholic high school in New Orleans. I was bullied a lot. I didn't really understand, who I was, especially, and I'm only saying this, I said I'd never would, but to understand my position, I'm not attracted to men, I'm attracted to women. And so it's very confusing, just to say the least. And so I don't know if my disposition, but I was bullied a lot in high school. And it probably would have helped. Okay, let me keep going. I got bad enough issues. I'm here. As far as the school content, I want to address, would you teach Hamlet in high school? Because if you do, what do you do when you have more wit, right? The nurse, the nun, the nurse. There's all kinds of stuff embedded in writing that we're not talking about the Canterbury Tales. We're talking about Hamlet. And as far as as far as systemic racism goes and critical race theory, I don't know how that got started, but why don't we cover it factually from all points? Why do we have to even hint at the feeling? That's up to the teachers to, run them off if they make you feel guilty for something you didn't do. That's an oil field term for fired. I don't want anybody to run off. But yeah, when I was in New Orleans and I had a good friend and he knew somebody. He was a ADA, New Orleans, and then a friend of his was an NOPD officer who let okay, I was debating on whether to say the word because it's ugly. He let his dog. He was in a canine unit. He let his dog chew longer on the ends. I want to say it just to see how ugly it is. And so these cops and officers, I'm sorry. Well, first of all, I want to thank the state trooper for finding a way to get in and listen. And so the DAs and the police officers would hang out together. And so, and I know his wife was a DA, and I know that systemic racism, I know people might, even adults might think that's not true, but it's there. And I don't want to overmake any of that, but I just want to say, I think you should be judged by the content of your character. I'm totally on board with that because I would love to be judged by that and not alone, because I would soar so high, right along with anyone here on this committee, without a doubt. I mean, I'm not saying I'm better, but as much, you know. And so, you know, this critical, why don't we teach the fact that I don't say African American because I say white and black, because the chin drops once, right? And so why don't we teach that the blacks and the whites had equal influence on slavery, right? We can go factual. I think we ought to. And the fact we can talk about all kinds of, all right, and shared values. I have the shared values. I think, not that it matters, but I've had, and I don't think any teacher should teach their own ideas. And if things are, if our curriculum, kids are having trouble learning to read and write, that's a separate issue. And all these anecdotes, I'm sure all or most are true.
Okay, I'm
but-
going to have to stop you. It's been quite
Okay.
a long time.
Okay.
We've got a lot of folks behind you.
And these, all right. Thanks for letting me
Does
speak. And
anybody have any
if
questions?
somebody wants to let me continue, they could ask me to. Because I think I represent, I don't know anybody else, I don't know if anybody else represents me, you know, specifically, because I don't want these things not to be taught like who I am. And before puberty, like for me, is because I don't want these people taking care of me if I'm in a nursing home when I get older. Okay.
Understood. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Anybody have
next-
any questions? Okay.
Oh, we're good.
All right.
Next opponent can come up. We just push the chair over if one of the pages would do so. Thank you. Okay, who's up next? There we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman Merman and members of the Education Committee. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Shavonna Holman, SHAVONNAHOLMAN, and I am here on behalf of the Omaha Public Schools, and most importantly, also as a parent of a child who attends Omaha Public Schools in opposition to LB 374. As a district, we appreciate promotion of parental involvement in children's education. The involvement of parents and guardians in the education of their children has long been an indicator of academic success. Because of that, and in keeping with the provisions of the Every Student Succeeds Act of 2015, the Omaha Public Schools Board of Education has adopted Policy 6410 on parental and family engagement. Our policy, which was initially adopted in 2018 and updated last year, was developed in consultation with parents and family members. Our policy encourages parents and family members to become involved with their child's school and their education, regardless of English proficiency, literacy, disability, or racial or ethnic minority background. We strive to provide information related to school and parent programs, meetings, school reports, and other activities to parents and families in a language so that they can understand. We hold an annual parent meeting and evaluate the content and effectiveness of the parent and family engagement policy. We also provide assistance, materials, and trainings to help parents work with their children to improve their child's academic achievement. We have significant concerns about the impact of LB 374. The Omaha Public Schools has more than 52,000 students. First and foremost, the passage of this bill could arguably provide each and every parent with a veto authority over virtually any educational program. I cannot imagine the challenge that any teacher, no matter how many or few children they have in their classroom, will face trying to navigate the list of objections from parents. Second, in this area of political and social polarization, it is unlikely that parents from all sides of the spectrum can argue that every book in a school library should be parental review recommended. Is it really good public policy to permit parents to sue the schools because they don't like one book or another in the school library? Should we really be giving a single parent the right to dictate the education of all of our children? Third, LB 374 will require the investment of significant time and financial resources for all school districts when we are facing staff shortages and significant efforts to cut school budgets. Locating and digitizing not just the learning materials used by each teacher in the classroom, but also materials used for professional development and training is a monumental task that may not even be possible given the time that may have passed since the training of the format of the many materials. Is it really a good use of our educators' time? Does any of this improve educational outcomes for our students? The Omaha Public Schools has an incredible qualified teachers and staff who ensure that each student has access to appropriate course materials. The curriculum review and textbook approval processes, which includes parents and stakeholders, already require approval by our Board of Education at meetings which include public comment. We take our responsibility for children's education and futures very seriously. Because of that, we are also committed to encouraging parent and family participation in their children's education.
Thank you for your time. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next opponent. Kind of heavy, aren't they?
Hi, my name is Quincy, and thank you to you guys.
Can you state your name and spell it?
My
please?
name is Quincy, Quincey, Walking Bull, Walking space Bull.
Okay, thank you.
I came here to talk about the law, and a lot of my friends have asked about my culture and religion, and if this law continues, then I will not be able to continue learning about myself and other cultures, and my friends also want to learn. I am also a part of the LGBTQ community, and I have gone against a lot of people that are against it, and a lot of other people ask questions that sometimes I can't even answer.
Okay, finished. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Any other opponents?
Hello. My name is Taylor Sturba. That's TaylorSterba. And as a public policy student at Creighton and a former public school student, I had a lot of difficulty reading this bill. This bill seems to be motivated not only for political gain in terms of constituents' expectations, but out of fear, to include a provision as in sections 8 through 14 that details every grievance white people have had against race or gender prescriptions is to guarantee that history repeats itself. That we as a society separate cause and effect for the benefit of a privileged man's comfortability. What you fear most is relinquishing space for others to exist, for others to freely express societal standards' effects on them. These uncomfortable situations you aim to prevent in this bill are the lived experience of others who have not felt comfortable or safe sharing their stories before. To give them space now is a learning experience for us as people of privilege to simply listen, reflect, and grow as human beings. This is a direct quote that I pulled from my testimony against LB 1077 last year, which was indefinitely postponed after public hearings. The only thing I changed was which section of the bill I was referring to because it uses the exact same language. Through the title is prettier to the public and the content includes rights already available and guaranteed, I'm able to use the same testimony because no one could come up with original and logical bill. The public has already told you last year that they didn't want it, and the only ones that think it's a good idea are the ones that already have the most voice and influence over their child's education. If you as a parent would like to have a greater influence on your child's life and their values, simply be their parent. They learn about themselves from you and about others from school. If you want to protect students' rights to an equal and quality education, work on increasing funding, teacher retention, student and teacher mental health services, and access to free meals. A bill of which has been introduced and a bill in which none of the introducers of this bill have added their name to. This bill serves to protect the fragility of privileged people's worldview and does not reflect the desires of the greater public. For these reasons, I oppose it going beyond this hearing.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next opponent.
Hi. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Wendy Rao, W-E-N-D-Y-R-A-U, Chairman Merman and Education Committee. I am the Director of Health Services for Lincoln Public Schools. I am not here today representing Lincoln Public Schools. I am also the past president for the Nebraska School Nurses Association and represent the school nurses in Nebraska. The Nebraska School Nurses Association is committed to maintaining and promoting and advancing the quality health services and health education throughout the state. LB 374 does not promote the health and well-being of Nebraska students due to eliminating the state vaccination regulation. This is noted in section 7, line 18 of the bill. We are opposed to this proposed bill, LB 374. There are many aspects of the bill that concern us, but as school nurses, we are particularly concerned about removing the state vaccination regulation. School nurses play a vital role in the immunization compliance, education, and tracking of Nebraska immunizations. Immunizations are the best way to prevent and eradicate childhood vaccine preventable diseases. Childhood immunizations reduce the incidence of vaccine preventable diseases by more than 90%, and in some cases as high as 99%. In addition to reducing disease, disability, and death, vaccinations are credited with saving almost $69 billion in our healthcare cost in the United States alone. Vaccines not only provide protection to those that are vaccinated, but they also provide community protection, or it's called herd immunity, where vaccination rates are above 95%. Herd immunity reduces the spread to the community for those who cannot be vaccinated and from the youngest infants, and also in those that are immune compromised. In the past 10 years, the number of patients refusing vaccinations or choosing alternate vaccine schedules has increased. Decreasing vaccination rates coupled with the ease of international travel and waning vaccine titers has resulted in an increase in vaccine preventable disease in the United States. Pertussis is one of those. It had declined from over 1,000 cases per year to fewer than 10,000 cases between the years of 1940 and 1965. That's after the vaccine's introduction. It is on the rise again. And in 2017, we had a pertussis outbreak in which there were over 18,000 cases. Measles is also on the resurgence with more cases confirmed in 2019 since the disease was declared eliminated in 2020, or 2000, sorry about that. Removing the immunization regulation in Nebraska creates concern for disease outbreaks and the reoccurrence of vaccine preventable diseases. In my school district, our immunization rate increases throughout the school year. This is because school nurses work with.
Red light.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you.
Any other concerns of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next, opponent.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Merman and committee members. My name is Kenda Mustafa, Khenda Mustafa. I work as a welcoming coordinator at Nebraska Appleseed in our Immigrants and Communities program. We're here to testify in opposition to LB 374. My work takes me across the state supporting community members, co-creating a Nebraska where everyone knows they belong, are valued and respected. I have had the opportunity to see firsthand the energy and interest that Nebraska community members have in learning together, looking at history together, and knowing those histories, working together to create strong, vibrant communities. We oppose LB 374 because, among other reasons, the bill's confusing and vague language related to race and ethnicity will create a chilling effect on open learning and discussion of history in our education system. We must know our history. While race is a legal and social construct not rooted in biological fact, it has very real social, civic, and economic outcomes. We must seek to know the history, the laws, practices, institutions, structures, and barriers based on race and sex that come out of that history and continue to impact us today in order to learn from our mistakes as a country and as individuals in order to do better in the future. History also shows that when we work together across our differences, we accomplish great things for ourselves, our loved ones, our neighbors, and our community. Addressing the harmful impacts of systemic racism benefits us all. Systemic racism describes the barriers we have together inherited from a combination of history and imperfect institutions that are a work in progress. And systemic racism is real. We see it in Nebraska in local schools, workplaces, and the disparate effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and recovery. Systemic racism explains the differences in opportunities and outcomes across race. Systemic racism primarily hurts Black people, Indigenous people, and people of color from various backgrounds, and it also has limited many opportunities for the vast majority of white people. Past history is not our fault, but it is our opportunity and our responsibility to understand and fix it together to prevent future disparities and harm. When we're willing to learn, we can work together in advancing racial equity, benefiting us all, strengthening our local communities across the state. We all deserve an honest education and a conversation about race in this country. We cannot be a welcoming and inclusive community without it. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your, anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thanks for being here. Next.
My name is James McKenzie. That's JamesMcKenzie. I think because of the potential of non-compliance, this bill might accomplish the opposite of what's intended. Let me explain. This is about enforcement of the, especially about the local parent involvement policy hearing that's required annually. Years ago, more than I care to say, at my request, Senator Mike Foley gave a detailed survey to 118 school districts about their parent involvement policy hearings. The results clearly showed a poor level of compliance. I can supply details, later if you want. I have been preparing to find a senator to do a similar survey in the next few months, but I just learned of LB 71 and LB 374 in the works right now, so here I am. Some examples of that survey showed of non-compliance were the legal ones: non-publication of the minutes, continuing the combining the hearing within the regular board meeting, taking action during the hearing instead of at the board meeting, and not having a hearing at all. These are legal issues. There are many other issues there isn't time to go into that are also displayed. When I I was a board member, longer ago than I care to relate. At a conference, I asked board members from other districts why so few actually held the hearings. The answer was simple: no penalty provided by law. Just not there. What good is the law if it's not enforceable? What good are the hearings if not held or if not done in compliance to the law? I suggest that the law should provide for enforcement by stipulating Class 4 misdemeanor. Class 4 is the least, isn't it? Yeah. And to be enforced by the local county attorney. And I say local county attorney because I'm from a small town. And I just know it's so much easier if I want to go to him with some issue of the type that he's concerned with than if I have to contact someone, 100 miles away who I haven't met. And do I have one more minute?
I think you do.
Okay. These hearings are, I certainly support them, this aspect of this bill, the hearings, because other things that were revealed by the survey was that the hearings, sometimes there'd be a hearing only held for 1 minute, this is in, or for 2 minutes, or for 7 minutes. What can you accomplish in that period of time? I can relate a personal experience. So I am, in a way, I'm in support of the bill, but you may accomplish the opposite of what you intend, because as a school board member, I can see where I'd be tempted. Oh my goodness, this bill now is going to open a hornet's nest. I don't want people to be informed, so I'm going to drag my feet about having this hearing, and there's no penalty, so I'm just going to drag my feet.
Okay, now you have a red light.
Now I'm hard of hearing. I can't hear what you're saying.
You have a red light. We're gonna have to stop.
I'm done.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next opponent. Thanks for coming.
Good afternoon. My name is Anahi Salazar, ANAHI-SALAZAI-AZAR, and I represent Voices for Children in Nebraska. Education content standards should be accurate, fact, and evidence-based, and allow for children to safely explore ideas and concepts that may be challenging in age-appropriate ways. Parents have a fundamental right in the home to instill their family values, beliefs, and traditions. In public education, particularly in the fields of science and social studies, there may sometimes be a push and pull between teaching to academic rigor and accommodating parents' varied belief systems. Voices for Children opposes LB 374 because it swings too far in one direction of this push and pull and would have a chilling effect on our classrooms as a marketplace of ideas to the detriment of our state's children. There is one section in LB 374 addressing suicide risk assessments, and without a doubt, we are experiencing a mental health crisis among our youth. Voices for Children would support a standalone bill to build and fund additional suicide prevention efforts in schools, including risk assessments administered by trained professionals and a comprehensive safety plan for how to respond when students are experiencing suicidal ideation or making attempts. To be clear, LB 374 does not do that, and in many ways, the bill's other provisions could negatively impact student mental health. Specifically, LB 374 places presumptuous in favor of flagging and even removing learning materials for all students when individual parents object, by instituting burdensome documentation and reporting requirements for any items flagged as parent review recommended. LB 374's provision could result in schools simply taking an easier course and removing any such materials off the shelves. This is a slippery slope because what one parent identifies as worth removing based on their personal, privately held beliefs may be a material that opens windows of understanding or saves another child's life. LB 374 also essentially prohibits so-called attitude or belief examinations, but defines them so broadly that they could include anything from simple get-to-know-you activities to explorations or discussions of ancestry, heritage, and traditions aimed at building inclusivity and understanding in the classroom. Students may thrive when they are able to share who they are and where they come from, and learn from others who may be different. L374 purports to uphold Title 5 and 6 of the Federal Civil Rights Act of 1964, but is framed in such a way it could, in fact, chill age-appropriate yet challenging conversations about the history of systemic racism in our country and ways to address it. LB 374 places a teacher's individual, sincerely held religious beliefs above the purview of the school, district, or Department of Education to develop appropriate content standards. A biology teacher should not be able to refuse to teach evolution because they believe in a different creation story. A speech teacher should not be able to refuse to teach female students because they believe women should not be leaders outside of the home again.
Red light.
Yes. So for all these reasons, Voices for Children opposes LB 374.
Thank you for your comments and being here. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Albright and members of the Education Committee. My name is Kyle McGowan, KYLEMCGOWAN. And today I'm representing the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, the Nebraska Rural Community Schools Associations, Schools Taking Action for Nebraska's Children Education, and then the Greater Nebraska Schools Association. So we would be, many of us in these groups would be charged with implementing 374. And we would serve all the children of parents in this room, and we serve all the children and parents of the other room. So just looking at the bill, and I'm just going to read over some excerpts of it that would be confusing or difficult to implement. On pages 4 and 5, it's confusing. Individuals by virtue of their race, ethnicity, color, or national origin bear collective guilt and inherently responsible for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race, ethnicity, color, or national origin. Page 5 in sections 9, 10, 11, actually like 12, refer to any school employee not force a teacher and educators to support actions and ideologies that violate individual professional integrity. And of course, there's 25,000 teachers with professional integrity. Section 12 actually talks about endeavors for educators to present facts without distortion, bias, or personal prejudice. And this world is getting much harder to have that discussion. It would be interesting to ask how many people in these two rooms think that President Biden won fair and square. How many Jews died in the Holocaust? Are the polar caps melting? Page 6 and 7 describe a mandate for each school to develop internet-based transparency, a tool known as the Parent Transparency Portal, which will be a challenge, certainly a mandate. On this portal, you would list organized by school, grade level. I won't even be able to get through all of this in the next minute. Again, you'd need to include a copy of the examinations, but the name of the company, the entity that produces or provides the examination, an explanation of the purposes of the data collection, how the data is intended to be used, an explanation of how such examination benefits student learning and academic achievement. Materials not listed by June 30th shall cause the district to provide information on ongoing weekly, monthly basis as curriculum provided. I will just say that we believe in transparency. We will support a bill that's coming up here. This current bills from 1994 have very appropriate to update. But this is certainly a confusing bill and would be difficult to have schools implement. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Just quick, can you repeat who you're testifying for?
You bet. The Nebraska Council of School Administrators, NERCSA, STANCE, and GNSA.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here. The next opponent.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Tim, T-I-M, Royers, R-O-Y-E-R-S. I'm the president of the Millard Education Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Nebraska State Education Association in opposition to LB 374. This bill contains action that is either redundant or egregiously unnecessary, placing excessive burdens on already overworked educators. Let me address the first issue, redundant and unnecessary regulation. This bill outlines several things which are either already protected or completely unnecessary. For example, LB 374 would, quote, establish the right of the parent to direct the religious training of their child. Why? We can't do that in public schools. It would be an egregious violation of the First Amendment for us to do so. On that note, it's also quite telling that only public schools would have to comply with the provisions of this bill. 374 also spells out that parents have the right to attend public meetings, yet that right is already established by the Open Meetings Act. In fact, the bill is forced to acknowledge that it is referencing rights that already exist when it cites Section 79-221 in regards to the state vaccination policy. These and other components are either already covered by existing statute or are written in response to non-existing concerns that schools quite literally cannot do. The bill also attempts to restrict what historical content can be taught by utilizing the Civil Rights Act in a way that is candidly an affront to the people who marched, fought, and died for that landmark legislation to become law. In my second year of teaching, I had a student who denied the existence of the Holocaust. The student and their parent informed me that the Holocaust was fabricated and shared a number of anti-Semitic things I won't repeat here. But according to this bill, I would have to accommodate their Holocaust denial because to not do so would impair their firmly held beliefs. Furthermore, the bill's provisions on libraries rob school districts of local control and the already well-established book challenge process that districts across the state have already developed. It completely flips the burden, allowing people to flood schools with book challenges and force schools to defend their selections. And let me tell you, our teacher librarians are some of the most overworked people in our buildings right now, and you're about to add even more to their plates. Also, the sponsors of the bill clearly don't know middle school or high school kids, because if you start slapping warning labels on books for their content, do you know what those kids are going to do? Read the heck out of those books. Additionally, the parent transparency portal requirement would not only be incredibly time consuming, it would be illegal. There is no way a district could put up the proprietary content of the Gallup Strengths Finder or the ACT Career Interest Inventory for public access. But here's the bottom line. We just came out of a pandemic where educators moved heaven and earth to keep our kids safe and learning in our buildings. And yet, rather than receiving any kind of thanks, the chair of the Education Committee has chosen to introduce a bill that implies that at our core, teachers are not to be trusted. This bill and its rhetoric absolutely contribute to both the increased exit of educators from the profession and the decreasing enrollment in teacher preparation programs. We are not opposed to transparency. In fact, I'll be testifying in support of LB 71 later this afternoon. But this bill does not promote transparency. It promotes an image that teachers are a danger to kids and not to be trusted. This bill is bad policy. Do not let it advance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming. Next opponent.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Nora Lenz, Noralenz, and I am a middle school teacher here in Lincoln. I've been teaching for 36 years. Thank you for allowing me this time and the space to testify for NSEA on LB 374. The bill called the Parents' Bill of Rights and Academic Transparency Act is not necessary, nor will it positively impact student learning. Expanding parents' rights was a campaign slogan used by Glenn Youngkin as he campaigned for governor of Virginia. I don't know Governor Youngkin, but he was smart to plead the rights of parents. However, I believe bringing lesson plans into the firing range was accidentally stumbled across. And that is what has brought us here today. And off a top of the head comment in a fight for governorship. So now we want to require teachers to post their lesson plans. Do you know that teachers already provide students with syllabus? And sometimes teachers require parent signatures depending on the student's age. So we know that it made it home. We want to make sure parents see what we are teaching. We have a web page where parents can find a course description and other documents. Parents can check their students' grades. They can see if the student is missing assignments. They can even download assignments. Providing our lesson plans is not a new requirement for teachers. Most classroom curriculum are already public. As a matter of fact, a parent can buy the same textbook with all the answers, the test, if they so desired. Buying the curriculum is not a new thing for parents. But it is important for you to know that lesson plans are and must be fluid. I don't use the same lesson plans every year. My friend Elisa once told me, you just have to take your lesson plans out from last year and use them again. She was referring to the overhead projector and the transparency film we used to write on. I explained to her that Each year, the students I teach are different. They have different needs, they have different learning styles, and they require different methods of teaching. Lesson plans are fluid, not from year to year, but also from class period to class period, and sometimes in the moment. It doesn't matter how good those lesson plans were last year. For the next period or the next year, those lesson plans are fluid. You have to be able to teach to your students' strengths and their skills. You have to know your students. Some are gifted, some have IEPs, some have 504s, some are ELLs, some are special education, some need testing accommodations, and some have sensitivity issues. It is impossible to post a year's worth of lesson plans without disregarding student needs. Also imagine being a teacher hired in July or August. With such little time, these teachers have to compile a year-long lesson plan. They may decide not to stay or even take the job. As for our veteran teachers, this is one more thing that takes us away from meeting our students' needs in the quest for academic excellence.
You got a red light.
I am a parent. Okay, I can stop. Thank you very much. I just want to say, in today's climate, requiring posting a lesson plan is unnecessary and unhelpful, and it will likely lead to a few unhappy people with their own agenda, undue power to affect everyone else's children. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee?
I'm sorry.
You're
Questions,
okay.
committee?
You're okay. They didn't have any. Thank you. Next opponent.
Good afternoon, Senator Albrecht and members of the Education Committee. My name is Jacob Carmichael. I currently live in Bennington, and I am a proud alumnus of Elkhorn High. I come today in strong opposition to Legislative Bill 374. This bill is misguided at best and has dangerous implications for the children of Nebraska and for our future. This so-called Parents' Bill of Rights and Academic Transparency Act does nothing but allow private citizens to censor education as they see fit. Controlling every route of information for a child does nothing but imprint a strong, inflexible worldview without any regard to other points of view and many times other people in general. As some of you may have seen, reports emerged recently about a homeschooling group of over 2,500 members in Ohio dedicated to raising wonderful Nazis. According to the Homeschool Legal Defense Association, Ohio has modest regulation. Nebraska has low. While I'm not implying that such a group exists here or that any of the previous proponents are members of such, it would be a folly to assume that many people do not hold those views in a state with the highest number of hate groups per capita from the Southern Poverty Law Center in 2021. The idea that we should uncritically allow all of these people to challenge and remove resources from publicly funded schools is terrifying. For a personal example, I went from a Catholic middle school to a public high school. The carefully crafted conservative curriculum I endured before high school resulted in 2 years of me being suicidal and wondering when God would simply smite me for my existence. Public high school and the diversities I encountered saved my life. The purpose of a public school should be a true, unbiased education from numerous worldviews and perspectives, and we often feel at that as such. This bill threatens that purpose, it threatens our teachers, and it threatens our future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for being here. Next opponent.
Thank you, members of the Education Committee. My name is Fran Kay, F-R-A-N-K-A-Y-E, and I am testifying for my family and myself in opposition to LB 374. Although the title of the bill advertises protecting parental rights, the text and the history of similar bills in other states show that the effect of the bill will be to attack the honest discussion of race in school classrooms and the availability of library books challenging anodyne, boring, blah, painless versions of American society. As a parent of a Native child, that wonderful young woman who just testified before you, currently enrolled in Lincoln Public Schools, she's in 6th grade, I have had many opportunities to review and to question the materials my child is required to read and often to respond to. I have frequently objected to material that disappears my child, such as having fourth graders dress up in pioneer dress and go to a pioneer school. My kid would have been in a boarding school taken away from her family. Or leading the genocide that immediately followed upon Columbus's discovery of a well-populated and humanly satisfying place in society. When I have suggested an alternative assignment for my child, I have been courteously accommodated, but that has not always been the case for my peers, who do not have the advantage of being university professors. I would support a bill providing that kind of access, but LB 374 does quite the opposite. I taught at UNL for more than 40 years, mostly in classes about American literature, Native American studies, and Great Plains studies. Virtually all of those classes looked critically at matters of race. How could they not? When we read the Declaration of Independence, I asked my students to look at the section regarding the merciless savage Indians. I'm not sure how many people know that line. It's a strange line. Does it indicate one race was thought better than another? Does it cement a derogatory description of race into one of our most foundational documents? Could this discussion make some people feel uncomfortable or make others want to work on reparations? We must talk honestly about race. Yeah, sometimes my students were offended. More often they said, my eyes were open. I'm well acquainted with textbooks and lectures that simply do not mention clearly racist, embarrassing messages from our past. Hiding and omitting history is as political as acknowledging what really happened. And it is far more insidious, for it presses students like my child to believe that today's social and economic inequality is the result of individual failings of communities of color and not of structural racism. LB 374 seems willfully oblivious to the needs of students of parents of color and those who support them. I find it hard to see this bill as other than a continuation of entrenched white supremacy that whites out inconvenient examples from the American past. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll take the next opponent. We have about 10 minutes left. And so what we'll do is we'll ask you to go to the overflow room and we'll bring the proponents back in. And then we'll do the same for you as we get through everybody.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Britt, REBECCA-BRITT, and I'm here in opposition to LB 374. I am a primary school teacher of early childhood at the Montessori Co-op School in Omaha. I agree that parents have the right to have a say in their children's education. As a teacher, I know that the child absolutely benefits when home and school work together. This bill speaks of the right to direct education and care of the child, but by tailoring and legislating educational material to satisfy only some parents, you automatically deny the right of other parents to direct their child's education. I can't help but think that this whole bill is based in fear. Fear of the other, fear of experiences different than your own. It rings with the willful misinterpretation of a law written long ago to support those previously unseen in the eyes of the law. But I assure you, their experiences are based in fact without distortion. Your charge as public officials is, of course, to represent your constituents. In representing the majority of your constituents, this charge is fulfilled according to the letter of the law. But the spirit of the law is so much greater than this. So I humbly ask you to consider whether this bill will help you enhance and support the education of the rest of your constituency, the least of your people, if you will. And I urge you not to be afraid of information that's perhaps new to you, but not new to so many people who have lived and are living it every day. And I invite you to visit us at the Montessori Co-op School in Omaha, where we are striving to provide education and community to every child and family in our care every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Next opponent.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Merman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Rachel West, RACHELWEST. I'm the Director of Prevention and Community Development at the Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence. I'm here to testify in opposition to LB 374 on behalf of the coalition and its network of sexual and domestic violence programs across the state. These programs offer a range of services to sexual and domestic violence survivors and the communities in which they live. Many of them work collaboratively with schools to incorporate inclusive, age-appropriate, evidence-based prevention programming. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention offer a number of evidence-based strategies to prevent sexual and dating violence among young people. These strategies include creating protective environments for young people, promoting social norms that protect against violence, and teaching young people safe and healthy relationship skills. Schools play a critical role in implementing these strategies and can do so through a variety of approaches, including by offering relevant classroom instruction, ensuring students have access to age-appropriate and inclusive learning materials, and training staff to become safe and trusted adults. This is especially crucial for students who would not otherwise have access to this type of information or support outside of school. The Nebraska Coalition commissioned research released in the fall of 2022 that showed in Nebraska an estimated 81.5% of women and 66.7% of men experience some form of intimate partner or sexual violence in their lifetime. Women are most likely to first experience intimate partner and sexual violence between the ages of 11 and 19 years. At the same age, Nebraska men report first experiencing psychological aggression by an intimate partner and unwanted sexual contact. This is why having access to inclusive, age-appropriate, evidence-based sexual and dating violence prevention programming at an early age is critical for all Nebraska students. To be clear, we support sharing educational materials with parents so they are informed and can be involved in what their children are learning. We also know that many parents are not talking to young people about these issues, and in some cases, the parents are the ones that might be harming them at home or other family members. So under LB 374, those young people, arguably the ones that might be most at risk, may not get that information otherwise, if not for the only safe place, which might be a school. Preserving the opportunity for all students to benefit from this programming is critical, and we can't prevent sexual and dating violence in Nebraska without it. So for that reason, I urge you to not advance LB 374 out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you for testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next opponent.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Albright and committee members. I thank you for this opportunity to speak in opposition of LB 374. My name is Angie Lauritsen, ANGIE-LAURITSEN. I am a survivor of childhood sexual assault, domestic violence, physical, mental, and financial abuse. My role here is to make sure that survivor voice is front and center on policy. 93% of child sexual assault victims know their abuser, and 30% of child sexual abuse happens within the victim's home. A child is sexually assaulted every 9 minutes in the United States. On average, out of every 1,000 sexual assaults, only 310 are reported to police. School personnel identify 52% of all identified child abuse cases classified as causing harm to the child more than any other profession or organizational type, including child protective services, agencies, and law enforcement. If we truly protect children in Nebraska, then we need prevention, and you cannot have prevention without education. This legislation provides more protections to pedophiles, predators, and abusers, and leaves victims of childhood sexual assault vulnerable. Nothing triggers me more than to think of my father, who was my abuser, being my teacher, educating me about my sexual health and healthy relationships. I was first raped by my uncle when I was 4 years old, and that crime was not reported mainly because I was told we were playing a game. I had no education to understand what was happening to me. Later in my young life, I had the education to name each body part when describing what my father did when he visited my room in the middle of the night when I reported to a law enforcement officer. This was a very specific process that allowed me to name what was happening to me in a way that the adults in the room could understand that I was being abused, and my father was arrested the following day. Today, if a child is not able to name specific body parts, we are unable to fully prosecute these crimes. Without this education, more children will be at a higher risk of sexual assault. The process of teaching young kids their body parts is protective, not sexualizing. Sex education will help young people by providing them with age-appropriate health information, lessons on consent, and safe touch to minimize sexual abuse, and create a safe school environment for all students. This education also creates open conversations with trusted adults so that young people have someone to turn to if they need to report abuse. As a survivor, I want all young people in Nebraska to have access to the health education information they need to live full and healthy lives. Implying that parents should be the only ones teaching sex education lets me know that we do not care about the children growing up in abusive homes. We should be supporting efforts like effective health education that are proven to reduce rates of sexual violence. If you care about victims of childhood sexual assault, I urge you to oppose LB 374. I can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Glinton. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming and sharing your story. Next opponent. After this, we'll take neutral testimony and then we'll ask you to go to the other room until the others come back in and they're finished, and then we'll bring you back in for the rest of the testimony. So go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Deborah McKnight. I'm a United Methodist clergy person in Omaha, Nebraska. My name is MCKNIGHT. I have served in Omaha since 2007. I wholeheartedly object to this bill. I believe it is rooted in fear and anxiety and the urge to control others rather than to support well-being. Censorship will not make our history of racism easier to understand. Censorship will not support our young LGBTQIA folks in being healthy and whole. Censorship will not support the end of sexual violence, harassment, and harm. As a United Methodist pastor, I serve many young people who do not fit into the well-prescribed boxes around gender and who are actively working to make our world a better place. They need full libraries. As a parent and as a former social studies teacher, I am so grateful for the librarians and the teachers at my daughter's school, Liberty Elementary in Omaha. They are able to find her great books on whatever she's interested in at an age-appropriate level, from presidents to physics. I have spent hours and hours in her classroom. I have not seen anything that would ever make anyone do anything but smile and delight in these kids. It is unnecessary burden to add this, and it is redundant policy. I am able to sign off on and participate in the education of my daughter. The only event that I have been concerned about as a Christian was taking my daughter to the SAC Air Museum to learn about science, but also to do that under bombers. I was able to go with her on the field trip to hear what she was hearing, to be able to have conversations about the ways our country makes war and the ways we could also make peace. I would never dream of eliminating that opportunity from her classmates who deserve to go and to experience the museum and to be a part of that. I went to help as a chaperone. I have seen many posts from teachers in our southern states in places where bills like this have already been deployed. They are posts of empty bookshelves in classrooms and libraries, and it is heartbreaking. It is not something that is good for us. It is not the way for us to welcome and include and make safe space for our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any questions for the committee? Seeing none. I'd like to take neutral testimony at this time. We have just a few minutes left. If you'll start exiting to the other room and we'll bring the proponents back in. Quietly. Yeah, I didn't see.
Senator Albrecht wants to take neutral.
We're doing neutral right now, and then we'll take the proponents back in. Get started whenever you're ready.
What do I do first? My name?
Sorry.
Name, right?
Yes, name and spelling, please. Can't hear.
My name is Heather Schmidt, SCHMIDT. I am testifying in support of neutral on this bill, LB 374. I want to bring to this committee's attention that when schools went digital, parents lost the ability to review material that our children are using for their lessons. President Biden and Secretary Cardona have made it clear that parents are to have access to the tools needed to help children recover from pandemic learning loss. The porthole in Section 6 of LB 374 would give parents back the tool we need to access materials in a reasonable and timely fashion. The transparency portal should be more of a transition for district offices and building administration. Getting parents access to learning materials should not add extra works to teachers' already overflowing plates. In fact, it might help provide accommodations for special education plans. I've provided and highlighted our child's special education plan for dyslexia, and early access to all of her reading materials is really important for her success. Section 9 of LB 374 lines up with the policy statement from the Federal Trade Commission on student online privacy. My child was asked personal and private questions during an online health class over the summer facilitated by her school district. I've included 3 examples of the questions in the back of that statement. The questions were asked in a way that I have been told by health teachers, including the curriculum specialist at our school district, that they're out of bounds to ask questions that way of students. So we need reassurance that every effort will be made so that our children are never asked personal and private questions without consent again. Just please consider these 2 sections and the consequences students could face in the future as you address parents' rights and transparency bills. And please think about including these sections in whatever parents' rights bill you decide to move forward. Thank you for your time and all of your patience today.
Thank you for the material. Thank you for your comments. Are there questions? Can we just ask you a quick question?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is a very quick question.
Sure.
Thank you.
Senator Walsh.
The questions, thank you, sorry, on the back. What class was that?
Health.
Health, okay, thank you.
You done. And would you like to talk, Senator Linehan? Yes?
Your daughter, 15, 14, 16?
15.
15. We kicked that bill out this morning.
Thank you. She'll be really excited. Yay.
Some good news.
That's really great
Okay,
news.
good.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, any other questions?
No?
Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in neutral? Any other neutral comments? Seeing none, we'll be taking proponents, starting now for the hour. Yeah. Very good.
Okay. Yep, we're ready. Yep. Go ahead and have a seat.
No, I think we just need, I don't know if there's gonna be many left. If there is. Okay, much more. Okay, so let's just bring them all over and start listing. Hi, go ahead. looks like I've lost a couple, so let me just.
We need a quorum and we start.
Sorry. One just left to go to the bathroom. We'll start as soon as she gets here. Okay, thanks. Just need one more come in and we'll be ready. So do we know if Senator Breezy is somewhere?
He went to go talk to us.
Luann's coming back. Okay, we're waiting for Luann. We have to have a quorum. I'm sorry?
My understanding is that you established started the hearing.
So we're good to go. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. If everybody could take their seats or get in the line on the side so that you can just come right up. Go ahead and introduce yourself. 3 minutes. Yep.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman Albright and members of the Education Committee for this hearing on LB 374. My name is Lori Komecher. It's Laurie, and Komecher's KOHMETSCHER. I live by Fairfield, Nebraska. I am speaking in support of this legislation. I am also speaking as a former school board member for 8 years. I support this bill because parents and guardians need a path to follow to ensure their child's education reflects their hopes for their child's future. As a school board member, I have seen the materials available for schools. I also have experienced a lack of transparency at schools on the books and materials used. Numerous times I asked to see the list of books in our school and was never given the list. I was just told they would never have anything in the school that was not appropriate, but not giving any backup. This bill gives parents and guardians the backing they need when looking at their education the child is receiving. LB 374 will also give teachers the ability to have a say if something the district once taught does not reflect that teacher's values. They would be allowed without repercussions to adjust the materials taught. When the Nebraska Department of Education was going to put in the health standards, I talked to numerous teachers that said they would be leaving teaching if they were forced to teach those standards. Too many times I hear about teaching different perspectives. I researched some ELA materials that were going to be put in use at our school. It was filled with biased materials, so-called nonfiction. The materials didn't seem to match the growth level of a child and at times were too advanced for a young child to understand. Also, it diminished the importance of the parent's role, promoting compromise even with the parent's wishes, and that was found in the materials. I hear about perspectives. However, some very important public figures were ignored in some of the history teaching while promoting those that wanted division instead of working together. Perspective is okay to some extent. However, schools sometimes don't seem to want to hear the perspective of the parent or guardian, and that needs to stop. This legislation would help with that by allowing a process for parents and guardians to follow. I believe this bill would encourage dialogue with all involved in a child's education and a transparency that we all desire. And I thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I'd be willing to answer. Thank you very much.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next proponent.
Hello, my name is Natalie Gunther, Natalie, Gunther, Gunther. I am here as a proponent of this bill. Unfortunately, to answer the question from Senator Conrad this morning, I think we're here today because of reasons that our schools have given us to be here. So, for example, LPS administration sent an email earlier this year to their staff stating very directly, quote, "School staff members must recognize the primacy of the parent-child relationship and the right of the parent to make decisions for their minor child. If, however, the student does not want a parent to know, we should not communicate the student's transgender status with the parent, but work to support the student." That is, to me, why we're here today. I was involved with the whole reason that kind of came about, and was very concerned and have chosen to get involved. After hearing lots of testimony today, however, I've kind of rewritten my script and want to address what I feel like is at the heart of this, which is loss of trust. And unfortunately, as much as I think I absolutely agree this bill needs to be in place, because unfortunately, I think we've lost too much. And parents need protection because there have been too many incidences, as you heard earlier, where children have been harmed and even to the point of harming themselves due to actions taken by the school. So I guess my request is that we put a bill like this in place to give children and parents protection, but that we also look at the heart of the loss of trust. And I think what's happening today is our loss of discussion and open discussion, and our teachers teaching children what to think instead of how to think. And I would just really like to go back to what's being in our universities and talk to our teachers as well and see what's going on to create this problem. I'm a strong Christian conservative who grew up in rural Nebraska. One of my best bosses and mentors is an atheist and a very liberal, and we are of the best of friends. And I actually sought him out to be able to work with him again because we're that good together and we can work together, and we have these differences and we have strong debate, but we're able to hear each other out. And so my deepest question is, why can't we have this in the schools? Why are teachers, changing languages and changing Spanish to different pronouns? Why are they teaching and changing our history in that way? Why can't we just ask thoughtful questions and ask children to challenge each other and to challenge each other's mindsets? One perfect example I wanted to bring up, and I really think we've lost kind of the foresight of what education should be. And in particular, like my child is in kindergarten and she was taught how to learn, which was from a fun cartoon video that she sits hands still, ears open, eyes wide, listening, just still as can be. And I'm like, if you've ever seen a kindergartner learn that way, I would love to see them. And so I'm very disheartened by what's kind of gone. And I hope we can bring back the curiosity and the natural innate ability children have to learn and go more into dreams and desires and not so much politics. So
thank you. I appreciate your comments. Any questions from the committee? Thank you for being here. Next proponent. Hi.
Hello there. Thank you, Senator Albrecht. And my name is Bob Sullivan. I'm an attorney in Wahoo. I'm also a member of the Wahoo Public School Board. And I'm a former member of the Hastings Public School Board, although I am speaking on my own behalf, not on behalf of any school board today. So what I've handed you, or what I'm having handed out, is a stack of not only much longer information on the basis why 374 is such an important bill to pass, but also kind of a history of what kind of gave rise to this bill, specifically what went on with the Nebraska Department of Education, as well as with the State Board of Education. And it shows how something that is not transparent can lead to serious problems for everybody involved, including the elected officials, the taxpayers, and certainly the students and the parents. So what 374 would do is it would promote extensive opportunities for everybody to see exactly what's going on with the school system. It would also allow it would give direction to the Nebraska Department of Education, which unfortunately they seem to have had a lot of time on their hands the last few years in trying to pass anyway, proposed health standards that were not within their purview in the first place. So they spent, taxpayer money, I believe, and certainly a lot of time and effort on something that is not required of them. So what this does is it gives the Department of Education some insight on what they're supposed to be doing with regards to our education here in the state. I think that's very important because, again, the emails that you see and some of the text messages in the exhibit I provided show that when we can't understand and see what's going on, when we can't ask questions, when people are shut down from getting questions answered in public meetings and such, there can be a lot of behind the scenes tactics. There can be some allies behind the scenes that people don't know about. And what we saw specifically with the State Board of Education is that a lot of those board members, I believe, were duped into thinking that everything was on the up and up with the proposed health standards, and they were made to look foolish. 3 of them, I think, lost their elections because of their support of a bill that they didn't know was manufactured behind the scenes by activists and 1 member of the board. So LB 374 would give the department direction. It would allow parents to get their questions answered, and when in many cases there was efforts, not only with the Nebraska Department of Education or State Board of Education, but also with local school boards to cut down on questions, people attending meetings, answers being given to parents. And so this bill is essential to make sure that doesn't happen in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you being here. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next proponent.
Thank you for having the hearing today. Thanks, Senator Merman, for bringing LB 374. My name is Russ Barger. I'm an attorney here in Lincoln. RUSSBARGER. I'm just appearing on my own behalf. So LB 374 codifies rights that parents thought that they had. I'm probably going to talk about some things that most of the proponents have not. Parents believe that they have the final say as to the upbringing and education of their children. There is no constitutional amendment or statute that actually says that. This belief is based upon Supreme Court precedent from the 1920s. Myers versus Nebraska and Pierce versus Society of Sisters sort of enunciated those underlying principles. Section 3 of LB 374 actually attempts to codify those vague rights by stating, 1, that parents have the right to direct the education and care of their children. It also says that they have the right to direct the upbringing and moral or religious training of their children. That's sort of what those old Supreme Court cases say, but it helps to codify it. Those sections don't actually go far enough. There's question in the case law whether those rights are fundamental or not. LB 374 does not say those are fundamental rights. Now, we know the Supreme Court wouldn't change its mind on rights that might exist for citizens or parents. We've never seen anything like that happen in the last few decades, I'm sure. So some parties will point to a 72 Supreme Court decision called Wisconsin versus Yoder, showing that this parent right is fundamental. Subsequent cases, however, have called that dicta from Yoder into question. In a 2000 case called Troxel versus Granville, Justice Scalia stated that parents have no fundamental constitutional rights actually in the Constitution whatsoever. This plurality opinion was confusing at best, and there was no 5-vote majority on what parental rights actually existed at the end. It was a plurality of a bunch of cobbled up opinions. More troubling still are things coming from the West Coast. The Ninth Circuit has rejected the balancing approach that's been used by courts for decades. This really gets to the heart, I think, of what you have to wrestle with as senators on whether you can let this go forward or slice out parts, make parts stronger on LB 374. Parents should have no veto authority over entire curriculums. That's one side. Versus parents' rights to decide what moral beliefs their children should be inculcated within schools is the other side. In 2003, the Ninth Circuit determined that the right to decide the form of the education is where the parental right stops in Fields versus Palmdale School District. The parents' rights to control the education within that forum does not extend beyond the schoolroom door. That's the quote from Judge Reinhardt in that decision on a unanimous Ninth Circuit panel. This sounds disturbingly similar to the Eastern Bloc belief that parents'
Okay, I'm
rights are
gonna have to
essentially
ask you-
subordinate
Excuse me,
to the
Mr.
government's
Barker,
decision.
You're gonna have to wrap it up. It's-
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Sorry.
Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next proponent. Hello.
Thank you for having me. I'm William Pat Moore, William. I go by Pat Moore, Moore. I've got 3 items I'd like to share. First of all, there was an impassioned speech about the teachers' individual lesson plans, and that is covered in here, just so that you know, in page 2, line 27. So that's not what this is asking for. Another one, as far as the health records and the right to make healthcare and medical decisions, boy, if my grandkids can't get an aspirin at school without some sort of signatures, it seems like there's some huge things that are happening without the parents knowing about gender and about abortion and some other things that just doesn't even make sense. So I think we need the bill to help some of that to be understood. As I was on the campaign trail for State Board of Education, I also talked to, anytime I got a teacher that I talked to, I knocked on a couple thousand doors. I'd ask them, okay, tell me about it. And one had just gotten home from school and she shared. She was ready to let it go. And I said, what's the main deal? And she said, it's the stuff coming down from above. It's all these regulations and rules and everything. And that's part of why we have the teacher shortage that we have, is that the teachers are getting things that they can't in good conscience teach, because there's things that, and this bill addresses that they don't have to teach what they can't teach with their hearts. And that's part of why I talked to several that had quit, because I just can't teach that anymore, the stuff that they're asking me to teach. And so I am definitely a proponent of this bill and would appreciate it if you would be too.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Next proponent.
Hello, my name is Jenna Durr, Jennaderr, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Protect Nebraska Children Coalition. I represent nearly 23,000 parents, grandparents, concerned citizens, and state taxpayers. For the past several years, we've been working to protect the health and innocence of our children, and we consistently have support from teachers and educators. However, their support is rarely public. When concerns or stories are shared, it's routinely only shared on a condition of anonymity. And why is this? Simply put, teachers are scared to lose their jobs and are fearful of retaliation. Today, I will share a couple of their stories and also how LB 374 would help protect our teachers. One suburban teacher relayed to us that her fears of being fired stemmed from her teaching children to memorize their multiplication tables. She says that administrators have specifically told her it isn't equitable because some children have trouble with memorization. Another urban teacher is fed up with constant equity training over the last 2.5 years. She tells us she's finally raising some concerns because she knows if something doesn't change, there's no way she can bring her own kids to their school district. She knows many other teachers feel the same, but they, and I quote, just know not to speak up. When asked if the equity training is making her want to quit teaching at the public school, she said, I'm 70% there. One suburban mother asked pointed questions about their local social emotional learning curriculum, and the administrative response to her questions includes the following. The teachers are required to teach district curriculum. They may share concerns about curriculum that makes them feel uncomfortable. That's a sign to the district that additional training is needed. So that's kind of interesting. You speak up, you need more education. Section 11 of LB 374 would help provide career protection to our teachers. Additionally, we know that teacher shortages are a concern for many, and we must support and encourage teachers to remain in the classroom. We need them. If there are concerns about curriculum content, then teachers must be able to express these concerns without fear of reprisal. I also wanted to clarify, I heard another testimony, and I think someone else already clarified a bit, but I want to go further. It sounded like a teacher spoke and was very fearful, and she came from a place of fear about having to have her lesson plans, online with this parent portal. And specifically, this bill addresses that. It says learning materials does not include academic assessments or tests. A teacher's individual lesson plans or plans or materials that are specific to an individual student, such as an individualized education plan, an individual plan of study, or a plan adopted pursuant to the requirements of Section 504 of the Federal Rehabilitation Act of 1973. So I just wanted to make sure that's on record that that truly is not part of this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. Any questions? Seeing that, thank you for being here. Next proponent.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Angie Eberspacher, Angie Eberspacher, and I'm from Seward County, and I'm here today in support of LB 374. As a mother and lifelong educator, I am aware of the controversy over the school library books is not new, and many people don't think it is a Nebraska issue. I've heard this over and over, it's not at my school. However, they're wrong. Nebraskans have become complacent and have become too trusting of our education system. This has allowed the infiltration of sexual filth and critical race theory ideals to creep into our school libraries. For example, Looking for Alaska, written by John Green, is found in at least 88 school libraries in Nebraska. It contains sexually explicit content. Additionally, at least 65 Nebraska school libraries, including elementary schools, have the books stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You, written by critical race theory activist Ibram X. Kendi. While doing my own research, I found an extremely informative website, booklooks.org. It was created by parents who read and research books and write reports that include excerpts from their books, including a rating system so parents can quickly know the content. The rating system ranks the book content from 1 to 5, and 5 being the worst. For example, a rating of 3 is labeled minor restricted, under 18, requires guidance of parent or guardian. Looking for Alaska is a rating of 3. A rating of 4 is labeled no minors, adult content, no child under 18. And a rating of 5 is labeled apparent content, adult only. Nebraska public school libraries have books with all 5 ratings. I know because I've found them all. This sexual content is some of the books found in Nebraska schools is so explicit and vile that if I read excerpts to you today, I could be fined due to obscenity rules. If printed out, the excerpts that I gave you to read, I could potentially be charged with distributing pornography. For example, some books contain explicit and graphic content such as excessive profanity, oral and anal sex with minors, the normalization of underage sex, and excessive violence such as rape. Yet children who are minors are allowed access to these books. This is wrong. The Nebraska Legislature must act on behalf of the parents. We cannot rely on the Nebraska Department of Education to create policy on this issue. At a forum in Millard on September 27, 2022, State Board of Education member Deb Neary stated, and I quote, "I'm more worried about what your kids are seeing on the internet than I am what they're getting out of their library." It is irrelevant whether these pornographic and anti-American books have been in our schools for months or years. What is important is that this content should not be in our schools. The focus of educating children should be on reading, math, science, history, and learning technical skills. Social issues are merely indoctrination of a political agenda and should not be consuming our school hours. With this testimony as supporting documentation, I'm also submitting copies of the book titles found in Nebraska schools. I encourage you to look through it and use the links to further your own research. To protect the innocence of Nebraska students, I support LB 374. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for bringing the material. Thank you for being here. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next proponent.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Kathy, Kathy, last name Faucher, F as in Frank, Aucher. I am a Bennington parent in Nebraska. Senator Carol Blood has been quoted as saying about LB 374, "It is a solution in search of a problem." Critics of the bill state that schools already have policies in place to address many items in this bill. Those critics obviously aren't talking to parents who are stonewalled by their own schools and not getting access to what is being taught in the classrooms. Schools are not transparent and district officials hide certain content. Why? Because they know the vast majority of parents would take issue with it. Here's an example from my own district. In March of 2022, the district sent an email to parents stating that during an in-service day, the staff had the opportunity to gain knowledge about diversity, inclusion, and allyship. No details were provided. What the email failed to disclose was that the content planned for the students and educators. The school paid an outside diversity and inclusion consultant to come in and provide training to both students and teachers. After one training session with the teachers, the consultants were dismissed by the administration due to negative feedback from the teachers themselves. The content focused on inclusive language, unconscious bias, and personal pronoun usage. After catching wind of this, an alarmed parent requested the training material from the school, who could not provide it, stating that they did not retain a copy of the material, which belongs to the consultant. The parent then requested the training from the consultant directly and was referred back to the school. The frustrated parent conducted internet searches of the consultants to try and learn about their educational philosophies. The parent shared with me concerning social media posts in which the consultants explicitly advocated for comprehensive sexuality education, critical race theory, and boycotting the 4th of July. Given that our school district has policies mandating teaching American exceptionalism and applying a balanced approach to controversial material, and the school board and the parents had no knowledge of the school hiring said consultants to impart their ideologies, do you think that schools should be allowed to continue to hide curriculum from the parents? I have confronted my school board on this issue and have been met with silence. In my view, the parental involvement policy and other policies were violated by the administration. The Nebraska Attorney General's office looked into our concerns and stated that ultimately copyright laws prevail, allowing the material to be kept from parents. I have included a copy of the letter from the Attorney General herein. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from the committee? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy Durr, Judydderr. Today, I am representing a grassroots organization, Protect Nebraska Children Coalition, with nearly 23,000 members of concerned parents, grandparents, and taxpayers. We want to share one story from our coalition, one who cannot speak today for fear of reprisal. One Nebraska teacher shared she had been required as a school employee to attend a professional learning speaker presentation. The participants were first asked their preferred pronouns and told they should ask each student theirs. Throughout the training, they were told it isn't possible to be colorblind, and if they are white, then they are privileged, even if they don't think so. They also received detailed information on intersectionality, with the notion the more areas a person identifies as, the more marginalized they may be. These students must then receive special privileges and exemptions from classroom expectations to compensate for the marginalization in their lives. This training was required by the Nebraska Department of Education in an effort to address the disproportionate number of suspensions of minority students without an investigation into the number of infractions committed by minority students versus white students. Adoption of this bill would create more transparency as to what training Nebraska teachers are required to attend and what materials are being used in their education. We know there have been multiple attempts throughout the state of parents and concerned citizens asking for this transparency and have resorted to FOIA requests, which often are unsuccessful and or cost prohibitive. We support transparency for all involved, and we support LB 374. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for being here. Next proponent.
Thank you for being here late. My name is Kirby Wilson, Kirby Wilson. Our nation's motto is "In God We Trust." I pray that His presence will be in the heart of this committee. Promoting sexual activity among children by anyone, anywhere, is absolutely disgusting. But to have it done by the institution tasked with their education is especially egregious. Some of this that has been allowed in our schools should be halted by the passing of LB 374. Treating individuals as superior or inferior based on race, ethnicity, skin color, or other God-given traits was deemed illegal way back in 1964. Unfortunately, progressive ideology that has infiltrated all levels of our educational system today has resulted in a total disregard for that federal Civil Rights Act. Passing LB 374 will help serve as a reminder that all men are created equal, and to teach otherwise is against the core values as stated in the Constitution of the United States. Ephesians 6:4 calls a parent to bring up children in the training and instruction of the Lord. When the curriculum and instruction of the educational system purposefully undermines those efforts, there needs to be accountability and a redirection of the educational institution's priorities. Passing LB 374 can be a good start in allowing this to happen. There are other good things in LB 374, and I hope you will see the need for this and help in its passage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next proponent.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amy Wilson, AMYWILSON. Oh my gosh, I just buffed my name. Sorry. I am here to support LB 374. In the definition, in the Webster's Dictionary of 1828, the definition for parent: a father or mother, he or she that produces young. The duties of the parents to their children are to maintain, protect, and educate them. As a parent, it saddens me to realize there is now a need for this bill. After reading that definition in the 1828 Webster Dictionary, a parent is not only a noun, but it is also a verb. We are called to maintain, protect, and educate our children. When did it become that we just handed over our parental authority to a public educational institution? I take my job as a parent very seriously, and I will never be my child's friend, but I will always be a parent. That is what God has called me to be. In the last 10 years, public education has gone downhill. And in the last 5 years, it has gone on a derailed express train headed down over a cliff into a cesspool of toxic waste. The public schools have decided to sexualize our children and has gone as far to bring porn into the classrooms. So here we are in 2023, and we, the parents, are asking you to pass the Parents' Bill of Rights and Academic Transparency Act and return the authority and the education of our children back into the hands of the parents and not the public school system. We ask that the school system stick to the basics of teaching, reading, writing, arithmetic, real history, true science. Let's get the inappropriate sexual books out of the libraries and the curriculum. Stop the data mining of minors. These children are our future, not something to do social experiments on. And I want to give one example. My son he's now 17. When he was 16, he actually used to follow us and go to some of the legislature stuff and the school board stuff. He actually finally quit going because it bothered him, a 17-year-old, hearing how grotesque some of this stuff has become. He has actually gotten up and walked out. That's from a 17-year-old. So people that say that kids want this and want to hear this and want to learn it, that's not true. And a lot of kids
that's not where they want to go with their lives. Thank you so much today and all that you do.
Thank you for being here. Any questions of the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being here, Dan. Next proponent.
I thank the council for hearing me today. And I'm going to go over two things. First, a couple of
Can you
examples.
state your
Oh, I
name and
apologize.
spell it? That's okay.
Alex Stevens, ALEXSTEPHENS. I'm going to go over two things. One, examples from the LPS school system of why I believe LD 374 is necessary, and two, a rebuttal to a specific horrific argument against 374. Imagine needing a FOIA request to get info on why you were allowed to be sexually harassed. Imagine being asked to fork over $3,000 knowing that you were poor in order to, so that you could not obtain that information. You learn, though, eventually that this person was not harmed because they were of a sexual minority that was more oppressed than you and thus more worthy of being helped. LD 374 gives parents the means to sue schools for violations of their rights in a manner that goes around the school system that's trying to roadblock them by explicitly stating that they have a right to do so. Imagine wondering why a child who might be paralyzed if they get hit in the back keeps getting bullied, and how your kid is the one who's consistently being punished. Imagine having to move between two to three schools within the same system, and it just keeps happening. The bullies are not punished because your bullies are of a different race, and if they were all to be suspended, that would skew the statistics too much because kids are numbers to these people, not individuals. All of that occurred in Senator Conrad's district. Imagine being having your child come home and asking if their skin color was a problem because they were told that they were at fault for something that happened in the past. I have seen and heard what happens at LPS, and they don't listen. They roadblock, they prevent you from knowing anything, and they ensure that you are the one who looks like the villain by the time they're done through a nice smile. The other thing to mention is the difference between white guilt and history. The teaching of history and the oppression of the past is not something that this bill prevents. It's something that, combined with bills of the past, it actually ensures by separating the idea that you must repeat the past on children in the schools from the history that's being taught. You don't say that you don't teach about Japanese internment by interning the Japanese in your class. History, not religious racial guilt, is what needs to be taught, and you can tell that it's not just look at the test scores. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Any questions? Seeing none, appreciate your time. Next proponent.
My name is Hannah Yeoman, spelled Hannah, and then Yeoman is spelled Yohman, and thank you for your time today. Today I'm speaking about my own experience in the LPS school system. I am a proponent of LB 374. I also speak as the oldest of 7 and as someone who advocates for protecting the innocence of children. Love bombing, social isolation from parents, openness on sexual things are all a part of the process that are used to groom children and are a cornerstone of cult recruitment. They're also part of the culture spread at LPS, where parents are repeatedly trashed by the state, especially by the teacher, and especially the teacher are deified. At Arts and Humanities, I and another former student experienced the following. Deconstruction of the concept of race with only one goal, self-hatred. Only through hating the self can a white person be saved. This amounted to hours upon hours of groupthink discussion, not dissimilar to the Cultural Revolution. Bullying against wrong thinkers was encouraged, and wrong thinkers would be defined as someone who asked questions. We also had a couple come to us, and for about an hour, in front of 60 students, including myself, we were told that heterosexual relationships were the equivalent to rape in every context. Pedophilic films were also shown without parental consent. Films lionizing pederastic lesbian relationships in the name of discovering and celebrating sexuality. This was experienced by a student who graduated a few years before I did. Children were encouraged to engage in critical deconstruction of their sexual identities. Per my own testimonial and the testimonial of the former student. Within weeks of these films being showed, children who didn't identify as queer or transgender were often bullied, which was often overlooked by the staff members. Identity being integral to revolution, identification with queerness is necessary for revolutionary change. No oversight. Open use and theft of X-Acto knives and self-harm was a common problem. No warning was given to parents. The goal of public education is not sexual revolution. It is to teach even the least among us to enable the whole of society to function. Parents and families are atoms upon which society is built. Group connections between families and family connections to the community. We can't be a successful society when our foundational units have no rights, and that is why I support LB 374. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Any questions? Thank you. Next proponent, we have about 20 more minutes.
My name is Elizabeth Davids, ELIZABETH I really wish my there she is. My senator's back. Fantastic. Opposition to this bill 374 is very well funded. They have teams of lawyers and full-time staff people to represent their impressive not-for-profit organizations who take in millions each year. But we proponents are average parents whose kids were in school all day long, who had to take off work and maybe have a babysitter at home to watch our young children while we're here, or we brought them with us. We're parents who want to know what our children are learning in school, if they're having troubles in class because of how the content is discussed or presented, if our children are part of the cultural trend of identity confusion that is sweeping our nation. As you'll see in my written materials, I'm going to talk about Section 3. I have had various interactions with my public school district staff that were not transparent or straightforward. I have a student in my public school district. That makes me not only a stakeholder and a tax-paying community member, but a parent. When conversing with a board member about their proposed reduction of individual public comment time by 40%, even though the average number of public commenters was 8 per meeting, this board member made the statement, many children are unsafe in their homes because of their LGBTQ identity. I followed this conversation up with a lengthy email that you can read at your leisure, with the primary intent of understanding how my school district would handle a child wanting to identify at school by a different name, pronoun, gender, or species than their parents had enrolled them as. One board member spoke for them all when she informed me that the educational professionals will honor the confidentiality of young people, and that the school district considers this important mental health information, keeping it from the parents, the right thing to do in this situation. But we parents wholeheartedly disagree. And the superintendent of my school district even commanded me that I, as a private citizen, do not, under any circumstance, contact any LPS staff member or students with your questions via phone, email, or in person. My senator, at least being a lawyer herself, will acknowledge that this is not the legal jurisdiction of a school superintendent. And so Dr. Joel had no right to make this statement, and yet he did. And he continued to prohibit his staff from answering the questions I asked following the Uvalde school shooting last year. To quote the ACLU of Nebraska's website, without transparency in government activities, the American people are vulnerable to deception and abuse by our leaders. We Nebraska parents and teachers don't want our children vulnerable to deception and abuse by leaders in their schools. No institution is above the need for transparency, and no institution should be more willing to submit itself to transparency than the one charged with providing excellent care and education to our children. What are they afraid of? If we can't get the information we need about our own children and what they're doing, what they're being taught through a simple request of school or district staff, a parent must submit a FOIA request that the school district gets to choose the amount they charge for, often costing hundreds or thousands of dollars. This is truly a David versus Goliath situation, and I believe that this committee will side with us little guys who just want the best for our kids.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next proponent.
Hello, my name is Sue Greenwald, SUEGREENWALD. I represent Protect Nebraska Children. The mining and selling of personal data is one of the most lucrative businesses in this century. Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates know this very well. That explains why their foundations are among the largest financial supporters of in-school surveys. There are privacy laws protecting the personal data of children that affect school districts. One of them, called the PPRA, lists 8 areas that are off limits to ask students about regarding themselves or their families. These areas include politics, religion, mental health, sexual behavior or attitudes, legal issues, and family dynamics. The schools are surveying kids on their most intimate thoughts and feelings as they come of age, including all of those forbidden topics. The surveys come from companies such as Panorama or Second Step. How can they legally do that, you might ask? The privacy law only applies to the school district. It does not apply to any third-party vendor that the school hires. Grand Island schools paid Panorama $52,000 a year to conduct online surveys. What ultimately happens to that data? Obviously, it's stored by Panorama. Do they sell it? Do they share it with backers such as Gates and Zuckerberg? Nobody knows. Nobody can answer that question. There is no law protecting that data. Schools currently use an opt-out policy for these surveys. Positive consent is implied unless the parent completes an opt-out form. Most of the parents don't know that. An opt-in policy would be much more powerful, especially if parents could understand what they are consenting to. Section 9 of LB 374 provides the solution. Schools, quote, shall not administer an attitude or belief examination to any student unless, unquote, I'm paraphrasing these, the survey is on the transparency portal, the parents are notified in writing and must opt in by either electronic or real signature. The schools must disclose who the data will be shared with and who will store it. And the schools must disclose the purpose of the exam and how it benefits the student. This bill will put protections in place that currently do not exist in any federal or Nebraska law. I want to also thank Senator Sanders for bringing LB 71, which we also support, to Protect Nebraska Children. However, we do fear that without an enforcement component, that nothing will change. Some schools are already transparent, but many of them pretend to be transparent. And we believe the schools need a little more incentive than what is in that bill. I also would like to address Senator Conrad's concern that this is unnecessary because parents can opt their children out. In fact, the reason the transparency portal is needed is so parents will know when to opt their children out. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll take the next testifier. Thank you for being here. The next proponent.
Senator Merman, Senator Obart, and rest of the committee. I'm Mary Strayer, MaryStrayer. I am a proponent of LB 374. Teachers' rights are equally important, and LB 374 is good for teachers as well as parents. Teachers generally have a great heart for their students and are not driven by profit. In this respect, teachers and parents are natural allies. With this in mind, what is the Parents' Bill of Rights for teachers? First of all, transparency. Teachers and parents alike have struggled to obtain curriculum in a shareable manner. The online courses are proprietary, they are told. They are password protected. Gone are the days when you could hand over a textbook for educators and parents to review before they were purchased. There is often no disclosure as why that particular curriculum was chosen over another, such as potential conflicts of interest. The Parents' Bill of Rights puts the onus on administration to create an online portal for parents. Much of this portal will likely consist of access to websites from which teaching materials are obtained. This can only be helpful for teachers when everyone knows what to expect there will be fewer bewildered parents taking the teacher's time with concerns. And once again, just to reiterate, the teacher's individual lesson plans are plans, and thus their privacy is preserved. The second one is autonomy. Teachers are saying that some of the expensive curriculum being purchased for classroom use is inappropriate for their students. They have had to spend their time picking through lessons to find the least bad parts that they are willing to use. This is an unacceptable waste of their time. If the portal is developed according to proposed statute, teachers will have the ability to make changes on a weekly or monthly basis after the broad outline is entered by administration at the beginning of the year. Significantly, teachers will be forced to teach ideologies that are antithetical to their sincerely held beliefs. But they will not be limited in instruction. These exceptions are enumerated. Number 3 is career protection. Teachers are fearful of retaliation. The fear is not only for themselves and their career goals, but also for their children who have been bullied by other teachers and administrators when a teacher takes a stand. It is horrendous to think about, but it is happening here in Nebraska. The Parents' Rights Bill has not forgotten about these teachers. And I just want to go on. Number 4 is respect. Although LB 375 is entitled the Parents' Bill of Rights and Academic Transparency Act, the rights of teachers is at the forefront. Anything that is good for the teachers will also be good for parents and students. Improving communication between the schoolroom and the parents is win-win.
Sorry. Okay, any no questions from the next proponent, please.
My name is Janet Steffen, Janet Steffen. I am from Kearney, and I thank you, Senator Merman, for bringing this bill. If mine seems a little chaotic, I've changed it 2 or 3 times so that I don't totally repeat what other people have said. I'm just a little confused as to why this bill is being questioned. We should all want transparency, especially when it comes to our own children. Almost all of the things are already online. I have 2 daughters that have kids in school, and the biggest complaint that I hear from them is excessive emails during the day coming from their teachers in the school about everything going on. And so I think that this bill goes beyond posting spelling words and lesson plans. I think a lot of teachers already do this. What we're looking at is, and here comes my information here. So, the schools have been captured by corporate money in the same way that Big Pharma has captured medicine and defense contractors have captured the Pentagon. The billions of dollars of COVID relief funds were designated to have 10 to 20% spent on CRT and social emotional curriculum, which is also CRT. The U.S. Department of Education has been public about their CRT goals. Millions of dollars have flowed to left-leaning companies whose curriculum is online and proprietary. This is the curriculum that parents can't get. This is what we're after. It isn't about books and lessons plan. It's the web link that holds the secrets. And the next best option is to pierce the veil of secrecy that this web-based curriculum has. I think that's what most of us are after versus the plans and stuff, because we already know that those are being put on there. Just a little story here. In a city in central Nebraska, which I can tell you, I think this is talking about Kearney because I was part of that group, the school board abolishes the parental review process for libraries. We, as the lady spoke ahead of me, I spoke out of Looking for Alaska, which was absolutely disgusting. I can't believe anybody would even have that. It talks about a couple of 16-year-olds trying to figure out how to have oral sex. It talks about, everything. It's just awful. It's in Kearney Public School, and we can no longer protest any books. We were told that by Drew Blessing, who is the president of Kearney Public School Board, that parents no longer have that right. And I just want you to consider this bill so that we can have better students. I mean, that's what it's about. As a grandparent, I'm very concerned about that.
I appreciate your comments. Any questions or from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for being here. Next proponent.
Thank you, Senators. Appreciate the opportunity. My name is Kirk Penner, Kirkpenner. I am the District 5 State Board of Education representative, and I need to make clear that I am not speaking on behalf of the State Board of Education. I'm speaking today as a proponent of LB 374. Education has changed. Education is not the same when we were in school. This change came to light when the recent pandemic, our children were forced to learn from home. Parents began to realize that their children were being exposed to theories and ideology that did not always align with what they thought was being taught. Concepts that if the parents were asked, they would say, keep this out of our schools. Yes, math, science, and English are being taught, but now it is sprinkled with gender ideology, critical race theory, and pornography is legally allowed in our school libraries. These radical ideas are not being taught in every school district, but it is spreading, and I applaud the school districts that are 100% transparent with their curriculum. However, curriculum is not the only way controversial theories are introduced, and looking only at curriculum in our children's textbooks or laptops will not solve the problem. The reason is that being taught is not always captured in the curriculum that a parent would examine. Here are just 3 examples. I have not included the school districts. If you want to know, you can ask me afterwards. Preferred pronouns. Large school district asks teachers to put their preferred pronouns on their doors. Preferred pronouns are the gateway to gender ideology. Drag queens. In 2022, the highest award a teacher can garner in this state was given to a teacher who attended professional development, and after attending the drag show story hour put on by this education conference, she said on social media, "Thank you for sharing your joy and encouraging educators to share their authentic selves with our students. You better believe I'll be buying a few new inclusive children's books, including The Hips on the Drag Queen Go Swish, Swish, Swish." Health surveys we've been talking about. The Nebraska Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which is endorsed by the Nebraska Department of Education and Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services. Question number 8 on that survey. To kids, some people describe themselves as transgender when their sex at birth does not match the way they think or feel about gender. Are you transgender? Then the survey heads into 9 questions about sexual behavior that if any of us would ask, we would be put in jail. Being transparent with the curriculum is important, but the radical ideas and theories are scattered throughout assignments and lectures. LB 374 covers all the bases when it comes to education transparency and is the appropriate response to guarantee every Nebraska parent will have the same rights at every public school regardless of zip code. It's uniform and a baseline for how every parent will be treated if they choose to be engaged and active in their child's education. I thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Staying on track there. Thank you
Thank
for your comments. Anyone have any questions? We have 5 minutes left between the 2 of you. You think that would work?
My name is Cami Riley, Kamiriley. And before I start, I want to share something that broke my heart last year when I attended the state school board meetings to discuss the health standards. As people were making public comment, there was a large group of young children in their mid to late teens. And they all talked about being a member of the LGBT community. And they would stand up and state why they believed that Nebraska needed these health standards. What struck me and many others that were there was the amount of these children that talked about being suicidal and the pain and the sadness that they had, and it seemed as that they were still experiencing this. These kids were angry. They didn't like us. They believed that everyone that didn't agree with them hated them. Every other person I knew that was there speaking on behalf of stopping the health standards loved those kids, just like we love our own kids. We don't care if you're LGBTQ. So why is this happening? Who's teaching them we hate them? Let's talk about pronouns, as Kirk just mentioned. I'm going to ask you to remember a few years back. Let's go to when you were 6. Pretend you're a 6-year-old little girl. Here's the scenario. You're a 6-year-old girl. In the first week of class, your teacher explains why his name tag has pronouns on it. And it tells you that even though you might think he's a boy, that really he's a girl and goes by she, her. The teacher then explains that gender is something you can choose, and just because everyone thinks you're a girl doesn't mean you're a girl. So you're a girl who doesn't like wearing dresses or playing with dolls, and you'd rather wear your old jeans and play football with the neighbor boy. At the end of the class, the teacher says he'll explain more tomorrow and help you decide what pronouns you'd like to use. So now you think, since you really like playing football with the boys, maybe you are a boy. Major confusion for a 6-year-old. Do you ask your parents? Maybe they aren't as smart as your teacher and they don't really know if you can choose to be a boy or girl. Are you scared to tell them? Maybe your mom was yelling at you this morning because you did something wrong. So you decide not to tell your parents. You wait, talk to the teacher tomorrow because he's really nice. The next morning before school, mom tells you to change out of your old jeans and wear the new dress she got you. You have a big fight. Mom wins. Your day's not starting off good. You get to school, you're the only one wearing a dress. You start to cry and ask the teacher what the teacher asks what's wrong. You tell him about the fight with mom and the stupid dress, and he says maybe the reason you don't want to wear a dress is because you really feel more like a boy on the inside. He says if you want to be a boy while you're at school, then you can pick a boy name and that's what we'll call you at school. Your day's looking up. But what do you do about the next time mom wants you to wear a dress? You ask the teacher because he's nice. Hooray, he says if mom makes you wear a dress to school, he'll keep jeans and a t-shirt for you to change into when you get to school.
That's time. Sorry. We do have your testimony here, though. Take a
Yes.
look at it. So I do, how much time are we done? That was time. And I know now that we have a few others in line. So I'm going to have to, do we have anybody read?
The rest of the story is in here.
Okay, but do we have anyone in the other room that needs to come in? Because what we'll do is we'll flip back over to opponents, hear from them, and then you'll have to wait and we'll swap again. So opponents have to come in, so if proponents can either go toward the back of the room, you can certainly listen. Hopefully there's not that many left over. Are there any?
We're about to find out. Let me check and see.
Might have turned into a nap room.
Oh, I'm glad you did. Oh, clerk, can you turn the microphones off? I got a message.
We're going to go to another hour, and hopefully we'll get through everyone at this time. If you want to line up on the side instead of sitting up front, that's the way it's been. So we'll take another 3 minutes and go ahead and get started.
All right, thank you.
That'll be 374 opponents.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Senators of the Education Committee, for your patience and for spending this long evening.
My name is Stephanie Summers, STEPHANIE, SUMMERS. I am a member of the David City Public Schools Board of Education, and I'm here on behalf of the Nebraska Association of School Boards, and I'm testifying in opposition to LP 374. Many of the concepts within LB 374 are championed by school board members and school districts across the state. In fact, for the past 25 years, NASB has maintained a standing position regarding parent involvement, urging boards of education to support partnerships between parents and schools. And I pass that out to you today. And in August of 2022, NASB reinforced their support for parent engagement by approving a resolution affirming the multiple ways parents can and should be involved in their child's education. Current state statute, as you know, requires school boards to develop a parental involvement policy and review or revise it annually through a public hearing process. These policies already allow parents to inspect curriculum, attend and monitor courses and assemblies, and provide other pathways for parents to excuse students from testing, classroom instruction, or other school experiences. Engaging parents and community members is a priority across the state. At David City Public Schools, we welcome parental involvement through all the previously mentioned methods, plus public comment during all of our regular meetings of the board, participation in many community meetings, and we encourage parent attendance at assemblies and special school events. As a school board member of 12 years, I've engaged with parents and community members in a variety of contexts. Over the past decade, I have listened to concerns from parents while at the grocery store, at the gas station, school activities, church. I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from, and they have the right to be involved in their child's education. It's important, and electing and engaging me as a representative is one way they invoke that right. David City Public Schools has placed a focus on being over-communicative, from our updated and more user-friendly website to our Facebook pages that post updates on what students are learning and how they're engaging with their teacher and each other. We're proud of our effort engaging parents and involving them in the education process, but we struggle with the percentage of parents who aren't engaged. Also, there's far too great a percentage of parents who disengage from their students' education once they reach middle school. The Nebraska Association of School Boards and school districts across the state want to engage more parents in the educational process. There's a consistent evidence that parental involvement in a child's education has a positive effect on their achievement and social emotional well-being. The 16 pages of new requirements and processes in LB 374 will compel classroom teachers to spend hundreds of hours of extra time and school districts to spend thousands of dollars without addressing the more important parental involvement issue, how to help unengaged parents get engaged.
Red light, sorry.
Thank you. That was a great stopping point. So I appreciate that.
Very good, very good.
You have any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Patience of waiting. Next opponent.
Good evening.
Yes.
Members of the committee, my name is Rachel Benzoni, RACHEL-BENZONI. Let me know if that's too hard to spell. My students weren't able to spell it either. I'm speaking today in opposition to LB 374, which has significant government overreach by the state into local control of schools and mandates further costs to unnecessarily regulate publicly available materials and curriculum. The extra pay for even one additional hour brings the minimum per week per teacher, brings the minimum yearly cost of this mandate to over $25 million. That is quite the price tag for a bill about transparency. Factual information with which someone is uncomfortable is not a belief. Proponents of this bill presume to know how teachers talk about slavery, so let's talk about slavery. Yes, children will be taught that there were white people who enslaved Black people, and that there were Black people who were enslaved. But if we don't talk about that, we won't be able to talk about who fought against slavery. Why not allow our white children to learn about the thousands of white abolitionists who have campaigned against slavery since its inception and helped the enslaved attain freedom at great personal cost? What about the hundreds of thousands who died to end the institution of chattel slavery? Or why white legislators introduced and supported Reconstruction amendments or the Civil Rights Act? Why should any parent think that our young white students would not identify with these heroes? Senators, I have known for most of my life what this bill claims to be protecting children from. My parents have had this book in our house since I was 10 years old. I understand that learning factual information is protective. As physicians who have taken care of sexual assault and domestic violence victims, my parents understood that ignorance is worse than imagined discomfort or innocence. It is quite clear what this bill is intended to do. It pretends to be simply about parents knowing what their children are learning about, but it will give a small number of parents control over what all children are learning. The sponsor admitted as much in his introduction. Several proponents have admitted there are already clearly established guidelines to review content they don't understand or find offensive. The language in this bill will have a chilling effect on what was previously open dialogue between parents and teachers, two entities who simply want to have the best education possible for all Nebraskans. Please vote to oppose this bill. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for being here. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for your time. Next opponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Rose Godinez, spelled ROSEGODINEZ, and I am here to testify in opposition to LB 374 on behalf of the ACLU of Nebraska. LB 374 is an attempt at government censorship. It denies our Nebraska students in public schools of a comprehensive and accurate education. Let's be clear, having the opportunity to learn, talk, and read about the history and cultures of Indigenous communities, people of color, the LGBTQ community benefits all students and prepares them for the future. The truth is, Nebraska has a history of slavery, displacement of Native Americans, colonization, boarding schools, genocide, bullying targeting LGBTQ students, and censoring them, just to name a few. Yes, that's uncomfortable. That's the truth. And telling this nation or state's history accurately does not take away the bright future and inclusive future Nebraska can have. Advancing this bill is not reflective, though, of a Nebraska that wants to retain and attract a diverse student body. Advancing this bill would be political erasure. It is inconsistent with our state and federal legal protections and may constitute unlawful discrimination, and also runs against the freedom of speech and right to receive information under the First Amendment. The topics or bills this bill would chill are often those that reflect experiences of students of color and LGBTQ community. Taking away these discussion topics or books documenting their experiences to students who are already disproportionately ostracized and bullied deprives them of the right to an equal educational experience. It removes the support. It tells students that they and their community are not welcome in school. Additionally, this bill contains many undefined, vague, and confusing terms and is contradictory in some sections. Additionally, measures like this that have passed in other states, such as Florida, Oklahoma, and New Hampshire, are currently being litigated by the ACLU in the courts based on First and 14th Amendment grounds. We cannot hide from the atrocities of the past for the comfort of some. Systemic racism and attacks on gender identity are not meant to be comfortable conversations, but ones that do advance civil rights and civil liberties. The people of color, the women in this body, are the literal living proof of the power of those uncomfortable conversations. Lastly, as the Supreme Court emphasized in the 2022 case of Kennedy v. Bremerton School District, in our schools, learning how to tolerate speech of all kinds is part of learning how to live in a pluralistic society, a trait of character essential to a tolerant citizenry. For those reasons, we urge the committee to indefinitely postpone this bill.
Thank you for your time. Anybody have any questions for the committee?
Thank you, Vice Chairman Albright. Thank you for your testimony here today. You speak of censorship. Does this, relative to learning materials, does this bill provide parents with anything more than an opportunity to object?
It provides them with an opportunity to object, correct, but it also gives power to a certain group to then determine what would be allowed in school and not in school. And that could potentially violate the First Amendment.
And when you say that, are you referring perhaps to the library materials?
Yes.
Yes.
And then there's also concerns on First Amendment grounds based on the conversations that would be chilled based on systemic racism or discussing white privilege, for example.
But relative to the library materials, they are to be judged in the context of community standards, correct?
And we would argue that that's a vague term.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Senator Conrad.
Thank you. Hi, Rose. Good to see you again. Quick question in regards to that very point. And maybe there's some other folks that are going to testify after you, but my understanding is that the materials that find their way into the school library, for example, or into school curriculum are brought there through a very deliberate process with educational professionals, with folks that are professional librarians, et cetera, and that there's usually parent engagement or other stakeholder engagement at each of those steps along the way. So I guess one thing that was really confusing to me in the bill actually is the fact that those materials are in the library. Isn't that reflective of existing community standards that they have educational value? And if a parent thinks that's not the best message or best material for their family, they can still have an ability to make sure that their child doesn't see that measure. Is that your understanding of things?
We would agree, Senator Conrad. And additionally, we've even supported some testimony before the Department of Education, for example, on social studies standards. And of course, the materials and curriculum themselves would have to match up with social studies standards in that regard, and it would be similar with other subjects.
Great.
So we would agree parents would have an opportunity before the Department of Education to express their concerns.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Thank you for being here. We'll take the next opponent.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Metcalf, Mark-Metcalf. I'm a retired teacher living near Sutton, Nebraska. I'm here to address two things: giving parents more influence in our schools and prohibiting the teaching of critical race theory, or CRT. As for CRT, although few, if any of us in this room have studied CRT, we understand that it involves Black lives and Black history. So here's an observation that was made decades ago, an observation to which we should all give serious thought. Quote, "The story of the Negro in America is the story of America," unquote. That's James Baldwin. Yes, the history of Black people in America has its many ugly, brutal aspects, but it also involves people of whom we can be very proud and by whom our children can be inspired. I'm talking about Black heroes, of course, but there are some white heroes too. Who could possibly feel threatened by a serious study of the Black experience in America? Only white nationalists. As a member of Nebraska's revered second house, I say to you that this education committee must not pursue a white nationalist agenda by prohibiting CRT or attacking any efforts to teach any aspect of Black history during any month of the year, not just February. Blocking important knowledge from our children in the name of keeping their world perpetually warm and fuzzy is irresponsible and will add to the unhealthy division in our society. That a form of mandated ignorance is being proposed in an education committee is not just ironic, it's absurd. As for parental rights and academic transparency, you have to appreciate the artful use of the word transparency as a shroud. This bill is not about transparency, it's about control. Parents who desire maximum control should homeschool their children. If that's not possible, then professional educators should do the teaching. That does not prohibit parents from having meaningful interactions with their children. As you're well aware, we have a teacher shortage in Nebraska. Now along comes LB 374, promising more and more micro and macro management of teachers. That will repel prospective teachers and drive some of the teachers we do have out of the profession, regardless of the money we wave at them. As someone who taught in Nebraska high schools for over 30 years, I'm used to issuing grades. I'm giving LB 374 an F-, and I recommend that it be held back indefinitely. Thanks for your time and attention, and I'll address any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being here. Next opponent.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Rachel Gibson, RACHELGIBSON, and I am the Vice President of Action for the League of Women Voters of Nebraska. We are 400 members strong all across the state, volunteer organization getting involved in policy. I would also like to say that some of our members were able to be here earlier but could not testify, and there are also some who couldn't be here that submitted online, so I really encourage you to read their thoughts in the online comments. Dear Senator Merman and members of the Education Committee, the League of Women Voters of Nebraska strongly opposes the passage of LB 374, which provides an explicit outline for parental oversight of their children's education. Since the 1960s, the League has championed the cause of equal access to quality education. And in 1985, the League of Women Voters of Nebraska enumerated the attributes of an effective school. These include public school curriculum standards that will prepare students for citizenship, and incorporation of critical thinking skills into all teaching to develop patterns of active analysis of information rather than passive acceptance of information. The League agrees that parents play an important role in guiding their child's intellectual and moral development and supporting their education. However, the personal preference of a single parent should not jeopardize the ability of a school to fulfill its mission. The bill grants individual parents the authority to override the choices of professional teachers, which prevents Nebraska schools from offering an equal education to all students. Empowering parents to review and remove library materials that are meant for all students deprives those in the community who have no objections to the books they might find valuable or instructive. Furthermore, allowing parents to opt their children out of curricular activities and assessments compromises the child's ability to master the content and skills that are outlined in the Nebraska Board of Education's state standards and ultimately their potential for future economic success. For example, Nebraska social studies teachers are responsible for ensuring that students understand past events from multiple perspectives and also gain the skills necessary for civic participation. It is difficult for students to achieve those learning goals if they are denied exposure to ideas that are different than those they encounter at home. Finally, not holding all students to the same standards and requirements to participate fully in a course creates additional challenges for teachers to manage classrooms and an unequal learning environment that disadvantages all members of the class. We oppose this bill because it would undermine the efforts of Nebraska's public schools to offer a high quality and equal education to all of our students. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none,
Thank
thank you for being here. Next opponent.
Thank you, Vice Chair Albrecht, Senator Merman, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Abby Swatsworth, ABBISWATSWORTH. I'm the Executive Director of Out Nebraska, a statewide nonprofit working to celebrate and empower LGBTQIA+ Nebraskans. Most of us believe that all children should have the freedom to pursue their dreams. So we must equip every school with the resources to provide an honest and accurate education that prepares every child for the future, no matter their color, identity, or background. LB 374 creates a censorship state whereby curriculum is shaped not by those who are trained to enhance critical thinking, but by those who wish to erase history and deny the existence of LGBTQ+ people. You cannot erase whole groups of people and their experiences simply by censoring those topics. Nebraska's educators have the tough job of preparing children for the future and helping them build critical thinking skills they need to succeed. Curriculum should be set by educators. Schools should be a place where young people from different places, races, and identities learn to understand the present and prepare for the future. But some politicians now want to censor the lessons young people receive through the guise of parental rights. I would ask about the rights of those parents who do not wish to censor curriculum, who do not wish to censor library books, who do not wish to censor teacher training,
Parents who want their children to experience a wide range of views. Parents who trust public schools and well-trained teachers to help their children develop into broad-minded citizens ready to tackle the issues we're facing today. What about their rights? Who decides who is an average parent in these censorship discussions? Nebraska has a very difficult teacher shortage. The number of reported unfilled teaching jobs across the state is up nearly 60% over last year. This bill does nothing to address this shortage. Instead, it creates an environment where teachers, librarians, and administrators will be placed under undue pressure. This bill does not advance public education. There are many existing ways for parents to get involved with the education of their youth. For parents who want curriculum to exactly match their religious or secular values at home, there are other options, like enrolling your students in a religious school or homeschooling them. Because this bill would allow any parent to censor any LGBTQ topic, thereby seeking to erase the existence of LGBTQ students and families, we respectfully ask you not to advance this bill from committee. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. The next opponent.
Vice Chair Albright, members of the Education Committee. My name is Erin Feichtinger, ErinFeichtinger. I'm the Policy Director for the Women's Fund of Omaha, and we offer our opposition to LB 374 because 3 decades of research demonstrates that comprehensive sex education leads to increased student efficacy and empathy, respect for others and bystander interventions, communication, positive self-image, as well as increased recognition of gender equity and an increased sense of self-control and safety. This research also demonstrated decreased intimate partner violence perpetration and victimization. No matter where we live or what we look like, what parents want most is for our kids to be safe and to get the support they need. When young people get limited information, they have a limited understanding of the world around them, of healthy relationships, of people who have different identities. Parents absolutely have a right to be involved in their child's education, just like any other aspect of their upbringing. However, some groups are trying to use this narrative to force a minority of parents' opinions on everyone else. LB 374 assumes that any material containing normal sexual health information should be treated with suspicion when, in fact, this material and the context in which it is provided is critical to sexual violence prevention. Not every home is a safe space for young people, but every school environment should be. Sexual violence prevention should begin as early as possible so children learn body boundaries and healthy relationships. Age-appropriate sexual health programs for 2nd to 4th graders demonstrated significant increases in knowledge of what is an appropriate and inappropriate touch, what to do in an inappropriate situation, and increased knowledge and skill to identify those unsafe situations. If we do not want children to develop this knowledge, we will have to live with the fact that of the 1,592 sexual assault medical exams in Nebraska in 2020, 43% were from children under 12, and that we have limited systems in place to prevent child sexual assault. We will have to sit with the knowledge that 25.7% of female and 5.9% of male Nebraska high school students have experienced sexual dating violence. And we are not only not providing these young people with the information they need to be safe, but we are working to put more barriers in place to them getting this life-saving education. Limiting access to comprehensive health education will not remediate these problems. The opposite is true. Behavioral outcomes of comprehensive sex education include increased parent-child communication about child sex abuse, and when implemented with a group of children known to have been abused, resulted in increased disclosure to a trusted adult. Parents are already afforded the right to exempt their children from classes and programming that do not align with their values or what they want their children to learn. Just when young people need quality sex and relationships education more than ever, this bill would limit their ability to get it, and we would respectfully urge this committee to oppose this bill. Thank you for your patience and time, and I'm happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Very much, appreciate it. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. The next opponent.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you so much for your patience here today to hear us all. My name is Andy Curry-Grubb. That's ANDICURRYGRUBB. I am the State Executive Director for Planned Parenthood North Central States here in Nebraska. I am also a former health educator in Iowa and Nebraska who taught sex education to adolescents, adults, and families using the best practices that supported the engagement of parents and caregivers. Central to our mission at Planned Parenthood is the conviction that all people deserve to live in communities where sexual and reproductive rights are recognized for what they are, basic human rights. Inherent in these basic human rights is the premise that all people, including young people, should have access to medically accurate, non-judgmental, developmentally appropriate, body and relationship positive, inclusive sexual health education and information. There are several sections of LB 374 that, as written, may restrict or chill the delivery of this type of information in public schools. At Planned Parenthood, we know it is important to equip young people with the knowledge and skills they need to make healthy decisions, particularly since 53% of the 24 million new cases of sexually transmitted infections in 2020 were diagnosed in young people ages 15 to 24. Currently in Nebraska, each school district determines what types of health education their students receive. Many school districts are silent on the topic of sexual and reproductive health care, while others offer curricula that is not inclusive, leans into problematic gender stereotypes, is stigmatizing and incomplete. The legislature should be working to expand the offerings of the types of scientific, medical, health-based information students need to be successful, safe, responsible adults and partners, not working to further remove or keep mysterious appropriate sexual and reproductive health care. On page 5 of the bill, sections 12 and 13 raise concerns about potential classroom censorship. Section 12 states that parents have the right to expect that teachers will present facts without bias or personal prejudice. Similarly, Section 13 states that parents can expect teachers to resist actions and ideologies that violate individual professional integrity. While on their face, these ideas are positive and we would support them, we are concerned that these terms are undefined in the bill and could be used to eliminate or chill any classroom discussion related to age-appropriate sexual health information, as well as inclusive information about sexual orientation and gender identity. The bill also creates a process by which school library materials can be designated as parental review recommended, including materials that are designed to appeal or pander to the parent interest, depict sexual conduct or genitalia, and lack serious literary, scientific, artistic, or political values for minors. Again, these definitions are subjective and may result in removing library materials regarding sexuality education and topics related to sexual orientation and gender identity. If we are truly concerned about keeping young people,
Red light. I'm sorry.
great, thank you so much. You can read the rest.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next, opponent.
Good evening, Vice Chair Albright, members of the Education Committee. My name is Denixi Greca. That's D-U-N-I-X-I, last name Greca, G-U-E-R-E-C-A. I am the Executive Director of Stand for Schools, a nonprofit organization that advances public education here in Nebraska. As we've had a very spirited debate, for brevity, I will not be reading my testimony word for word, but I did want to highlight one point. We touched on 4 points. But this bill narrows the scope of these parent rights to public schools. As a matter of policy, agree or disagree with this bill, it makes little sense that only public school parents should be provided with these rights, and only public school employees should have to shoulder the burden of LB 374. You can refer to my testimony if you have any more questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you being here. Thank you. Next opponent.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Gibson. I guess in this context, Dr. Matthew Gibson, M-A-T-T-H-E-W-G-I-B-S-O-N. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Nebraska chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. So thank you to all members of the committee. The Nebraska chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics represents pediatric medical providers across the state and is unique among professional medical organizations in that our goal is not to advocate just for pediatricians and our members, but instead to advocate for the health and well-being of Nebraska children. I write today in opposition of LB 374. We have specific concerns regarding Section 3, Line 7 of the bill, which includes a parent's right to make medical decisions in relation to school education, specifically the decision regarding vaccinations and immunizations as provided in Section 79221. Section 79221 of the Nebraska Revised Statute addresses a parent's right to refuse vaccinations required for school attendance. Currently, it's only medical or religious exemptions that are allowed, and those require rigorous kind of implementation standards if you look at the law. The Nebraska AAP stands opposed to any legislative change that would loosen the current requirements for vaccine refusal or allow for non-medical exemptions. Childhood immunization is one of the greatest accomplishments of modern medicine and an integral part of our public health infrastructure. School vaccine policies provide direct protection to immunized children and indirect protection to all through the effects of community immunity. It's important to remember that vaccine preventable illnesses are serious and potentially fatal diseases. It's estimated that for kind of the current cohort of children, routine childhood immunization will prevent approximately 42,000 early deaths. It'll stop more than 20 million cases of disease, and that's all while saving over 13 billion in direct costs and 68 billion in societal costs. And so school vaccination serves a strong incentive for families to immunize their children and receive routine medical care. Public health data show that school vaccine requirements result in a decrease of vaccine preventable diseases. In states with less rigorous requirements for vaccination, more children are under-immunized, and outbreaks of vaccine preventable diseases are more likely to occur where immunization rates are lower. This compromises the health of both the individual children as well as the entire community. As pediatricians, we know that parents work in the best interest of their child's medical, emotional, and social needs. But in addition to the work of parents, public policy must strive to protect the health of both the individual and society as a whole. Nebraska's current vaccine policies for schools already serve the best interest of our communities, our schools, and our individual children. No change to this law is required or indicated, which is why we stand opposed.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Senator Lenahan.
Yep.
I'm trying to find the right way to phrase this. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it, especially as late as we're going here. Does the American Academy of Pediatrics have guidelines for what's appropriate for sex education at what ages?
I don't know if they have specific, I can't speak to any particular single detailed guideline. They absolutely have a broad comprehensive policy about the importance of comprehensive sexual education.
But does it come with age appropriate?
Well, yes. From a K through 12 standpoint, they have guidelines of how at each individual age group, what needs to be included and overseen.
So if I Google that, I can find it online?
You should be able to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lenahan. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next opponent.
My name is Gina Frank. I'm here representing myself and not anybody else. I am a regular person. I'm a parent. I'm a former teacher. I'm not funded by a whole bunch of lawyers. Not sure where that came from. I'm also a product of homeschooling, of public school, of private school, and of a parent who spent a lot of time restricting what I could read. And I am here to ask that you do not forward this bill out of committee. It is a terrible bill. It opens the door to unqualified people badgering teachers and taking away from education time in order to restrict stuff that goes against their personal beliefs from the entire school, from the entire classroom, from the entire district. Sorry, my watch is like, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I'm testifying. It is, as a former teacher, I spent a lot of time in lots of different classrooms. I did a lot of substitute teaching, and the number of times children said, my mom's going to sue you for this. This gives that teeth. Well, I didn't like what you said, and now we're going to sue teachers? I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. If there is a problem where a law was broken, then absolutely. And public schools already handle inappropriate behavior by teachers in inappropriate ways. They already handle that. The idea that parents should have to opt into education for their children is ridiculous. Surveys are an important learning tool, and they are very useful in gauging where your classroom is, where your students are, what they have learned, what they have absorbed, if they need more time to learn something. Do they feel confident in subtracting 2-digit numbers from 3-digit numbers? If they answer no to that, then we're going to go back and we're going to do it again. And we're going to practice it some more. Whether or not they have all the answers right, we're going to make sure that they are confident in that skill. And this bill would take away the ability for teachers to ask questions like that. And those are important learning tools, and parents should not have to opt in to education. That's why we send our kids to public schools. If I wanted my kid to have a very narrow education, I would homeschool or send them to a private school that, conformed to my narrow ideals. That's why I was homeschooled, because I wasn't allowed to learn about lots of things. And I will tell you that when we went to the library, I picked out all the books and I was like, oh no, this is historical fiction. So it falls within the categories. And I read all kinds of stuff that my mom would have been horrified about.
Red light, thank you. Appreciate your time.
She spells name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you spell your name for us?
Oh, I'm sorry. Gina, Gina, Frank, Frank.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Is this our last opponent? Do you see anybody else wanting to speak?
Good evening, Vice Chair Albright, members of the committee. My name is Spike Eicholt, SPIKE-EICKHOLT. I'm appearing on behalf of the Education Rights Council as their registered lobbyist. You're receiving a copy of my testimony, so I'll try to summarize it here. The Education Rights Council provides education, research, and legal representation to family, children, and others in the educational system. Our vision is educational equity for every child, and our mission is to amplify voices of the most vulnerable children by removing legal barriers so that all children can remain in school and succeed. We are opposed to LB 374. Admittedly, our opposition is a bit more nuanced, but at the same time, we do see some real danger in this bill. I talked to Senator Merman briefly last week. I gave him a copy of my testimony earlier this morning so I could elevate some of these issues, and I'll mention some of these right now to the committee. We do support the right of parents to be fully involved in the education of their children, but we see some problems with the bill. First, the definition of parent is too narrow. Parent is generally defined as step-parent, bio-parent, natural parent. There is no accommodation for those children who are often involved in IEP plans and often involved in the juvenile court system for educational surrogates, such as Health and Human Services or guardian ad litems or some similar other adult that's been designated by the juvenile court or sometimes even in a custody determination. Secondly, the bill section, I think one of the bill provides for some sort of legal conclusion about what is or what is not a violation of Title IV and Title VI of the Federal Civil Rights Act. Ostensibly, that's to provide some sort of guidance to schools and teachers, but we would respectfully suggest that that reference is really misplaced in state statute. In other words, if the legislature wants to say what is permissible or not, they should simply say it rather than requiring school administrators and school teachers to look these up. Title IV and Title VI of the Civil Rights Act is heavily litigated. It's been nuanced over the years with amendments by Congress and state and federal court interpretation, and we would submit it doesn't provide any real guidance. Section 9 of the bill is probably the most problematic. Section 9 of the bill provides for a general prohibition from schools to administer attitude or belief examinations. The definition of learning materials does provide an exception for IEP plans and Section 504 plans and those are particularized education plans for disabled and special needs students. But there is no similar exception for attitudinal assessments. That is standard when you are working with children who have or could have behavioral type disorders such as depression or anxiety or some other trauma-induced type learning obstacle. You need to know what their obstacles are and what their assessments and their attitudes are with respect to education. The bill further prohibits the keeping and collection of data. And you know from Senator Wishar's bill that we heard the other day, when you're talking about special education services, tracking the data is key. Sharing the data with a private contracting school, for instance, or a private school as all happen is also critical. The bill provides for a 4-month notification to parents prior to any sort of assessment being administered. That conflicts with federal law, which requires an assessment to be issued within 60 days when a parent consents to an IEP or an evaluation, if you will, of their child.
Okay, that's a red light.
Thank
But
you.
we have all your testimony.
Thank
so
you.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. So we have no other opponents, correct? Do we have any proponents left to speak? Would you please come up front? Looks like I have 3 left. And we'll take anybody in neutral after the 3 are done. And then we'll be.
He's the lawyer.
Hi, I'm Rich Riley, Norfolk, Nebraska. I'm a parent. I'm a grandparent. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ. And I grew up in a simple time. I thought it was pretty simple. You know, I'm not that old, but I am a grandparent. Seen a lot of things throughout the years. And one of the things that I remember the most is we taught in school. We were taught in school the simple things, the math, the English, the science, the history. And it was, you learned both sides of everything. I think this bill gets us a little bit back to that where it should be. You know, I've heard a lot of both sides, and I think it's great that everybody has the opportunity to tell their side. I'm a grandparent with mixed race kids, and not once did I ever teach them one side or the other. To love everybody is all they're ever taught. And I don't think it's the school's place to tell a child whether they should love or hate one another for whatever reason. It's to me, it's just wrong. We need to go back to teaching theories and facts, and you know, teach them the good, the bad, and the ugly. I don't think anybody here is about banning books or censorship. I just think they want to do what's right and what's legal. I mean, we all know you can't go to an R-rated movie, but yet we want to teach it in our schools. I'm talking about kids going to an R-rated movie. If as a parent we want a child to know something that is out of the norm, then we can teach them that at home. You know, if we want to teach them that they can be a girl be a boy and a boy be a girl, then so be it. But that should be done at home. It shouldn't be the school system that does that stuff. You know, I don't believe in any of that stuff myself, because I know it's pretty obvious that a woman can't, or a man cannot have babies. So yeah.
Thank you very
But
much.
thank you for your time. You guys got a hard job.
Any questions? No. Okay, next proponent. Do we have another proponent? Have you already testified? No, was that on the first? That was earlier.
That
Okay,
was
you haven't testified on this one.
673.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
think. Did I say the right number?
You're
I
right,
don't-
you're right. We just thought we saw you up here before. That's all right.
No,
Go
that's-
right ahead.
Okay. So I'm here, AMBER, PARKER. I'm here to testify as a proponent to Senator Merman's bill. As Planned Parenthood was here, or representation of them, on their website, it says lots of people masturbate. Even if they don't talk about it, it's common for people of any gender or age to do it. Even before puberty, children sometimes discover that touching their genitals feels good. If you have kids and notice them touching their genitals, let them know that masturbating is completely normal, but something they should do in private. And I'd like to note that's who was trying to head and what caused great issues with concerned parents who wanted to protect their children's innocence in the state of Nebraska. There's a lot of lies. You know, I remember talking with a mother who informed me that genderqueer was in schools. And I really didn't know what the book was about. But my question is, when people say scientific and safe and protecting women from sexual assault situations, everybody that has testified as an opponent on this, well, please explain to me, then why is there a picture of a child giving an oral sex to a person in that book? And that it's been reported that book is still in Omaha public schools. But then we have Senator McAllister calling people conspiracy nutty theorists or nutty conspiracy theorist. And that's why LB 374 needs to be passed. It brings a transparency. There's no reason that a teacher should know things that a good parent in a classroom shouldn't, especially with what their children are being educated upon. It's greatly alarming to me, and I want to let people know that there is an alternative to the NSEA, and that's Association for American Educators. To hear a teacher union come up and have a problem that a teacher with any materials that they would choose to use in their classroom being transparent, for any person to look at. But then again, there are those that call us conspiracy theorists and want to hide that there are pictures of another child giving another child oral sex that is already in schools. And for the record, Kirk Pinner in a State Board of Education meeting in 2022 had shared that and read on the record, this is the truth. This is what's going on. We need to know that parents have a right in their children's education. They should not just be an interest to the state, nor a nanny state mentality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Any other proponents? Nearing the end.
Hi. Thank you guys for sticking in there and making sure they got heard. I appreciate that. I'll make this short. My name is Brooke Ritter. I am from Kearney.
Can you spell your name, please?
Brookerittier. So recently, I read a couple of books that my superintendent had given me an email about. And the first one I didn't really like. The second one had porn in it. So I asked my superintendent, what do we do about porn? He told me, well, you know, you can challenge the book. You can go through this process. We have a committee. We'll put it together. We'll assess whether or not it's appropriate. And we'll get back to you. Okay. So then I kept asking more questions like, what's porn? Well, he can't tell me. Okay, so you can't tell me what porn is. You can't tell me what inappropriate is. You can tell me that you won't give my child 50 Shades of Grey and Playboy, but you can't tell me why. You can't write it down. You can't tell me anything that will give me the ability to assess whether or not you're doing a good job. I don't think that that's acceptable. When I ask a question, I expect to be answered. I am a primary stakeholder. Not only am I a parent, I own a business, I'm a taxpayer, I'm a resident, I am a voter. Okay, so they're supposed to be doing what everybody in the community wants them to do, but they're outsourcing how they pick books to a third-party vendor, an unaccountable third party, somebody who is as accountable to you as a Amazon review. These are experts. They call this experts. They say that trust the experts, but they're third party, non-accountable, not paid for reviewers. It's ridiculous. But yet every time that I ask if I can get involved and if parents can be involved, I'm told no. So don't know how NASB thinks it's patting itself on the back because clearly it's not doing a very good job. I was told by my superintendent that the only way to get these definitions was if they changed the law. So please, I'd like to know what the words that they're using mean. I would like to understand what is being done, and I would like you guys to make it happen, because if you don't, who's going to? Like, I have no other recourse. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? None. Do we have any other proponents? Anyone in neutral? Senator Berman, you're here to close. Do we have any letters for the record?
Yes, ma'am.
We have proponents 194 letters, opponents 212, and 0 neutral online comments.
Thank you very much, and thank everybody for staying so long. We've got one more bill to hear, so I'll be very brief. I thought we had great testimony today on both sides. The intention of the bill, of course, is, as I said earlier, is not to berate public schools at all. I think most all teachers in our schools have the best interests of the students at heart. And of course, most all parents, you know, there are exceptions on both sides, but most all parents also have the best intentions of their children at heart. But I think it ultimately comes down to, do we trust parents more to teach certain subjects about to their children, or do we totally trust the schools and don't, you know, demand some transparency and openness about what's being taught? And that's what this bill is all about. And just one question we had earlier, there are 15 states that have a Parents' Bill of Rights law that's very similar to this one. And individual lesson plans are not included in mandated to be posted. So with that, I'll take any questions that anybody might have.
Any other questions? Senator Conrad.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Appreciate the opportunity to continue the dialogue. I'll first preface my question, my compound question, my remaining question with just a brief statement. I've served in this legislature for 8 years and 19 days. Today's the 19th day of my third term of service. And I find it ironic that I was subjected to government censorship on a government censorship bill. And I think that's quite unfortunate, because it's actually not about me, right? It's about the people that we represent, that elected us and have right to choose their representatives to come and be a part of the process and to have a meaningful opportunity to be a part of that process. You know, at first blush, I would look at this and think like, okay, are we trying to make a point here? Is this a serious measure that's being moved forward? And I see, as I'm doing my homework and my due diligence, as I always try to do, I fall short sometimes, but I try my best to be up to speed on the issues, that we have 13 out of 49 members of the legislature signed on to this bill. That's just shy of 30% of the legislature, representing almost 520,000 Nebraskans across the state. So that's a flag to me that I need to take this measure very, very seriously. And I did, doing my homework, recognizing that similar measures have subjected states to costly, lengthy civil rights litigation. And you know well from your service that if any measure is unclear, vague, or ambiguous, we look to the legislative record. And the legislative record is transcribed. And that's critical to letting the public know that the legislature doesn't speak with one voice on an issue. It's also critical, if litigation comes forward, for a court to do their job in evaluating whether or not a piece of legislation is lawful or permissible. So I know it may seem like an annoyance to members to have to be subjected to about 20 minutes of questions on a 16-page bill that throws away a 30-year framework of parental involvement and public transparency under state law, and that encompasses very important and very complex issues in this measure that you've brought forward from the First Amendment to transparency, to religious freedom, to academic freedom, that subjects various entities to civil penalties, that raises critical issues about our history and racial justice and sexual health and health curriculum. There's additional components related to public health. There's additional components related to open records, open meetings, censorship, and employment law. I didn't ask dilatory questions before. I asked serious questions on behalf of my constituents that are important to this hearing and important to the job that we do together. And one of the reasons I ran for the legislature, because I was so saddened by the tone and the divisiveness in our politics, about how much time and emphasis was placed on divisive social issues that seek to, I think, tear us apart in society and in these august institutions. I know we have different priorities, perspectives, different solutions to the challenges before us, but that doesn't mean that we hate each other. That doesn't mean that we tear each other down. That doesn't mean that we tear down our institutions along the way to advance our personal ideologies. I think that we can and we should do better together. And I'm here to be a constructive part in that dialogue. Senator, my questions to you before I was cut off, and you're welcome to answer it or defer to another time, but how do you anticipate that schools will be able to teach about the Civil War, the Holocaust, slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, Japanese internment, the Oklahoma City bombing, the January 6th insurrection, the Indian Removal Act and the Trail of Tears, as a few examples, without regard to race, national origin, or ethnicity? You're free to answer.
Yes, all of those subjects will continue to be taught in our schools as they have been in the past, will be in the future. But the difference is that those problems will not be portrayed as a result of or because of a person's skin color at this time. So white people won't have the collective guilt for something that's happened in the past, and black people won't feel a certain way because of things that happened in the past. Because of the color, it's all because of the color of their skin. So the race, is definitely involved in all of the things you talked about.
Right.
But the race won't be because of the person's skin color now, won't be person won't be blamed for something that's happened in the past because of their skin color. Nothing will be portrayed to a person solely because of their skin color.
Okay, I'm not quite
So
sure I'm following the
racism is,
response,
in
but
other
I
words,
appreciate the response.
racism is illegal.
Okay. And many testifiers talked about this, and then you had an opportunity to address it in your closing again. I was confused about the intent for the legislation was to bring transparencies to all aspect of teaching, right? And the materials used to support teaching. But can you tell me then why you did exempt individual lesson plans?
I'm not 100% sure why that's exempt, but I suspect we didn't want the bill to be too difficult to manage by schools.
Okay. Thank you very
And
much, Senator.
teachers.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Any other questions for Senator Brown? Seeing none, that would conclude LB 374.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And we will now open the hearing on LB 71. And we'll ask that if you're exiting, exit very quietly. And we will welcome Senator Sanders to introduce.
Good evening, Chairman Merman and committee members. For the record, my name is Rita Sanders, RITASAN-DERS, and I represent District 45, which includes much of the Bellevue-Offutt community in eastern Sarpy County. Today, I'm introducing LB 71 to update our parental involvement academic transparency statute. I'd like to thank Senator Albright, Senator Breezy, Lanahan, and Merman for co-sponsoring this bill. For context, last year I introduced LB 1158 from October 2021, and throughout the committee process, our office developed this concept and input from the Nebraska Association of School Boards, the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, the Nebraska Student Educators Association, the Nebraska Rural Community Schools Association, the Nebraska Department of Education, and the Education Committee. We made several compromises before bringing it to the hearing. We worked with the committee to make further changes, and the bill passed the committee with no votes against. Despite its statutes as a personal priority bill, the legislature ran out of time to discuss the proposal on general file for LB 71, for general file on LB 1158. LB 71 is an exact replica of the bill that passed the Education Committee last year as amended by the committee. LB 71 is a reasonable, common sense update to a 30-year-old statute that aims to clarify and strengthen the essential bond between parent, child, and school. As currently in statute, school districts are required to create a parental involvement policy detailing the parent's right to access and the district's effort to involve parents in school. There is an annual hearing over this policy for every school district. While the bill is short, there are several parts, so I will list them out. The bill provides clarity in places of ambiguity. LB 71 also modernizes this statute to account for technology advances. We update some terminology, such as adding the word guardians where appropriate. There is a disclaimer to account for the federal family educational right and the Privacy Act of 1974. LB 71 guarantees that the annual hearing for the policy includes public comment. On page 4 of the bill, we ensure that this policy is prominently displayed on each school district's website. We codify in state law the federal Title 20 provision that allows parents and guardians access to learning materials and other materials. Finally, we add enforcement mechanism. I want to clarify that this mechanism does not take money from schools. That was true for the earlier draft, but LB 71 instead uses accreditation as the mechanism. This bill is designed to empower local control. Each school district decides how to address these issues. LB 71 simply requires them to set a policy stating their process. This bill is designed to let parents know that they can work with their local school board to create an academic community that is transparent and effective for parents. Last year, I introduced LB 1158, just 6 or so months after the State Board of Education developed health standards that generated an intense debate. This bill was never meant to respond to those drafts, nor does it mention or target critical race theory, gender, or other hot button issues. Former Commissioner Bloomstrand identified, and I quote, "A crisis of confidence is in our system in light of the standard debate. But it is my hope that LB 71 can play a part in restoring that trust." I am proud of the work our office has done on this bill. I am thankful for the time that the stakeholders and this committee has committed to improve this bill. It has come a long way from the first draft, and for the better. I want to thank hundreds of Nebraskans that have supported this proposal since the introduction last year. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Any questions for Senator Sanders at this time? Senator Waltz.
Thank you, Chairman Merman. Thank you for bringing this bill, and I do remember trying to get this through last year. Can you just remind us of maybe a few of the people who helped you with this bill and who vetted this bill? If you remember.
Last year?
Yeah.
Well, we go back in my statement earlier, they were part of that from October 21. So the Association of School Boards, the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, the Nebraska Student Educators and Association, the Nebraska Rural Community Schools Association, the State Department of Education, and the Education Committee.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Conrad.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Appreciate it. Thank you, Senator Sanders, for reintroducing this measure. I've had a chance to review it and remember following it in the past, and appreciate all the stakeholders that have been working with you in good faith to try and update these policies. I think that it's undeniable that there is frustration across the state and across the political spectrum for different reasons, with entities of government being unaccountable to their citizenry for the decisions that they make, utilizing our resources as taxpayers and in our name. I have been a consistent defender of our open meetings, our open records laws, worked with Senator Albright on some of those measures, have more measures pending this year in our government committee that we'll take up. I see this really as part and parcel with a lot of the issues that I'm hearing about and seeing in my district, in my work as well. So I'm open-minded about this proposal and want to learn more about it. I do think it's more narrowly tailored to try and provide a logistical opportunity to update our laws and encourage more transparency without perhaps engaging in the turmoil and related to some of the hot topics that are out there. It's more viewpoint neutral, which I think is an important facet. So I'm looking forward to the hearing, and thank you for bringing it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Sanders. If not, thank you very much. I will ask for proponents to LB 71 to come forward. Hello.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Robbie, R-O-B-B-I-E, Adams, A-D-A-M-S, and I forgot to mention before, I'm from Papillion. I support LB. Oh, I want to say I have crossed out a bunch of this to make it very succinct because it's so late tonight. So I support LB 71. With this bill, each public school would be required to adopt policy that furthers the rights of parents and guardians to access their child's testing information and curriculum. I want to share an anecdote because it is true. This bill would help solve a problem that I found several years ago that involved a graduating senior at a Papillion high school. A close friend who worked at a Nebraska state agency called me in tears about her son who would graduate that spring. She had just found out that her son's reading ability was at a low second grade level, and could I help her? I gave her resources that she could use with her son to remedy the educational malpractice of passing a child repeatedly who could not read. And yes, her son was a star athlete. This bill would have given my friend the ability to get transparency about her son's tests and may have helped her find out way before her son's graduating year that there was a big problem. So I just urge you to support LB 71. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Adams? Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening again.
Thank you to Senator Merman and all the senators of the Education Committee. Again, my name is Stephanie Summers, STEPHANIE, SUMMERS. I am still a member of the David City Public Schools Board of Education, and I am testifying on behalf of the Nebraska Association of School Boards and David City Public Schools. I'm also a mother to 3 daughters who attend David City Elementary and High School. Many, if not most, of Nebraska's 1,700 locally elected school board members are also parents. And I can personally speak to my board in David City, where all 6 of our members are parents. Curriculum standards and parent involvement within the district are extremely important to all of us. I would like to thank Senator Sanders for her willingness to work with the educational community last year on making LB 71 workable for districts in the state. We are happy to support her in a shared priority of involving parents and guardians in the educational process. As you are aware, and I testified earlier, current state statute requires Nebraska school districts to have a policy related to parental involvement and to review it annually through a public hearing. That said, engaging parents is something we strive for year-round. Through these parental involvement policies, school board members, administrators, and teachers show the district's commitment to fostering and facilitating parent engagement in the education of their children. LB 71 makes reasonable, effective changes to the parental involvement policy requirements. It allows districts to review and revise their current policy to meet the new standards. The Nebraska Association of School Boards and schools across the state encourage parents to engage with their public school by volunteering in a classroom and doing many other things related to their child's education. They have a newly adopted resolution from last summer, and I handed that earlier in my testimony. So we support LB 71, and we thank Senator Sanders for working with us over this last year.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Summers? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Chairperson Merman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Kyle McGowan, KYLEMCGOWAN. And today I'm representing the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, NERCSA, STANCE, and GNSA. And I promise to try to leave you alone for as long as I can in the next few days anyway. We appreciate Senator Sanders. I think she was particularly modest in one of the groups that she didn't mention that she had spoken to were parents. When we first met with her, she shared her very legitimate concerns, of which we heard in earlier testimony, which, by the way, I was glad I listened to all of that. I appreciated the previous testimony and certainly learned a couple things. Senator Sanders' bill strengthens the current parental involvement law by assuring parents have access to all curriculum activities as well as training materials for staff. It also requires policies that must address parents' requests for their children to be excused from specific activities. The policies describe must have opportunities for public hearings and public comments. Public schools shall make efforts to make learning materials available for inspection by parents. Policies must be kept current and prominently displayed upon the district's website. We would suggest, as we looked at this with some of our school attorneys, to make mention of not violating or legal protections for schools for not violating intellectual property and FERPA rights. So we thank Senator Sanders. We particularly appreciate the work, which was many hours of putting together something from Nebraska, as opposed to maybe taking something from another state. So thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. McGowan?
Thank you, Chairman Merman. You said you make mention attorneys not violating property rights. Doesn't that
not property rights, intellectually property rights. So
Isn't that the concern over the surveys that we've heard so much about today, that they couldn't get a hold of them because they were intellectual property?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. My suggestion, that's all it is,
Okay.
is that if Scott's Forestman has some sort of test that they give or something that they've developed and we're sharing that with parents, somehow we don't get sued by that company for sharing their copyrighted materials.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. McGowan? Thank you very much. Other proponents for LB 71? Proponents.
Good evening, members. I was very naive when I wrote my written remarks because I started it with good afternoon. I should have known better and put good evening at the start of my testimony for LB 71. But good evening, members of the Ed Committee. Again, for the record, my name is Tim, Tim Royers, Royers. I'm the president of the Millett Education Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Nebraska State Education Association in support of LB 71. NSEA recognizes that in many ways, LB 71 is about modernizing several state statutes that already exist to better align that language with the realities of what education looks like in the 21st century. For example, the bill's modification of 79-532 to also include digital materials, websites, or applications is right in line with an NSEA resolution that we have had since 2015 that calls for greater cooperation between educators and parents and guardians in monitoring how our students use digital resources. This is a very reasonable update to existing statute to help give parents and guardians the assurance that their child's school will continue to be open and transparent when it comes to instruction and activities taking place in the building. And I'm saying that not just as a career educator, not just as speaking for the NSEA, but also as a parent of a 7th grader and a 3rd grader myself. In addition to the reassurance of transparency and accountability, this bill helps promote the best practices of open communication with home about what is happening at school. Throughout my career, I made it a point to provide as many opportunities as possible to inform and include parents in what is happening in my classes. I hosted additional parent information nights beyond the required open house. I always made sure to send out weekly emails. I found that especially for my advanced placement history classes, these were critical culture building pieces for an effective classroom. Parents are able to better reinforce strong study habits, encourage attendance, helps students manage those stressful periods around big grades and assessments if they're continuously informed about what's happening in their child's classroom. So not only do we feel this bill aligns with a number of NSEA resolutions that reinforce the importance of parental involvement, I have seen firsthand throughout my career how open transparency and communication with home helps improve student learning. Although the NSEA has taken a position of support, we do ask that this committee consider striking the language covering training materials for staff. We believe this goes beyond the intended scope of the existing statute. Professional development should not be held to the same level of scrutiny as the classroom activities and content. That level of scrutiny goes beyond building partnerships. And while I have certainly gotten a lot of requests for information over the course of my teaching career, I can confidently tell this committee that I have never once in 16 years received a single email asking for information on the training materials that I've received as a teacher. With the elimination of that component, we feel LB 71 really gets back to the core of what I believe it intends to be, a reasonable update of existing statute that encourages best practices and transparency. Thank you for your consideration.
Any questions for Mr. Royers? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Any other proponents, LB 71?
I'd like to put it on a sheet. I don't know if I need to get a sheet first. Are you on it? Go ahead. No, I need a sheet. So go ahead.
Ms. Gunther, I think there's some.
Oh, yeah. I guess I would just like to address one of the things that happened, the conversation that, I'm Natalie Gunther, sorry, Natalie, Gunther, Gunther. And being involved last year in the particular, one of the sessions that, one of the professional development sessions that LPS held was by a transgender inspirational speaker who was not a clinician. I looked them up and they did not have any official licenses or certifications, yet they were teaching clinicians, school counselors, nurses, staff about how transitioning works and how to be transgender and things of that nature. There were some concerning comments that were made that I heard out and about. And I had a nanny at the time who was in that session And I said, hey, what was going on? How was it? She said, I was very confused about some things and not very, like, it was just kind of a strange session. And I said, what about this comment that they said, well, it's sad that our kids aren't having more sex. How is it? More sex, and because they're not getting their psychosexual needs met. It was a big to-do. That's partly what Liz Davids was talking about in asking LPS for information. And we just got stonewalled, and they could not produce any materials. They could not produce any evidence to or from about this particular incident, which would have been a criminal activity had they been suggesting kids have more sex. And so to me, that's one of the pure examples of wanting to have a little bit more content and transparency, that they couldn't even produce this information about a session that was had.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? If not, thank you very much. Any other proponents for LB 71?
Still loaded 4 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
3 minutes, actually.
Huh?
3 minutes. 2, and then you'll get the yellow light.
My name is James McKenzie, James McKenzie. I generally support LB 71. I have a concern. LB 71 repeats a longstanding requirement for the parent involvement policy hearing annually. I believe that the enforcement of the required parent involvement policy annual hearings should be left up to the local county attorney with the penalty of a misdemeanor for noncompliance rather than by the Commissioner of Education as stipulated in LB 71. I think especially in small town Nebraska, people who are concerned about noncompliance would more easily approach their local county attorney rather than someone 100 miles away. In regards to the required annual hearings, years ago, longer than I care to say, as a school board member, I attended a conference where I asked a group of board members from other districts why they did not hold the hearings. And I was told simply it's because there's no penalty. Again, years ago, at my request, the then Senator Mike Foley surveyed 118 schools regarding compliance with the hearing requirement. The results showed very poor compliance, and I can supply detailed and complete numbers and documents. They're available. Anyway, Senator Sanders' office. There were legal issues that the survey revealed that there were problems with. I'm not going to list them, time limit. I've watched the local public notices and don't see evidence that things are much different. The parent involvement policy hearings are a great way for parents to become informed and involved. What good is the law if not well enforced? I think the local county attorney should be the one involved in enforcement rather than the Commissioner of Education, who is often a long distance away, who would have to keep track of 250 plus school districts, and who wouldn't likely be personally known by anyone concerned with this issue, and would be more likely to be influenced by political pressure. Okay, some legal issues that the survey brought to light that was done. I wanted to do I was going to approach a senator and do all this next year, but here we are with LB 71. So I wanted to have another survey done. It's too late to ask for that now. But the other survey, the older one, revealed some legal issues, like minutes of the hearing not being published, combining the hearing within regular board meeting, taking action during the hearing rather than the regular board meeting, and of course, many not having had the hearing at all. So a generous estimate of the 25% who did respond to the survey.
Could you wrap it up, please?
Okay.
Any questions for Mr. McKenzie? Thank you. Any other proponents for LB 71? Any opponents for LB 71? Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Merman, members of the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Joe Kohout, Joekohout, appearing tonight on behalf of our client, the Omaha Public Schools. Dr. Shavana Holman, a member of our Board of Education, had intended to be here to testify tonight, but unfortunately, two things happened. Your hearings ran a little long this afternoon, and then simultaneously, the board is in an emergency meeting tonight. So I have passed out a copy of her testimony that she intended to give to the committee. I would note the legislative committee identified 3 concerns that are in the second paragraph. I don't think these are fatal, but there 3 things are the use of the word prominent on our website. On the website, we already have a lot of material with a district the size of 52,000 individuals, 8,500 staff. Our website has a lot of material already on it. We're concerned about the term prominent being used and what does that mean. The second is the requirement of training materials to teachers, administrators, and staff procedures for the review and approval. That raises a concern among our legislative committee. And then finally, the potential cost. Those are the 3 things that Dr. Holman was going to raise with you tonight. So I apologize that I'm not Dr. Holman, but I will try to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Coho? Senator Linehan.
Thank you very much for being here and staying late. So in the second paragraph, down just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines from the for the review and approval of training materials, learning materials, and activities may have unintended consequences of discouraging districts from providing any training to teachers that could be perceived by parents and families as objectionable.
And Senator, again, what I would say is the concern that was raised was, do districts retreat from those trainings that might be necessary because they're concerned about a perception that they would be objectionable upon review by folks. So that was the concern that was raised.
Okay, thank you for being here.
Any other questions? I have one. An earlier testifier said that training material that had never been asked for before. A parent had never asked for training material for teachers before.
Correct.
I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, and it's because it's included in the bill. So that was the concern that was raised upon our Ledge Committee looking at it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Any other opponents to LB 71?
Good evening again. My name is Rachel Gibson, RACHELGIBSON, and I am the Vice President of Action for the League of Women Voters. I am handing out our letter written on this. I won't go through the whole thing. The one piece I want to highlight about our opposition to this is the section that talks about accommodating parental requests. The change of the language from handle to accommodate is slightly concerning to us, and we'll share why. By accommodating that, it's allowing outside adults to potentially join in an instructional setting. It could jeopardize freedom of speech, but also it's just bringing another person potentially into a room with other people's children. So that is our biggest concern, is just this shift of the handle or review or that type of thing to the requirement to accommodate. So that's our one big concern with it. So I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other opponents? Good evening.
Good evening again. Cami Riley, Kamiriley. I want to thank Senator Sanders for bringing the bill last year and again this year. but I want to tell you why I oppose LB 71. It doesn't go far enough. I've heard today how there's already a framework in place for transparency. I believe Senator Conrad had mentioned that. And schools already have to have a transparency policy in place, which I know the school that I am familiar with does have that policy. The problem is the policies are vague, and the schools are not being held accountable to provide that information. They make it very difficult. At Norfolk Public Schools, it's not easy for a parent to see a curriculum. As one person stated earlier today, they had to go to school and it took hours of their time where they had to take time off work, and it took 3 hours or so for them to take that time and look that up. How many parents can do this? I mean, logically, parents are working, and look at the parents that have, or kids that come from single working moms. If the curriculum was online for viewing, it would make it so much easier. So what's the reason for making it so difficult for us parents or grandparents to view what our children are learning? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make common sense to me. It seems like secrets are being kept from parents. And we've heard that a lot today, that schools are keeping secrets from parents. This is what your people have told you. Something has to be done about that. And I don't think that 71 will do what it needs to do. It will not hold the schools accountable. They're already not doing what they're supposed to be doing per their policies. What will change? I don't see that there will be a change. So given the choice between the two bills, both being good bills and having good intent, I think we need to decide which is the best way to go. And I hope that you choose Bill 374 as the one that will make the biggest difference and help with this huge problem of transparency with parents. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Riley? Thank you very much. Any other opponents to LB 71? Anyone wish to testify in a neutral position for LB 71? Good evening.
Good evening. Sorry, this one's on my computer because I edited my testimony a little bit. Good evening, Senator Albrecht and members of the Education Committee. My name is Jacob Carmichael and I am neutral on LB 71. Sorry. Academic transparency is important, but as we see through current legislation and prior testimony.
Excuse me, could you spell your name?
Yes, sorry. JACOB CARMICHAEL.
Thank you.
Academic transparency is important, but as we see through current legislation and prior testimony, this transparency largely exists. Scanning, uploading, and receiving feedback from dozens, if not hundreds of parents for every single worksheet, activity, and piece of material is too much to ask of teachers on top of their already strenuous job, and this bill assumes the worst of them. This committee should not be focused on culture wars around education and defunding our public schools. It should be making sure that students across rural Nebraska have access to close schools with a great education full of diverse ideas. It should be funding schools in North and South Omaha to have up-to-date textbooks and equal opportunities to their peers a mere 15 minutes away. I urge the senators to reprioritize and focus on the actual issues our education system is facing. Additionally, because it came up again, the issue of transgenderism, radical gender ideology, and how preferred pronouns is a scapegoat for all of that. I have a degree in linguistics, and I would like to additionally testify. Pronouns are a natural part of the English language. They're a natural part of every language. The singular they has been around since Shakespeare. It's used in Shakespeare. It's used in everyday speech. If you don't know the gender of a person, you go, oh, I don't know them, or oh, I saw them walking into the store and I didn't know what they were wearing. It's easy. We all do it. It's a simple cover. You And I'm not going to say the idiom, but we all have heard it about why it is better to ask rather than assume. That is all that preferred pronouns state. I have submitted to Senator Conrad. I sent you a more detailed table from a linguistics perspective, but if the senators and proponents of this bill are simply opposed to the existence of LGBTQ plus people, I urge them to be transparent and not use such an easily explainable elementary English level cover. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Carmichael? If not, thank you very much. Any other neutral testifiers for LB 71? If not, Senator Sanders, you're welcome to close.
To close, I stress that this bill has no curriculum requirements. It does not tell schools what to teach. It does not tell districts how they should be transparent. This bill only requires that school districts have a policy outlining how they will provide transparency, the public input can be given, and that the policy be made public. And I want to thank all the teachers, educators, and parents who helped put this together. Are there any questions?
Any questions?
Just
Senator
one,
Sanders?
just
Yes.
one, and not compound, simple.
Senator Condon.
Thank you, Chair Merman. Thank you, Senator Sanders. Just wanted to touch base about on page 2, the policy I think that you envision in the legislation also has a request for when the child needs to be excused from specific instruction or activities. I happy to work with you and have a longer conversation, maybe not at 7:30 at night, or maybe tonight if you're so inclined. But I just wanted to understand, is that related to the opt-in, opt-out for controversial curriculum measures? Or is that part of kind of a broader issue related to maybe absenteeism or truancy, and kind of how maybe the opt-out relates to the truancy issue,
Correct.
which I'm very deeply concerned about, and how that's being weaponized against parents and families as well. But that caught my eye, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about that.
Happy to work with you
Okay.
sometime in the morning. But we try to keep that very narrow and keep the parents in mind
Okay.
that had concerns. So we can wordsmith that,
Okay.
keep that.
Great.
I'm happy to work with you.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions for Senator Sanders? And I should add, we had 45 proponents online and 37 opponents. Any other questions for Senator Sanders? If not, I think everyone's ready to go. Thank you very much. That'll close the hearing for LB 71. Good evening, everyone.